nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Dear guests, we are about to start our discussion titled Plurilateralism Pathways, Restoring Order in a Fraying Multilateralism System. And a quick announcement, after the first panel discussion, please remain seated as we will have a curator's call. It's now my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Lisa Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Australia-India Institute. The stage is yours.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Singh. I'm the CEO of the Australia-India Institute at the University of Melbourne in Australia. We are Australia's leading think tank on driving a deeper relationship between both Australia and India, but more broadly in building peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region and on the pressing global issues that our current world faces. It's very much my honour to be here moderating this session at the Yerevan Dialogue titled Plurilateral Pathways, Restoring Order in a Fraying Multilateral System. I think with the current geopolitical climate, I'm very excited to have this opportunity today for us to better understand the evolving dynamics of global governance in the face of an ever uncertain, paradoxical world. First, though, I would like to very much thank the ORF and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Armenia for hosting such an inclusive platform event on the issues facing our planet, navigating the unknown. I think it is through dialogues like these that we are able to influence global strategic thinking and shape new and emerging narratives of cooperation. And to do just that, I am joined by our panel. Mr. Mnatsakan Safarian, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, Mr. Lasha Dasalia, the First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, Mr. Andrew Rosendale, who is Member of Parliament of the United Kingdom's Shadow Parliamentary Under-Secretary for Foreign Commonwealth and Development Affairs, the Under-Secretary Minna Lina Lind, the Deputy Minister for Global Affairs of Estonia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ahmed Said Muradzoda, the Deputy Secretary-General, Shanghai Cooperation Organisation, Professor Sara Mosso-Etsa, the CEO of Human Science Research Council, and Assistant Professor Keo Koga, Associate Professor at the Public Policy and Global Affairs Program, School of Social Sciences, Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. So before I dive into questions to our panellists, I have to say for me to be here in Yerevan, my first time in Yerevan, you do get the sense that we are in the regional hub of dialogue. And to discuss the importance of regional cooperation and governance, I think we do need to ask ourselves, how can we fix a waning multilateral system in a world where we require collective action? I think we are seeing now in international cooperative structures that that effectiveness of multilateral institutions isn't a straightforward question. Rather, it's about recognising that these institutions need to reform and redefine their roles in the global governance landscape. Smaller, more focused arrangements are gaining traction, partly because of the flexibility in cooperative structures and goal setting, and tangible milestones that can be achieved more quickly. So could a move away from multilateral forums to tailored, time-sensitive arrangements be the way forward for making meaningful progress in the shared challenges across the areas of peace, security, trade and health? Or do we risk fragmenting traditional multilateral structures in the search for stable global governance? These are the questions and the reason why we are here this morning, and I want to ask our thought leaders to really dive into the themes of this topic. I'm going to ask each of our panellists a question, and then we will see how we are going for time. We do have 7 panellists on this panel, and depending on that, of course, I wish to ask and allow for questions from the floor, particularly from our young fellows. So with that, I would like to start with you, Deputy Minister Safarian. Let me begin by asking you, firstly, I know that last year at the inaugural Yerevan Dialogue here, you emphasised the increasing important role of developing countries in the current world order. And I think when we think about traditional multilateral structures faulting and the increasing popularity of plurilateral groupings, what are the sort of mechanisms that you can see could be necessary to drive and deliver the public goods that are needed for developing countries? And how can we ensure those sorts of mechanisms complement the broader multilateral goals?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lisa. It is a privilege, a pleasure to sit on this panel with many friends, colleagues, and new people I just met. I have to mention first that the topic of this panel very much relates to the slogan of our forum, Navigating the Unknown. And I think that we are at a time of an exploration, new exploration of international system, which we see that the old one is defunct. And the reason for that, I think, is that developing countries need more stake, and they want more stake in and say in global affairs, in decisions, and the world the international system needs to adapt to that. But in the long term, I think that if plurilateralism is effective, it is going to become multilateral again. Because if it is effective, and the measure of effectiveness will be how much public good it delivers to this grouping, it will draw in more members, and naturally it will become multilateral. But for the time being, as they say, something is good than nothing. As far as the mechanisms are concerned, I don't see new mechanism being there, but the old ones like summit meetings, conventions, agreements, multilateral, plurilateral agreements, international banks, they have to deliver public good to make these groupings effective. If we see it, we will see more countries ascending to these groupings. As far as Armenia is concerned, we are at a juncture, at a crossroads of several such plurilateral groupings, and this is why we have acquired a foreign policy of diversification and balancing and balanced foreign policy. As a foreign ministry, as a country, we are believers in multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think I'd like to ask Deputy Minister Dasalia a similar theme in the sense of the importance of developing countries needing more stake, which Deputy Minister Safarian has touched on. I understand that Georgia had recently in April hosting a trilateral meeting with Georgia and Azerbaijan and Armenia. I wanted to see, in terms of that then, how does Georgia envision the role of plurilaterals in facilitating long-term stability and cooperation in the South Caucasus at least? Do you think also then, if larger multilateral groupings are not as effective anymore in addressing those sort of shared security concerns, is this the new norm, the trilateral norm?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As my colleague Mr. Safarian already mentioned, we are living in quite turbulent period, and turbulent for whole international community. And we small countries feel it very directly, and maybe we are the first one who feels it, because multilateralism, while it is important for everyone, for small countries, this is the only thing we have into our arsenal to survive into this turbulent period. And in this regard, I think, though a lot of skepticism now where we are, how strong the international community, international organizations are, it is still only thing which we have. And we are very much interested this to be strengthened. I just want to say that no single country in the world is stronger than international community together. Problem is that we just, as an international community, does not know how to act exactly as an international community. Now, not going into more details regarding the question in South Caucasus, and when referring to the rules-based international order, I want to say that for more than 3 decades we are as independent countries now in this region, and South Caucasus was the example of so-called zero-sum game, when everyone was against everyone, when everyone's considering if he was gaining, someone had to lose. And when referring to last month's meeting, I want to say that maybe this is first attempt when we want to develop win-to-win approach in the region. And not disclosing the details, I'm very pessimistic after this first meeting that we will be able to go in this path. Start was very good, not talking about the details more, but I think that's exactly when we are developing the approach where to find the areas, to find the way how to everyone can benefit from regional cooperation. And of course, this will be based on general rules we all are adhered to. Maybe I'll stop here and we'll later, if there will be time, have time more to elaborate more through the questions.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I think, it'd be good to now, focus a bit on a specific issue when we talk about the landscape of global governance. So, Andrew Rosendale, I'm going to ask you particularly about trade liberalisation, because I know you have an interest, particularly in the UK becoming the 12th member of the CPTPP recently, which obviously we all know as the longest adjective of comprehensive progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. But in terms of trade liberalisation, and we think about multilateralism in that space, we've had Trump's assault on the multilateral order through tariffs throughout the world. We've got a whole new agenda now, I think, when it comes to trade and multilateralism. So I was going to ask you in the sense of, with the US's absence in the CPTPP, do you see this sort of plurilateral as pushing out the boundaries of trade liberalisation for the collective good? And therefore, is this the new normal when it comes to engaging on trade on the international stage?
So, good morning everyone. Thank you, Lisa. It's a pleasure to be here in Armenia again and to see the incredible success. Nobody told me I had to put the microphone on. Anyway, good morning everyone. It's great to be back in Armenia, and last time I was here was 1999. What an incredible turnaround this country has seen, particularly in the last few years. And it's a testimony to the people of Armenia and the government of Armenia that we now are seeing a country which is coming on leaps and bounds in terms of prosperity, in terms of trade and international cooperation. And I remember in 1990 that our then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher came to Armenia to open a new school in Gyumri, where there had been this dreadful earthquake in 1988. And it's that friendship and cooperation that I believe Armenia is in a perfect place to promote in the years to come, and not necessarily in a multilateral way, but in a cooperative way between nations. Multilateralism only works if you have strong nation states. If you diminish the power of a nation state, then you actually have much weaker multilateral cooperation. So everything we do globally has to be based on strong nations. And that is why I'm afraid many of the old multilateral organizations that we've grown to accept as the norm are no longer the norm and no longer necessarily acceptable. And that's one of the reasons why the United Kingdom left the European Union. And it's one of the reasons why our focus now is on Britain as an independent nation, striking new agreements on trade and cooperation with countries around the world, but making laws that suit the interests of the United Kingdom. So I would say to all delegates here, but particularly our dear friends from Armenia, that let's not get too bound up with the idea that everything has to be multinational, that actually bilateral cooperation is really more important. You build those relationships, those friendships, those understandings and that cooperation globally. Now, Britain has always done that throughout our history, and we're doing it again today. That's not to say we don't want to participate. The CPTPP has already been mentioned, and that we hope is going to be a vehicle for prosperity and free trade with like-minded countries in the Asia-Pacific region. But ultimately, without a strong nation state, you don't have strong global cooperation, and that's really the message I'd like to project at this conference today. But 3 cheers for Armenia. It's a fantastic country. It's upheld the Christian heritage, and in a very troubled region, I really hope that Armenia has a strong and proud future ahead of it, which I truly believe it will. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rosendale. I'd question whether President Trump would think that the US is not a strong nation state, and yet it has withdrawn quite a lot from the multilateral landscape. But let's move on and see if we can come back to explore that a bit further a bit later. I want to ask a question to Deputy Minister Minna Lindh from Estonia, and I think given Estonia's strong commitment to multilateralism, such as through its bid for a seat on the UN Human Rights Council, how do you see plurilateral arrangements potentially enhancing human rights or not enhancing human rights?
Thank you so much, and I'm really happy to start by drawing on our host, the Prime Minister of Armenia, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Armenia, who spoke yesterday morning about this very fragile state we are having in the international kind of order. And of course, the problem is that many countries would like to move away from the United Nations. And that is a question, why is that happening? Of course, for us, the main example of what is wrong with that international system is the fact that we have a permanent member of the Security Council, that being Russia, who is aggressor and is already waging a very long war of aggression against his neighbor, Ukraine. So how do you fix something like that? I think, every country is probably looking at it from different angles. What relates to human rights issues, it is the case that if they are not universal, as it should stem from the United Nations, then I think we are weakening the overall system and what we have seen. Of course, it is totally understandable that like-minded countries who are willing to or wanting to pursue different issues come together. Sorry. But I think if the main rules are not there, then it's very difficult to do something about it. So Estonia is currently leading two coalitions of the willing. One is Media Freedom Coalition, the other one is Freedom Online Coalition. So on media freedom, on internet freedom, both in bad decline over the past years. But we have that group of countries. I know some other countries are getting together to pursue some other issues. And when you are part of these coalitions, it's also very difficult sometimes, a very difficult calls to make when you have to call out countries, even your friends who are not really stepping up or are not really fully anymore supporting the kind of human rights approach, which we have seen also when we have to make these statements, joint statements in the Media Freedom Coalition, for example, on the countries which have been our long-time friends and partners in the past, for example, Georgia for that matter, in the recent months. But this is the responsibility, and also, of course, in bilateral relations, it can be also sometimes very difficult to make these calls. But this is a value-based organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think now I'd like to ask Mr. Say Muradzoda, because you are part of a plurilateral, being the SCO, but then again you also have quite a bit of extensive experience in multilateral cooperation as well. So in terms of the SCO and its efforts in the region that it's responsible for, particularly through the security focus domain, how do you see the SCO complementing or indeed competing with other regional structures?
Thank you. I will start by thanking our host, the Foreign Ministry of Armenia, first of all, and congratulate them with the excellent organization. SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, is participating in the Yerevan dialogue for the first time. So it would be great, we'll be happy to share our views. First, I will start with saying that indeed, the institutional capacity of the multilateral structures, there is a lack of capacity to adequately counter challenges and threats. The SCO, thanks to the efforts of the member states, it is characterized by a stable state and ability to ensure a high-level security in the region of its responsibility. So we are not going wide. And I can say that SCO is a good example of the multilateral structure and at the same time plurilateral structure if there is a need to solve the specific issues. What is SCO today? It's 25% of the global landmass, 42% of the world population. We have China and India as a member states, and 24% of the world GDP. And in the SCO family, we have 26 countries, including observers, partner dialogues, but the Central Asia remains at the core of SCO. So, and we are proud to say that we have been able, through the 24 years, to build one of the largest systems of the regional security as well. And this is done because of the several important features. First, SCO, it's very important to note, is not a military bloc. It's not an alliance focused in confrontation with someone else, some countries. Second, there is no security principles in the legal base of our organization. And third, SCO has consistently adhered to the principle that the bilateral disputes cannot be the agenda of the organization. And the fourth, there is a fundamental principle. All the decisions are made by consensus. Returning to your question on our efforts, I will give you some examples, for instance, on security issues. SCO, within the SCO, the unified definition of international terrorism is explored. It is enshrined in the Shanghai Convention of Combating Extremism, Separatism, and Terrorism. Right, it was adopted several months in advance of the tragic events in New York on September 11. Second, we have special organs or institutions like the SCO regional anti-terror structure. And we are now working, taking the great challenges on the security issues. We are now working to establish several mechanisms, additional mechanisms on security issues, like the Universal Center for Tackling Challenges and Threats, with 2 branches, one in Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, and also we will soon establish the SCO Anti-Drug Center in Dushanbe in Tajikistan. And regarding drug, here's an example. During the last 10 years, the target work of our member states has contributed to the withdrawal or seizure of about 14% of the world drug circulation. So this is the result. And for the second part of your question about our interaction with other structures, yes, we do. We have an interaction. We are very closely interacting with, first of all, with the United Nations, with departments and agencies. We have good cooperation on security issues with UN Counterterrorism Department, with UNODC. Also, the regional aspect is very important. We are actively cooperating with ASEAN on the dimension, including the security, with CSTO, with CCAR, and with ICRS when it is needed. So concluding, I think one of the success of the multilateral structure like SCO is lies in the fact that there is no and cannot be the dominance by anyone. And SCO, I am the representative of Tajikistan, not a big country, the member state of SCO, and there is no element of pressure or coercion, I would say, and there is no winners and losers at the same time. There is only the collective solidarity result, which is, we are very proud of working within the SCO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seymour-Zora. And I think I'd like to now ask Professor Mosoetsa, because Ahmad has talked about the lack of capacity of multilateral structures. We've heard from also the Deputy Minister Safarian about how developing countries need to make a stake. So in that context of multilateral institutions that we're seeing are increasingly being fragmented and under strain, how do you see plurilateral arrangements impacting the Global South's voice in global governance? Specifically, how can an African think tank assert greater agency in shaping some of that plurilateral arrangements to ensure we do have a more equitable and a more inclusive policy in terms of outcomes? Or do these sorts of plurilaterals in fact risk creating new forms of exclusion almost?
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be back in Yerevan, a great place indeed. And this time around I've had some time to explore the space, and I spent some part of my Sunday at the National Museum of History. I think what struck me the most about Armenia and the place that we are all in now, it's the history of and embracing the history of genocide. I think my input today would largely talk about things that we don't want to be talking about, and I have not heard in Yerevan this time around. I think multilateralism has indeed failed, and it is a new global order that we're seeing. It's the plurilateralism that we are experiencing now and that we should be embracing is, for me, not a detour to multilateralism, but a response to its failure. For me, I think sitting here today, I think if we are not bold enough, if we are not strategic enough in embracing the new global world, we'll face again, as panelists have been talking about, the same challenges and the same failures in the world order, when we are now again have not learned from the experience of Armenia and Rwanda on genocide, when we're seeing genocide now that we are not talking about in this conference in Palestine. Let me just say three things quickly. For me, I think it's no news that South Africa is part of the G20. We are indeed hosting G20 this year. We are a serious player inside BRICS. We are a part of BRICS, and therefore it's been a beneficiary. I also think that in particular in South Africa, in the continent that I belong to, Africa Union also plays that important role. But we must always ask ourselves, and this is the question that I'm asked today, for what purpose? I think the purpose for me could be for pandemic preparedness, for climate change, for changing the global finance order, for inclusion. Again, as I was here in Yerevan last year, I spoke about something that we don't want to talk about. Again, here, gender inclusivity. And I know that it's a world that is also wanting us not to talk about equity. I think it is also a world order that we need to prioritize peace, but not peace at its in the ways that we want to talk about it, peace for others and not for others, an anti-genocide peace that we are talking about. For South Africa, at least we want to also talk about an equitable technology governance space. Let me conclude by saying the following from a think tank perspective. South Africa has always been seen not as an innovation space, but rather a space where we do other things, expropriate and do other things. But I think for me, the plurilateralism offers us a space in South Africa and the continent, a world where we are seen as equal players, a world where there is indeed coalition and coalition building and collaboration, and indeed a world where we definitely want to see the institutionalization of science diplomacy. Again, thank you very much for the question and for being here.
Thank you very much, Professor Mossoetsa, and for raising some important issues, particularly in relation to gender. I think it gives us food for thought in terms of if we do have a failing multilateral system, who are the biggest losers here? And that's perhaps a question I could do a whole nother round on this panel with, but I'm probably not going to get that luxury of time, because I do now need to ask Assistant Professor Keo Koga. Professor Koga, obviously Sarah's talked about BRICS, G20, we've talked about SCO, there's been a bit of canvassing of plurilaterals throughout this panel so far. I know your research focus is very much on regional institutions in the Indo-Pacific. I guess I want to ask you specifically then how you see plurilaterals working to provide consistency in that region. Do you think there is a possibility for institutional clash? I'm thinking there about ASEAN, and I'm thinking about the Quad, for example. But there could be others. Are we doing that overlaying too much, or are there distinct sort of lanes of cooperation?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this interesting panel, and I would like to also thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Armenia, and then the ORF for holding this important conference. So regarding to the question about the plurilateralism in the Pacific, I think it's been there for a long time. If you look around in the Pacific institutions, including the ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, SCO, and also the SAARC and other institutions, they are there. And then always, when we look at that, there are tensions between the regional organizations and also regional organizations and then global institutions like the United Nations. The United Nations actually try to facilitate certain kind of liberal values to the local areas in the Pacific, which is not ready to take. So in that sense, I think the regional institution helps facilitating the kind of creating the bridge between the global institutions and also regional institutions. And that's what the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, actually did in the past. So obviously there is a clash, but then what I actually want to emphasize here is that those kind of relationships are pretty much evolutionary. When they actually talk to each other, when they actually coordinate policies, find out the area of cooperation in particularly the non-traditional security issues, social, cultural, or socio-economic development, they could actually have the area of cooperation. And this is what the ASEAN and then the Quad actually achieved. First, when the Quad, the 4 countries, the cooperative framework between the United States, India, Japan, and Australia had emerged, then ASEAN was kind of anxious about it, because those are the major powers in the area. They are actually leading the international rules and norms, so that they consider, ASEAN countries consider that they may get marginalized diplomatically and also the materially. So what happened was the ASEAN actually observed, and then through the certain kind of opinions and then also the suggestions to the Quad members, and then the Quad actually took it into their agenda. So if you look at the agenda items of the Quad in the past couple of years, you could actually see the several of the social cultural development items, and also the non-security, the traditional security items like humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, education, the infrastructure, etc., etc. So then the ASEAN actually accepted to some extent the Quad existence, and then even though they may not reach the point where they could actually coordinate policies and then facilitate cooperation institutionally, they could actually communicate with each other and then try to be more kind of find out the division of labor between those kind of institutions. And then not only the Quad, but I think we could actually see this kind of phenomenon between the regional organizations. So now we actually see the ASEAN cooperating with the EU ASEAN cooperating with the GCC and then other regional organizations. So in that sense, yes, we could actually see the tensions and clash like at the beginning, but then probably like when we coordinate and then talk to each other, facilitating dialogue, that actually creates the more kind of the clear idea what we can actually cooperate and then what we could actually achieve the stability in the region. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kei Koga. And I think we've had quite a good foray of some pessimism, some optimism in terms of what the future might look like for global cooperation. But I think a clear theme was from all of the panelists that the current multilateral system isn't working, has frayed and fragmented in terms of the times that we currently live in. I wanted to ask you, therefore, Deputy Minister Safarian, what's your response to what you've heard here in terms of that? We obviously know that the United States has really been one of the major architects of global multilateralism for the past 80 years. And yet with Trump's withdrawal from that stage now, are we seeing the era of multilateralism really being over?
Thank you, Lisa. I want to thank fellow panelists for their remarks, and particularly Mr. Rosendale for his inspiring remarks on my country, about my country. When Armenia was becoming independent, when it became independent in '91, we were strong believers in nation state. But then, over the course of these years, we have seen that we need, apart from bilateral arrangements, we do need multilateral platforms for regulating some issues, like, for example, the AI. I don't think that the world can be disconnected or fragmented in the time when we see artificial intelligence revolutionizing all aspects actually of our life. So, in my view, although, and I have to repeat myself, at this time maybe something is going to be better for a grouping than nothing, and that is plurilateralism. But in the long term, we are going to come back to some kind of arrangement that will involve most of the global and all of the countries, actually.
Thank you. Well, now's the chance to invite particularly some of our young fellows, if they have a question. I think there is a roving mic to provide you with. So could I start with the lady in the 5th row there? Yes. And then maybe we'll just take them as a group, and then they can be put. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Aisha Banerjee. I'm from India. Mr. Rosendale spoke about bilateralism and forging stronger relations. My question is related to that. It's on similar lines. In India, our conversation has now shifted to interest-based alliance or issue-based alliance, or what we call multilateralism. So I wanted to know your thoughts on that. Do you see it as a more realistic or, dare I say, effective framework for the future? Thank you.
I think just...
Hi there, my name's Rupa Huck. I'm a Member of Parliament from the UK, so I know Andrew Rossendale very well. My question was about aid cuts. I don't think I heard it from any of the panelists, but it's another, obviously, withdrawal from multilateralism. The US aid cut is well known. That's with immediate effect, I think, suspension of all operations. We've seen in Gaza the aid blockade for quite a long time. I think it's partially restricted, softened now. So my question was really, with this other dimension of the withdrawal from multilateralism, are we seeing government by focus group? Because presumably these things are being done because the general public thinks, why are we chucking our money away at these people? And I've seen from my own inbox, the British public are very sympathetic towards the Gazans and the aid cut there. So just a comment on aid. I understand that aid cuts across the Western world are fairly common now with the move towards defence spending. So just I wondered what the panellists thought of aid cuts.
Okay, we've got time for one more.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sarthak from New Delhi, and I'm presenting the Young Fellows here also. So my question is again to Mr. Rosendal. So given the recent UK-India FTA and UK's accession to the CPTPP, do you believe this could encourage India to consider joining the CPTPP, particularly as a strategic response to Trump tariffs? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We've literally down to the wire, so I think we'll take that one from the gentleman here. His hand was up first, and then we'll put them. We might start with you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. As a young fellow from the Dominican Republic, I am increasingly convinced that our region's shared multilateral responses have not been enough. And in the case of Haiti, both the UN and CARICOM, we have seen that have failed to provide decisive action despite the urgency and proximity of the crisis. So my question is, what concrete mechanisms can plurilateral frameworks offer to fill this void? Are we talking about unilateral ways of relations, or this is the end of the multilateralism as well? Thank you.
Okay, so we have a bit of a foray there. I thought I might start with you, Andrew, if you'd like to respond.
Okay, well, thank you very much. There's a multitude of different questions, but I think it boils down to one simple answer, that, referring to what I said earlier, that every nation needs to consider what's in its own best interests. That doesn't mean you have to be selfish and ignore global issues or the needs of neighbouring countries, but without a nation state which is secure in its own constitution and its own boundaries, and is secure in a sense that they can make their own decisions in their own interests, then multilateralism is never going to work. Multilateralism will only work if countries feel strong enough to make agreements which are for the common good. And it's also not for multilateral organisations to dictate. What I think has happened across many of these organisations, the UN is a great example, the European Union is another good example, of how these organisations have become a law to themselves, and they have been infested by bureaucrats and people that have their own agendas over and above the interests of the component nation states. So I would say that, yes, it's important, mentioned about India maybe joining the CPTPP. That's a matter for India to make its own decisions about what trading arrangements it wishes to make. But India must do what's in the interests of India, the same as Britain will now do, I hope, in what is in the interests of the United Kingdom. Now, Rupa mentioned about aid, and certainly the UK has slashed the money we're spending on aid, and the United States have effectively cancelled it. Whether that's going to be a long-term policy, I don't know. What I would say is this, is that for too long, I think that it's been taken for granted that countries will hand out large sums of money in aid, and this has gone to organisations, quangos and multinational organisations that spend money, and the people that elect us to office don't understand where that money's going and cannot see whether or not it's actually being spent to best effect. And in a world where we have to watch every penny we're spending now in terms of our own economic and financial situation. There is no political mandate, certainly in the United Kingdom, to continue spending vast sums of money on third world aid unless we can see there is a clear benefit not only to that country but also to the United Kingdom. So in general, I would say that yes, let's not give up on multilateral agreements and international cooperation. There's always going to be a role for that. But let's go back to actually focusing on making our own countries stronger. And if we do that, I think it will make for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I think we can all argue that political mandate may be one thing, but humanitarian mandate is definitely there when it comes to the need for aid right now in certain parts of the world. So on that, I would like to ask Minna Lind if you can respond.
Yes, thank you so much. I do believe that multilateralism is not yet on its deathbed, as has been said also at the United Nations. I think there's hope, and there is also a question how to make it better. Also, it relates to the aid issue. I think there are many questions on this, but I think also the reform of the UN, what is happening now at its 80th anniversary, is spot on. So just to make what we are doing better. But I will also quickly comment on the coalitions or these plurilateral ways, which I said before. We are all for this, more so if they are for something and not against something. So this is what we have done also in our foreign policy. And also, as the only member of the European Union on this panel, I would strongly like to defend it. I think also the fact that there is a queue outside the door of the European Union of the countries who are wanting to join it, I think proves that it has been a great invention. And also the aid part, as European Union has also understood that we have to step up in a world where some things are not working as well. So European Union has done that, and the numbers speak for themselves. So I will not take longer of this, maybe somebody else wants to comment, but this is all available. Thank you.
Thank you, Minna Lind. Look, in the interest of time, I wanted to end this panel on a positive note. I think we've had a lot of discussion about the multilateral system being very much now in a not, I don't want to say failing, but certainly not in a bright light, and all of the sorts of activities that have come in its wake and continue to. All of our panellists have given a really comprehensive view, varying views on all of that. So to end on a positive note, I want to ask each and every one of you, if you can tell me in one word, what to you does the future of global cooperation look like? Deputy Minister.
Navigating together this unknown. Not in one word, but...
The theme, perfect. Deputy Minister.
I'll answer in 2 words. First, what it does not look. So, and here during the panel, I was hearing several things. And first of all, for me, regional cooperation is not against international cooperation. This is part of it. Second, for me, it was interesting listening to the questions, but we still are asking questions, which is normal, that we still are asking questions from perspective of our own interests, let's say. Interests are important, but there have to be multilateralism to be strong together. I believe it is, but and again, national interest never is against international interest. It's just part of it.
Thank you. Andrew, future of global cooperation?
Well, national independence has to come first. But secondly, if you've got your national independence, you're free to cooperate globally, whether it's trade, whether it's cultural cooperation, military cooperation. You can do that, but you have to firstly have a strong, independent country that can make its own decisions in its own interests. Once you've got that, globally, you can bring countries together where there's something in common. But we can't all be the same. There isn't like one template for all countries to follow. There is not one prescription for a successful nation. every country has to develop in its own way in an evolutionary fashion and not be dictated to by multilateral organisations that think they know best.
Sarah?
Sure, a lot has been said. You said one word, but yeah, there's
Everyone's struggling to give me one word.
Firstly, I think at some point we need to agree on the discussion on what we are now calling aid, and its history and the political economy of what we're calling aid. For me, I think it is about global equality and global world peace. Thanks.
Thank you. Ami?
Well, thank you. I will respond from the angle of regional organization. In the circumstances where we see the multilateral structures, the ability of them to withstand crisis is decreasing. There is a necessity to strengthen the institutional capacity, which is very important, should be based on the real assessment of the situation in the ground. I agree with our colleague from UK. Less bureaucracy, more actions. I think this is the response. Thank you.
Minalina?
Thank you. So I think the answer was already in the question, cooperation, I would say, but I think the main thing is what it needs is political will, and I think that's what we are often lacking. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. Just quickly, I think the multilateralism is going to be more focused on the region. Obviously, the national strength is really important, but then I think in order to facilitate that, they have to actually have the cooperation with the neighboring countries. And then that actually regionally focused, the coordinated and also uncoordinated cooperative frameworks going to be proliferated. And then how we could actually deal with that actually depends on how we could actually negotiate with each other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And please thank all of our panellists. That's the end of our time. A big thank you to Deputy Minister Safarian for the Republic of Armenia hosting this really insightful dialogue, and for this particular panel, it was a pleasure to moderate all of you. So thank you very much.
Pleasure is all mine.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
our panel discussion titled Upholding Justice, the Global Imperative of the Rule of Law. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Sheila Pailan, international human rights lawyer and senior legal consultant, United Nations. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. I know it's the second day, but we are going to do our best to make this as fun and interesting a conversation for you all. This is really a hot topic. I mean, I'm not biased as an international lawyer to say that at all, but it really is a hot topic these days when we're seeing growing global instability, a crisis of accountability, and an alarming rise in authoritarian influence that really is testing the strength of international legal institutions. I have spent most of my career working for UN-backed international criminal tribunals, so it's no secret that I'm a firm believer in the value and the power of international law. But I have to say that in the last 4 to 5 years, especially which coincides with the amount of time I've been living in Armenia, I have never been asked the question more often, does international law really matter? And, does human rights, do they really matter? Does it even work? Which is why I'm even more excited to be the moderator on this panel today, because I don't have to answer the question for once. I can pose these questions to my panelists and let them carry the burden. But anyway, the consistent answer I would always give in basic questions like that is a very obvious yes. Of course they matter, of course they work. But to be fair, the cynicism is not unfounded. There is an important body of scholarship highlighting a growing trend of authoritarianism in international law, where powerful regimes are increasingly shaping, or rather weaponizing, international law to serve their own interests. And those interests are not always morally or ethically sound. This will often involve, for example, you'll see this with an overemphasis on the principle of sovereignty, regime protection, national security, typically framed as self-defense at the expense of core international principles, with the laws of war tending to be the most egregiously thrown out the window. And we can really now see nowadays how powerful states are pushing back hard against international accountability mechanisms. Countries like Russia using the veto power to wage an illegal war of aggression with impunity, or even the United States imposing sanctions on the International Criminal Court for issuing arrest warrants. But it's the smaller, more vulnerable states that really rely on these very mechanisms to protect their sovereignty and their security. Armenia has turned to the International Court of Justice and has joined the International Criminal Court in efforts to peacefully resolve and peacefully address serious grievances with some of its neighbors. Countries like Vanuatu and other small, tiny microstates are also going to platforms like the International Court of Justice to lead global efforts on climate change because their very existence depends on somehow preventing rising sea levels from erasing them and wiping them off the face of the earth. For these countries, and there are so many more, the international rule of law it's not abstract, it's not a nebulous, cloudy thing. It's an actual, literal lifeline of defense, and it levels the playing field in a world that is tilting towards, dangerously towards the might is right principle prevailing. So the rule of law offers protection. It is not just about post-conflict justice. It's about preemptive credibility. It's about deterrence. It's about a framework in which sovereignty can be asserted without force. And that is a world I want to live in. But how does that work in practice? That's what we're here to talk about today. And for this, we are joined by 4 absolutely exceptional individuals whose work represents different facets of the global architecture of international law, from national prosecution to transnational coordination and international institutional administration to strategic foreign policy. I could not dream of having a better composition for this discussion than the panel that we have right here, right now. So let's begin. I should stop talking. I just love becoming a co-panelist, but I'm not supposed to do that. My first question is for Madam Prosecutor General. Can I just say I love saying that because she is the first Prosecutor General of Armenia, female. She's the first female Prosecutor General of Armenia in an institution that is over a century old. So we're very honored to have you with us today, and it is my great honor to ask the first question to you today. In light of Armenia's recent ratification of the Rome Statute and its increasing engagement with international legal institutions, how do you see the role of international justice, not just in addressing past violations, but in fortifying and strengthening Armenia's sovereignty and deterring future aggression through the legal system?
Thank you. Dear participants of the Yerevan Dialogue, dear Madam Chair of the thematic session, my dear Sheila, dear all, indeed, ratification of Rome Statute is a legal milestone. It is a clear expression of Armenia's commitment to the principles of accountability, justice, and the rule of law, both domestically and globally. It is also a sovereign decision taken in the light of evolving security and legal landscape facing. International justice, through mechanisms like International Criminal Court, plays a vital role not only in addressing past atrocities, as you mentioned in your introduction, Sheila, but in actively shaping a more just and secure future. It's imperative to reinforce sovereignty also through comprehensive legal mechanisms and institutions. For Armenia, this engagement strengthens institutional resilience and reinforces the message and even manifestation that impunity is no longer an option for anyone and anywhere. A modern state's sovereignty is not only protected by its borders and armies. It used to, but now it's the main challenge. And it also needed to strengthen the legal mechanisms and institutions. Legal tools shape legal strategy, create security architecture to proactively guard against and respond to evolving threats. As Prosecutor General, as you mentioned, first female Prosecutor General, I see it as our duty to ensure that Armenia does not only participate in international justice. I want the Prosecution Office be involved in active shaping and upholding the standards, integrating international principles into our prosecutorial practice, into our legal reforms and institutional culture. I want to mention that since ratification of Rome Statute, it was indeed, and I will repeat, a milestone in legal reform of Armenia. The Prosecutor General's Office undertook several steps. We want to ensure that we are in compliance of the process, so we ensure the compliance of the framework, the legal framework. Then we started bilateral meetings and dialogues with our colleagues from ICC. We continue the capacity buildings activities, and we enhance, for sure, the bilateral cooperation with the prosecutor's office. And the evidence of my mention is our participation in Eurojust and active dialogue with ICC, which we continue now within the scope of Yerevan dialogue. I want to mention that our engagement with international justice is not just about addressing the past, it's about safeguarding the future. It is a manifestation that Armenia stands with a community of nations that believes justice is the most powerful shield for peace, security, and sovereignty. Dear participants of Yerevan dialogue, prosecution and prosecutors are at the forefront of the fight for justice despite the significant challenges they are facing while fulfilling their obligations. It's not about Armenia only. It's an overworld and also including European partners challenge. Public prosecutors navigate complex legal landscapes and issues, ensuring that prosecution is conducted in line with international standards. The commitment of the Prosecution Office of Armenia is vital and instrumental for preserving public confidence in law, justice, and which is more important, the upholding of justice. So, as you mentioned, Shayla, I was following your word that justice is not an abstract. It's not an abstract aspiration. It's a discipline. It's duty and direction. The law is compass and accountability is the path that ensure we do not lose our way. So Rome Statute and the broader framework of international justice remind us that legality must be the language through which the world addresses harm, resolves conflicts, and protects human dignity. That's the path of Armenian Prosecutor's Office as well. So let us be reminded that justice must not only be done. It's the main challenge of prosecution offices worldwide. It must be seen to be done, and seen boldly, independently, and fairly. This is the burden and the honor of prosecutors. So prosecutors, as the guardians of legality, continue to ensure that the force of law always prevail over the law of force. And I don't want to move on with these issues. I want to give more space for questions. I suppose we are going to have questions and answers, and I stand ready to address any questions you may have concerning the path of prosecutor's office within the scope of new challenges. I mean, both negative challenges and positive challenges as well. So I will stop here to give more floor to my distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so, excuse me. Thank you so much, Madam Prosecutor General. I dream of the day where I see Armenian prosecutors in the ICC courtroom, judges as well. I'm going to get the registrar. No, I'm kidding. We are extremely honored to also have the Registrar of the International Criminal Court here with us today. Also, I mean, when I was a student, I wouldn't even be able to dream of being in the presence of this kind of esteemed colleagues, but I get to now probe questions from you. Mr. Zavala-Hilaire, as Registrar of the ICC, you are obviously deeply familiar with the operational demands of ensuring that justice is accessible and effective. What steps are the court and its states parties taking, and what further steps should they be taking to ensure that small and medium-sized states can turn to the ICC as a means of protecting their rights and preventing violations of international law?
Well, first of all, allow me to thank you and, of course, thank the distinguished panelists and the organizers, the government of Armenia. It is truly a privilege to join you all here at the Yerevan Dialogue as part of this panel on the global imperative of the rule of law. To reflect on what I think is one of the defining challenges of our time, which is the resilience of international law at the international legal order in the face of growing political strain. Now, the Rome Statute is an achievement indeed of precisely small and medium democracies around the world, who see the International Criminal Court as a rules-based mechanism to protect themselves and their citizens from the worst imaginable crimes. However, today we face a paradox. On the one hand, international law has never been more developed, has never been more codified, has never been more accessible. Yet, on the other hand, we're witnessing what I think is a disturbing erosion in its observance. But we should be cautious not to mistake what appears to be visible cracks in the system for its failure. International law is under pressure, yes, but that is precisely when its necessity becomes clearest. For small and medium-sized states, those without armies capable of deterrence or economies that are large enough to shape global policy, the rule of law is not just a matter of justice, it is a matter of survival. Institutions like the ICC were built precisely to uphold the idea that no matter how powerful, no one is above the law. And no matter how small, no state is beneath the protection of the law. Now, I'm addressing you today at a time when, and I hope we can agree, that the role of the ICC in upholding the rule of law is perhaps more critical than ever before. But it's also being challenged and threatened more than ever before. And we find ourselves at a crossroads. The ICC is under pressure, not only from those who would seek to discredit its investigations or sanction its officials, but from what I see as a broader erosion of respect for the rule of law. I believe the stakes are high, not just for the ICC, infrastructure that underpins peace and security in the world. Multilateralism was once the glue of the post-war cooperation and is now under stress. Institutions that were built on the ideal of multilateralism are being tested. At the same time, the desire for accountability, especially in the wake of atrocities some were witnessing, is not waning, it is intensifying. And the ICC stands at the confluence of both shifts that are happening right now. As the court's reach and its efforts continue to grow, as we continue to make strides in fulfilling our mission, who does resistance from those who seek to undermine international justice. Such resistance has included, as you were mentioning before, the implementation of sanctions against court officials by one state, the issuance of arrest warrants by another state against judges and the prosecutor of the court, as well as a highly disruptive and sophisticated cyber attack that targeted our institutional infrastructure a little over a year ago. I see the ICC as being, in many ways, the last major institution created during the multilateral zeitgeist of the 1990s, conceived not by great powers, but by small and medium-sized states, who precisely placed their faith in the law. We must not allow a return to pre-World War II logic, a time when aggression went unchecked, atrocities went unpunished, and the power eclipsed the principles and the imperative of peace. Rather, we need to protect the international legal order, the legal order that we have built over decades. And in fact, we need to continue to strengthen it. And the way forward, I believe, is twofold. First, we must resist fatalism. The erosion of respect for law is not irreversible. Many states have continued cooperating with the ICC, even when it's under pressure. The ICC is very much alive today and it's functioning, and states continue to resort to the court. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Libya accepted the jurisdiction of the court under Article 12.3 of the Rome Statute. Our states parties and those states who cooperate with the court understand that standing with international law strengthens their own sovereignty. This is, in fact, a big opportunity that is hidden in this crisis, and is the opportunity to renew and strengthen international law on the basis of more equal engagement from all states around the world, who are indeed more engaged than ever with international law and international judicial institutions, as we're seeing in the case of Armenia. Second, we must continue investing in legal institutions, nationally and internationally, including special courts and tribunals, not only by funding them, of course, but by defending them, defending their independence, strengthening their procedures, and ensuring that they remain transparent, fair, and accessible. Because the legitimacy and credibility of global justice must be earned every day. And in that regard, I think it's important to recognize that despite the current challenges, states continue to place their faith in the importance and necessity of the ICC and its mandate, as demonstrated by Armenia joining and becoming our 124th state party in 2023, as well as Ukraine, our 125th state party in 2024. This, in my view, reflects that the commitment to international rule of law, multilateralism, is there and is not dormant, but very much present in the minds of decision makers and societies alike. The guardrails of rules-based order, which protect smaller and medium-sized states, remain as essential as ever before. Just to finish, I want to highlight, international law is not a relic. It is a living framework. And while it may at times seem in danger, it is far from extinct, because so many continue to believe in its promise and are ready to work to uphold it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to start clapping, but we'll save that for that. I'm going to leave today with resist fatalism burned into my brain. I love that. It's a perfect answer to that question I keep getting. Does it really work? Does it even matter? It's true. We have to resist fatalism. I think seems a little bit more realistic than saying just stay positive. I like that. Thank you so much. My next question is for Mr. Shkrlets. I said that correctly because, yes. Eurojust. Eurojust plays a crucial role in judicial cooperation across EU member states, but also beyond. And Armenia last year became the 14th non-EU country to formalize cooperation with Eurojust. What does that mean in practice? What will that mean in practice, rather? And how can Eurojust's model of cross-border coordination and partner engagement be strengthened or replicated to support justice efforts in geopolitically vulnerable regions outside the EU framework, like right here in the South Caucasus?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator Sheila, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking for inviting Eurojust to this extremely important discussion today. The topic which we are tackling is of paramount importance for all of us, for our societies, because the rule of law is what our societies are based on. And when we speak about ICC, core international crime on one hand, and the national legislation and nationally defined conventional crime, if I may say so, we are actually speaking about the same elements, about the elements of the same rule of law architecture. And Eurojust is the glue that binds together the elements at national level, the prosecutors, the investigators who are at national level fighting crime and trying to tackle transborder crime. Perhaps before I go deeper in, just in 3 sentences, I describe what Eurojust is and what is that we do. Because this is something that is also within the EU often shrouded with a little bit of mystery. outside of the practitioners area. The name suggests that we are a judicial cooperation agency for the EU. What that means is actually what the name says, because the criminal justice systems within the EU are very much national. So in order to tackle trans-border crime, prosecutors from different countries, from different jurisdictions, need to work together under the rules of judicial cooperation, international judicial cooperation. And this is not always easy. You can imagine different languages, different legal systems, and so on. So this is where we come in as an agency, as a bridge builder. Our mandate is to actually support operational investigations and bring those practitioners, those prosecutors who are investigating crime, to actually come together physically, sit together and discuss crimes, discuss cases, discuss evidence available, exchange evidence, work hand in glove as partners. The idea started 20 years ago for the EU, and it has developed to quite impressive scale, I would say, because only last year we supported more than 13,000 such cases. So this is the core of our business. And I'm extremely happy to be today here in Armenia with my friend, Prosecutor General, and other colleagues from the prosecution service of Armenia, because there has been impressive progress in your country in respect of cooperation with us and with other jurisdictions. Because when we speak about cooperation with Eurojust, we are not really talking about cooperation with one European entity, but we are talking about the cooperation with all 27 member states' prosecution services and beyond. Because at Eurojust, the model of bringing practitioners together is something that is applicable across the globe. And this is precisely what we are doing with our outreach toward partners in non-EU member states. And I'm proud to say that presently we have 39 countries permanently represented by liaison prosecutors and prosecutors in The Hague. So that means that a family of 39 people meet together regularly. We have developed collegial ties, and fighting crime in those 39 countries is actually happening at the quality level which is totally comparable to the level which we have achieved within the EU. And I'm happy to say that Armenia, as it was already mentioned by our moderator, is the newest member of this family with an international agreement signed. And that's quite an achievement, because I think in recent 4 or 5 years there's only been 2 signed agreements with Eurojust due to the complexity of the bureaucratic process, I may say, within the EU. But achievement is definitely there, and we are looking forward to soon welcome liaison prosecutor in our premises in The Hague, because that would bring totally new dimension of options for cooperation for prosecutors in Armenia. Now, in the world that we live, and we have heard about the challenges which are presented to the rule of law in form of pressures against judicial bodies, even transnational, international judicial bodies such as ICC, it is important to keep in mind that attacks on such institutions are not only attacks against the courts or specific tribunals. They are actually attacks against the basis of on what our systems are based on. Because the rule of law in our democratic societies is the cornerstone of everything. Without rule of law, there is no predictability, there is no legal certainty. And if there is no legal certainty, there is no economic prospect. And we have seen many times in the past that if the legal system and the rule of law disintegrates and decays, so do the societies. Sometimes this decay takes longer, sometimes it happens quickly, but it happens inevitably. This is why we need to keep in mind that preserving and protecting the rule of law is imperative that we all have to follow. And this is why we, as a European Union, for sure need to defend institutions such as ICC, but not only ICC, also the recently announced new tribunal for the crime of aggression, and all the other judicial bodies within our respective countries. And to conclude, perhaps trying to frame the answer to your question, what does that joining Eurojust and closer cooperation in this agency would mean for Armenia and Armenian prosecutors? Let me phrase it this way. By joining Eurojust, you're actually joining the international community of professionals. of professional judicial officials. This is not a political organization. It is very much hands-on prosecutorial and judicial organization. And by joining this community, also the prosecution service of Armenia will become stronger and will have better chance of fighting crime in Armenia and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much as well. And I hope that, I hope that for anybody who may have been questioning it in the audience before or later when you watch a recording of this, this is what the building blocks look like. When we ratify the Rome Statute or join Eurojust, and then the question comes to me, well, we did that, and what does that bring us? What has that brought us? They're all part of the building blocks. They build upon each other. Justice takes time. But without these integral parts coming together, and I'm sure that Eurojust and the ICC work together as well. So this is all part of the fabric, the threads of the fabric that together create that robust resilience that allow small countries like Armenia to defend themselves better and also promote the rule of law and the peaceful resolutions of disputes. So it's wonderful for me to be able to hear about it and have you all together at the same time. But now we're going to move to a foreign policy perspective, which was always in my blind spot until I moved to Armenia. And for that we have Dr. ΟΚΙΓ to enlighten us. Your work bridges legal analysis with strategic policy making in often volatile political environments. And you are also, I'm going to say it, a ninja, because you have personally endured and overcome unjust prosecution yourself. Trial in absentia, sentenced to 5 years, but then ultimately acquitted for your work on democracy and human rights. That's incredible. Your perspective is very, very interesting to me. How do you see the role of a major power, like, for example, the United States, in strengthening the international rule of law? How do we get them involved? And how can it be better integrated into foreign policy so that justice and accountability isn't just, well, they become, tools of prevention and peace building and not just this afterthought, post-conflict remedy type response?
Thank you so much, Sheila, for the nice introduction, and thank you so much for having me and for joining this fantastic panel. And it gives me a lot of comfort to know that these individuals are in the places that they are in. I mean, it's really assuring, because it doesn't just take command of the work that they're doing. It takes courage, and it takes integrity, and it takes a lot to speak, truth to power. And I'm now going to talk to you about the people who spoil the work of all those great individuals. Well, let me start. I work on foreign policy, and my organization, the Center for International Policy, it's half a century old, and with a mission of supporting peace and security and promoting progressive foreign policy around the world. 50 years ago, it was founded by diplomats who were against the war in Vietnam, and they were part of the movement in the United States against the war in Vietnam. We think about security in a broader sense, that it's not just about arms and wars, it's more about the root causes of insecurity and what instigates that, and injustice is certainly one of those biggest threats to peace and security. Actually, my organization is 50 years old this year, and also in April, it was the anniversary of the 50 years since the end of the war in Vietnam. Unfortunately, there are many signs right now that we're going backwards, and there are things that have been achieved that are regressing. That doesn't mean, again, it's like we fall into fatalism, but it's also important to be aware what went wrong, what works and what doesn't work. I was also feeling very optimistic and had a lot of comfort when I heard the opening remarks of the Armenian Prime Minister yesterday, when he talked about the peace agreement that they're drafting with Azerbaijan and underscored that if ratified, it will be grounded in strong legal force in both Armenia and Azerbaijan. Because this is the guarantor of the durable peace. And for a long time right now, the reason why peace has been given a bad name and diplomacy is seen as a weak tool, because the elements that makes them strong are sometimes and more often than not are just dismissed in a way. And those elements are like clear and simple. In order to have a durable peace, you have to have accountability, reparation, and a legal framework that would garner and guard the implementation and enforcement of all this. But what would it take to have this legal framework and an effective, functional international law, that international law becomes really effective and not just a suggestion, as a lot of people may be seeing right now? Well, it first, takes the fair laws, it takes strong institutions, and it takes individuals who are independent, protected, and have their own integrity also secured. And these three things are under threat right now. And there are several threats, and I'm just gonna mention the main three core threats to the functionality of rule of law and the effectiveness of it that we very much need. As you all said, I agree with everything you said. It's not limited to the ICC. It's not limited to issues of war crimes. It is well beyond that. Well, the first threat is selective justice and the inconsistency in applying the rule of law and international law all over the world. You cannot call the same war crimes or the same acts that happen in a certain country as genocide, but call it in other countries self-defense. A lot of people think of that as, and name it as this is hypocrisy of the international, leadership. I think hypocrisy is a euphemism of weaponizing the law and euphemism for enabling impunity. And this is not a side issue. When you do that, when you selectively apply the law, when you obviously don't treat what happens in each country, whether we're talking about Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, Cyprus, Armenia, these are the issues that, is not just specified, because when you do it selectively, you undermine the law as an effective tool. And when you undermine the international law, particularly as an effective tool, you become in a weaker position. And again, if you think about all the panels of yesterday, every single issue that was mentioned had to touch upon this. Even the panel that was about trade and transportation ended up referring to the issues that are happening in Gaza, because you cannot ignore it, because it relates to that. And the second threat is basically, I think Osvaldo mentioned this, is the threat to the institutions themselves. When you issue sanctions for members of the ICC because you don't like their ruling, you are not just harming the ICC, you are harming yourself. And there is a very important distinction, because I heard this a lot, and I think it was even in the description of the panel, is this the small states and the big states. I tend not to think that way. There are strong states and weak states. And also strong states are not the states that have bigger armies. They're strong states that have stronger democratic foundations, rule of law, and fair representation of the people. And we've seen this. I can give you like tons of examples, but you know this, that it is, might does not make right, all the time at least. So, and if you think that this would only happen in the threats to the small states, just think about 3 countries, Canada, Denmark, and Mexico. I mean, and what's common about them. And when you think about that these countries, even as a rhetorical threat, are subject to this, something that is like unheard of, it is really underscoring again the issue of the importance of the rule of law that is founded in strong institutions, because this is the guarantor that doesn't change when leadership changes in those countries. And the third one, and the most important, that I think the biggest threat to not justice, but peace and security globally, is corruption. Because corruption is what actually buys impunity. The increased power of the oligarch and the increased, allowance and enabling of corruption is a threat. When President Trump in February decided to suspend by an executive order the Anti-Corruption Act in the FCPA, and 3 countries acted immediately, UK, France, and Switzerland, and they formed an alliance and a task force that is like an anti-corruption task force. This is an example to show that understanding, first of all, these 3 countries were able to do that and had the strength to do something like that because they are strong domestically. They have their own strong internal laws. And because you cannot safeguard international law when your own domestic laws are shaky and are not really on solid ground. So looking at that and seeing is like those countries acting really quickly and fast is a good example of what we need to do, and instead of admiring the problem is actually finding solutions to it. And I think it was just like, it tells you also the capability that a lot of countries have in order to do something when they want to do something. And I think it's just, I would disagree with the description of like the conferences like navigating the unknown, because the people here, the leaders, the policymakers, they are not the ones who are navigating the unknowns. The ones who are navigating the unknowns are the civilians in Gaza who don't know if they're going to live tomorrow or not. Are the people in Sudan who are not sure are they going to be killed or die by starvation or by bombing. People who are navigating the unknown are like Dr. Hajar, who is the doctor in Gaza who found out that her children were bombed and her house were bombed and her children was like burned alive. This is what it means to navigate the unknown, the helplessness. But the people here, it is simple. As the foreign minister of Armenia said yesterday when he first saw, he said, I'm going to say it simply because it's simple. We have tools, we are able to stop it. We have laws that govern and regulate the use of arms, regulate the ways of like war, and we have the choice to stop it. And it's not helplessness, it's not unknown, we know, but it's a matter of not knowing. It's not about knowing, it's having the political will to do it. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That you really speak to the activist in me, and I'm really glad that you also speak truth to power on very important issues. We have 6 minutes, but I have to ask one question. I can't help myself, and I will let all panelists answer it if they would like, but I'll start with you, Nancy, because it piggybacks off of what you just said. Small states versus, I guess, big states, not the right way of looking at it, better to look at it by strong states, weak states, right? I agree. If I think of, like, how can we convince these major powers to do the right thing, okay?
For example, the situation in Rwanda DRC. Rwanda is a small state, but it's much more powerful and has invaded DRC and is committing all kinds, it's just, the Great Lakes region is an absolute mess. And the Trump administration has gotten involved, but in a transactional sort of way, they are getting involved in peace mediation and basically trying to reinstill the law, law and order, but with an expectation of return. Is this okay? Like, do you think that maybe that's a solution to reach the moral ground of enforcing the rule of law, but there has to be something in it for the power? Or are we doing it wrong if we do? Do you see what my question is?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I have an ethical dilemma with it, but at the same time, if it's a means to the right end, is it okay? What do you think about that?
Well, thank you for this excellent question. And just to be fair and clear, the transactional approach to foreign policy did not just start with Trump. It has been mostly the way of the United States, and the approach particularly towards countries, it's like what we call, like, for lack of a better word, weaker countries. And I think it's just like there are issues that are problematic with that, is like in the understanding that the military solution is the solution. That, again, like, might makes right. But the biggest problem of like this approach to foreign policy, it makes all the right calculations sometimes, but it factors out the people. It is government to government, is thinking about, is like the leadership and mostly the current leadership, without making dues like what would happen is this particular leadership goes away. And that what happens eventually if there's no justice, if there's no peace. And we've seen it in many places. We've seen what happened in Syria and other places, is these regimes look very powerful. They look in control, but they're super fragile, and their fragility surprises us every single time, although, we talk about that. So yes, it's like, is it important to have and engage with those leaders? Yes, it is, but it has to be through transitional justice. It is not possible to guarantee durable peace when you think about past atrocities and violences as water under the bridge. It doesn't work. Thank you.
The question is not strictly relevant to each of your positions, but if you have any insights on the question, not necessarily just in that case, but in navigating cooperation with states and maybe conversations about, well, what's in it for me if I join? I don't know, if you want to touch upon it, but I'm not going to insist.
Yes, absolutely, I would like to, because it's, I think it touches again on a core issue. And as I said before, the rule of law is the cornerstone for everything. And it's not only a principle, because EU, as imperfect as it may be, there is something that I would like to highlight, is that with Lisbon Treaty, the rule of law is actually become a value of the European Union, a value which is a basis on which the EU is composed. So it is more than just a principle, it's a value. And when we speak about cooperation in cases that Eurojust is handling, I think the national authorities are usually motivated to provide cooperation because they see their own interest in it, if I may say so. Although I firmly believe that rule of law is not a commodity, should not be commodity, should not be traded, because it's a principle, it's a value, it should be applied. But also in real life, there are all kinds of limitations. In international judicial cooperation, anybody who has been involved in that knows that there are, of course, limits to it. And I will not try to fool you by saying that Eurojust is a magician, is a magic formula which solves all the problems. It's not. We build bridges. We make connection between the requesting country and executing country, or the countries who conduct parallel investigations. We make bridges between the people who are conducting those investigations. But we do not have any power on them. We cannot command or tell national authorities what to do or what not to do. So when we provide and we promise support to our colleagues from our national authorities. What we can guarantee is the effort, not the result, because the result is on the execution country. But there is an important element which is built in the system, and I think this is the beauty of it. It's the peer pressure, because being a member of this community, if my authorities are not responsive to judicial requests, I have to explain that to my colleagues. And it's not easy. And for a certain time, I can use my credit, but after a while, this credit will run out, and I will have to go back home, and I will have to address the issue with home authorities at adequate level. If that means that I have to address it at the highest possible level, at the Prosecutor General's level, I will do so. And this is what all the colleagues who are members of Eurojust will do. So this is the development which we have seen in the EU in the last 20 years, a little bit more than 20 years. And it may not look like much, but in practice, it does a bigger difference. And as I said before, if we manage to tackle this trans-border crime, which is borderless, and let's be honest, the organized crime groups are operating without any limits, without any hindrance, without any problems connected to jurisdictions, if we, which are linked by and limited by all those limitations, wish to tackle that effectively, no state can do that on its own. We need to work together. We need to work together as one. And this is the tools we have, and we should use them, and I think they do make a difference. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to selectively answer your question, because I don't want to, let's say, it would be a little bit outside the scope of what I can say. I think that when leadership has a moral component, it's stronger. And when leadership is transactional, it may expose double standards that may weaken that moral component. And there is a lot of strength in the soft power that moral leadership gives to a state, a nation, a politician. I also think that sometimes some positions may amount to shooting yourself in the foot, because all states at some point have an interest in rule of law and accountability of some kind. And when you delegitimize the institutions that are dealing with accountability and with justice, then when is your turn to ask for that accountability and that justice? Or when is the turn to ask for accountability and justice for other situations? Then those will also be delegitimized. The ICC is operating in a number of situations that touch the broad political spectrum of world politics today. And the kind of actions that are being taken against the court are not only affecting its ability to work in one situation, are affecting its ability to function properly in all of its situations. And that is detrimental, even for those powerful states that want to pursue specific transactional, let's say, even aims. So I would hope that there is, I think, a turn towards a more moral leadership in the world. Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to add some points to what my colleagues, distinguished colleagues, has already told. One practical issue I would like to mention that we have already started our communication and collaboration with Eurojust, actually, and we are in the process, the final process of sending the liaison prosecutor to Eurojust office, and it will be the end of the year that we will finalize the process and will be at the office. But the bricks, as you mentioned, Shayla, are there. We are already in daily communication with our colleagues and on very specific international criminal acts. I mean transnational crimes, money laundering and financial crimes and etc. And it's very strong tie and bones between Armenia and the Eurojust. And the second issue I would like to stress, it's the morality component. As my colleagues already mentioned, it's the essence, but I will add the integrity part. Because when we're talking about morality, for example, in judiciary, it is the matter of integrity. It's the behavior when no one is watching. And corruption issues, we were discussing with my colleagues yesterday, is a modern way of slavery, as I used to say to my students at Yerevan State University when we were discussing the integrity issues and corruption issues. And impunity, both domestically and globally, it blooms within the scope of corruption. So if we want to improve the situation, within the judiciary, for example, in our country, we need to start fighting the corruption. So maybe there is no very strong linkage between when we're talking about international criminal codes and, for example, the corruption issues and integrity issues within the country. But it's the ground of trust. And the trust is the essence for prosecutor's office to collaborate, and the trust is the ground and platform for the ICC to deal with the country. So it's two main points I would like to add to what my colleagues have already said. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your patience. And I do apologize that we won't be able to take Q&A after all. We're here to answer any questions you have anyway. Sorry, I know. This was my dream panel, but my dream of having Q&A didn't come true. Something had to give. I'm sorry. But thank you all so much. I really loved this conversation, and I'm really honored that I was able to moderate this amazing panel. Thank you all.
I just want everyone of us to applaud Samir for making Yerevan Dialogue last time happen. I would more evaluate about the Yerevan Dialogue, Samir, if you let me. The inaugural Yerevan Dialogue session last year, I'm most proud of the foundation we together laid for this inclusive, forward-looking and constructive discussions on peace and cooperation. Bringing together diverse voices, diplomats, policymakers, civil society leaders and experts in an atmosphere of open dialogue was a significant milestone for us and Armenia. Despite complex geopolitical challenges, we fostered meaningful exchanges on critical issues, from conflict resolution to economic connectivity, climate change, green technologies, AI, demonstrating that dialogue is not just possible but essential. This year, our ambition was bigger: to deepen the impact of Yerevan Dialogue by translating ideas into practical steps. So I hope to see stronger partnerships, and we already saw that, formed with a focus on concrete initiatives. A lot of bilateral meetings were happening in the sidelines of this Yerevan Dialogue, and I really consider this year's Yerevan Dialogue a success. Additionally, we aimed at our platform becomes more inclusive. Of course, Armenians without ambitions are not Armenians. With stronger participation of youth. This year, we have introduced Yerevan Dialogue Young Fellows format that aims to build an international network of young leaders and foster dialogue on contemporary issues. This program is designed for young professionals from governments, foreign affairs ministries, international organizations, as well as academy and expert community. It is open for students and early career professionals with strong interest in diplomacy, international relations, economy, or related fields. Ultimately, the Yerevan Dialogue has the potential to become an inclusive platform for continuing the global conversations on pressing issues and trust building. This year, I want to see it take bold steps towards our joint vision. Samir Can, in this uncertain geopolitical climate, how should we re-examine the role of Europe in the South Caucasus?
How should we be examining the role of Europe? Look, for us, Europe is a lifeline. In many ways, I have said this in many platforms. India and the larger European continent are joined at the hips. We have very strong human links because we have millions that are present in this continent, that are contributing to the economic growth of this continent. But of course, our security concerns, our climate concerns, our concerns around the rules-based order are actually coming from the same origins. We follow very similar practices on both of these different geographies, right? So for me, a stable Europe is a net positive for India, and I hope that Europe senses and seizes this moment and becomes a far more sovereign actor, which is more propositional, which is more intentional, and which is able to shape the future of economic growth and the political and security architecture, rather than lean on and rely on just what the big two have to suggest. I think Europe needs its own voice, and I have a feeling Europe is now finding that voice. This is one of the most important moments for Europe. But David, from just to flip it around, now, you know, last year the Prime Minister opened this conference with his connectivity vision, the vision for peace. This year he has, in pretty much a rock star manner, you know, with in a Steve Jobs kind of a way, he has given a presentation as well. But having done this for 2 years, how are you seeing trade, connectivity, and economic partnerships transform, in some sense, the regional dynamics? Have you seen some significant change since last year?
Samir, trade and connectivity for us are not just economic factors. They are powerful incentives for maintaining peace. Being based on shared interests, they transform zero-sum games into opportunities for mutual gain and cooperation.
In the South Caucasus, in our region, where historical tensions persisted through centuries, ages, millennia, reopening transport routes. Why I say reopening? Because these transport routes have historically been there. So we are now, our strategy is now to reopen these routes. Easing cross-border commerce, integrating energy and digital infrastructure may be key factors for reducing isolation, building interdependencies, and foster people-to-people contacts and dialogue. Crossroads of peace is more than logistics. It's about rewriting the region's future. Free movement of goods and integrated infrastructures effectively increase the cost of conflicts and the incentives for cooperation grow. For lasting stability, the infrastructure connectivity should be accompanied by mutual trust, transparent customs agreement, joint ventures, and business ties to ensure these links into the political system. Samir, what is the role of technology in reshaping relations within different geographies? How should we examine this region through a geotech lens?
You know, I recently, this is a pitch for my book. Please read the book. It's a book called Geotechnography. I've actually examined this in great detail, and David, I have a copy for you. But for me...
I was going to ask.
I'm carrying a copy for you, and you'll have it. But for me, there are three big questions that are up for grabs. How has technology changed the relationship between countries? And of course, there are trading issues, there are security questions, and there are, of course, productivity and labor and mobility questions as well. So that's one big format that is really being rewritten today, and none of us are certain on what that format is going to look like. How are big technology states and small states that depend on technology states going to create a new partnership that is fair, equal, inclusive, and equitable? And I think we are seeing a certain hegemonic tendencies in technology sector, but we are also seeing now the democratization of technology that is actually allowing some of the very nimble, agile, small states like Armenia to compete with the much bigger geographies. A very interesting dynamic, and that's unfolding. The second relationship is what is the relationship between businesses and governments and businesses and the people. And again, technology is so personal today. It is in all our lives. It controls what we eat, who we date, where we travel, what we wear. In many ways, it's a very personal space that private sector today, in many ways, caters towards. There is going to be some changes between how we respond to the companies who offer technology services versus those who give us goods and traditional products. So I think that's the second big change that is underway. But finally, I think technology is changing our relationship with ourselves, who we are. You know, our histories are no longer about just the land we live in. Our histories are shaped by the Instagram stories from far and wide. Sometimes we are more religious than maybe our previous generation was. Sometimes we are more linguistic than our neighbors are. Sometimes we are more ideological in certain other ways. So technology is changing humankind profoundly. This is the time for deeper collaboration and conversations on this. And Yerevan Dialogue is actually hosting some very important conversations on AI and being human in this very, very transitional phase. So technology is deep. David, no easy answer, no good answer, but a positive future will be discovered through collaboration and conversations. David, let me ask you something about Yerevan now. Next year, you're going to be hosting two big conferences, right? You have the COP17, and you have the EU leaders meeting here as well, community meeting here as well. Thousands are going to come to Armenia. So best of luck with the infrastructure and everything else you need to accommodate them. But I want to really ask about something which is less known about Armenia. We know about your technology, we know about your cognac, but we don't know about the significant attachment to conservation and how Armenia is privileging this in its policy. And I want you to speak on that a little, on your relationship with conservation efforts, and a glimpse into next year. What are we trying to do at that big conference?
You couldn't ask a more difficult question. Thank you. Samir, Armenia's rich biodiversity and fragile ecosystems make conservation not just an environmental imperative, but a moral and economic one. As a nation disproportionately impacted by climate change, water scarcity, to extreme weather conditions, natural disasters, we had one last year. For us, it's a matter of urgency to advance climate change adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity protection, and address land degradation. I would mention 3 points that can anchor a just energy transition. Leveraging renewable energy potential with 330 days of sunshine annually in Armenia, and on top wind resources, Armenia can accelerate solar wind investments not just for energy security, but to create green jobs and reduce CO2 emissions. Protecting ecosystems as infrastructure, reforestation, watershed management, and land restoration programs must be treated with the same urgency as roads or utilities. Initiatives like the Greenbelt Reforestation Project can combat soil corrosion while sequestering carbon. And the third one, equity-centered policies. A just transition means ensuring that vulnerable communities, especially those near mining sites or energy hubs, benefit from new industries. This requires inclusive planning, reskilling programs, and strict enforcement of environmental safeguards. Armenia's small size is an advantage here. We can pilot innovative models like circular economies in waste management or agri-tech for water conservation that inspire larger nations. By aligning conservation with economic resilience, we prove that environmental justice isn't a trade-off, but the foundation of sustainable development and society's resilience and well-being. But I want to ask you a question about Ryazina. This year we were there to mark the 10th anniversary of Ryazina. Has the unraveling of traditional multilateral institutions underscored the value of high-level dialogues in modern times?
I think the easy answer is yes. Multilateralism today is witnessing a recession. We are seeing more geopolitics and less multilateralism. And in times where you have more politics and less conversations, you have to aid conversations. And dialogue such as the Yerevan dialogue, for example, is a vital instrument for the global community to have conversations that are nearly impossible to conduct in a more formal track one process. Because countries have used, in many ways, what I call cancel culture in geopolitics as well. We actually cancel countries and we refuse to have conversations without any recognition of the fact that we are hurting ourselves. I think geopolitics is today equally about self-harm as it is about cancel culture. It's a dangerous space. So Yerevan dialogue, Ryazina dialogue, which we celebrated 10 years of, and thank you for your partnership. Armenia has been on the journey for 5 of those years. So you've been a partner, country partner, in your private sector and leaders have participated for 5 years of those. Yerevan dialogue, and Ryazina dialogue and many others around the world are today trying to fill the void that a failing and a flailing multilateral architecture deserves, needs, requires. A UN is not able to reinvent itself in this century. Till such time that it does, we need to continue to have these, in many ways, quasi-institutions that support it. But I think there is a second reason as well why these dialogues are important. Because most of the multilateral architecture was designed around 2 truths which no longer exist. One, that you have 1 or 2 superpowers who would underwrite the success of the multilateral system. In a multipolar world, that assumption is failing. And 2, that the nation state is the only voice that needs to come out of a geography. You have a multi-stakeholder community that is deeply invested in climate that you just mentioned. Just transitions is a people's issue, right? You need participation of communities. You need participation of private sector. You need participation of banks and financial institutions. And they need avenues where they can participate in the shaping of the future architecture. So the Yerevan dialogue, the Raisina dialogue are actually places where states, private sector, and people come together to build a future and hopefully shape a future that is fairer, more equitable, and more inclusive than the past. Congratulations on Yerevan dialogue, David. Let me just leave one final thought for you as we close. What are you going to make us do next year?
I think we will have a bigger party next year for sure. But we will hopefully speak about how Armenia and the region achieved peace and stability, and go forward to do some lessons learned, talk more about the issues that are not only of our concern, but also our friends and partners, and have more beautiful and fantastic guests as well. Thank you, Samir.
Thank you, David, ladies and gentlemen. David. Thank you.
We are going to start our discussion very shortly. Thank you. It is a
Deputy Minister, distinguished guests, colleagues, good afternoon. Let me welcome you all to Day 2 of Yerevan Dialogue 2025, in the margins of which we had the honor and privilege to host the side event entitled Restoration to Resilience Towards Biodiversity COP17 and Beyond. As Armenia prepares to host the UN Biodiversity COP17 next year, this event serves as a strategic milestone, highlighting the importance of integrated approaches and inclusive partnerships in addressing the dual crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change. Today, we will focus particularly on the experiences and insights from the Armenia Resilient Landscapes project, a remarkable initiative that places local communities, ecosystem restoration, and resilience building at its core, and serves as an excellent example of cooperation with external counterparts in advancing Armenia's green and sustainable agenda. Today's conversation will revolve around 4 key themes: innovative financing for biodiversity, Armenia's trajectory towards COP17, international cooperation for resilience and conservation, community-centered ecosystem stewardship. We are joined by a distinguished panel representing government, international development, diplomacy, and human rights perspectives. Their voices, insights, and experience will help us explore how local action can be connected to global ambition and how we can work together to build momentum toward COP17 and beyond. Please welcome our panelists, the Deputy Minister of Environment of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Aram Meymaryan. Task Team Leader of the Resilient Project representing the World Bank, Mr. Fiseha Tesema. Vice Chair of the UN Working Group on the Rights of Peasants and Other People Working in Rural Areas, Mr. David Hagopian. And the Head of Development Cooperation and Deputy Head of Embassy of Sweden in Armenia, Mr. Klas Waldenström. Thank you. Dear panelists, thank you so much for joining the panel discussion. Let me start with a general question to all of you, and I will invite each of you to kindly reflect on those questions raised. So, in light of today's theme, which is restoration to resilience, how do you see the role of your organization evolving to address biodiversity loss through integrated long-term approaches, especially as we approach to COP17? Deputy Minister, would you like to start?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this question. First of all, we should think about the COP17. We should start why we have initiated this process. So Armenia, in this challenging region and challenging times, we in the Ministry of Environment were thinking that we need some support and boost for our citizens, for our country, to feel like a part of a global, part of a world with the same shared problems and opportunities. So in the Ministry of Environment, we felt that our agenda for triple planetary crisis and to combating climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, we were not having so much attention, to be honest. And then we initiated this process, and also the COP is for biodiversity is so much about Armenia and this region. That's why it's more understandable for our citizens, for our rural communities and for everyone. So firstly, we initiated this process for us and for our citizens because we understood that if we do not preserve our biodiversity and the lands, we will have very big problems in a long run. And in this challenging region, with challenging times, it will make a real difference in a long run. So this is a local incentives, and then of course we are sharing the same problems with the globe, and we want to be part of the in the front line of combating biodiversity loss. So in the Ministry of Environment, we think that this agenda with such an importance will help us also to get more attention in order to put the environmental agenda in the line ministry strategies and action plans, and to make them think about more long-term preservation of our natural capital. This is overall my
Thank you so much. That's very important to hear the internal position on the biodiversity loss issue and how the role of respective ministry is seen by itself. So maybe, Mr. Desema, would you like to complement if the Deputy Minister reflected on the internal conditions? Maybe you would like to add up to that how the role of World Bank could be, in your opinion, in the context of addressing this issue of biodiversity loss and towards the COP17?
Thanks, Milena. And thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, I think just to complement the Deputy Minister, the World Bank in general, our role is to support the government and to help the Deputy Minister. That's what our role is, because we are working directly with the government. What are we doing? Let me put it in 3 areas. One is, what is the status? What is going on with biodiversity? What is the biodiversity status around the world? That's what we do. We just analyze it because, first, knowledge is very important. One thing I want to emphasize relating to this is most of us are very familiar with the World Bank as a financial institute. Yes, it is. It's a development institute. It's a financial institute, but more than that, it is a knowledge bank. So the first is knowledge. What's going on? And then once we understand what's going on, the status of biodiversity, as a financial institute, we would like to know what does it cost, especially what does it cost the development effort. So we need to analyze, we need to understand it. Second, okay, if that is a problem, let us work on reversing the trajectory, reversing the current status. So we go directly to investment. That's the second approach. The third is not only for the bank, but also for anyone to help, what kind of financial mechanisms, financial instruments are helpful for biodiversity. So the third focus that we have been doing is on the designing and structuring financial instruments. So, in short, 3 areas. One is knowledge, second is investment, and third is designing financial instruments. Those are, I think, where we are focusing on.
Thank you, Tesea. That's really helpful to understand the scope of interventions that the World Bank is ready to assist the government of Armenia towards. And Mr. Hakopian, would you like to also give us an overall context how, for example, the UN Working Group on the Rights of Peasants could complement the overall efforts towards regaining the biodiversity and preserving the values of biodiversity that we have?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to represent our working group. So just for your information, this working group on the rights of the peasants was set up in 2024 within the UN framework by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. So our main mandate is to promote and to monitor the implementation of the Declaration on the Rights of the Peasants. At the same time, we handle with individual complaints that we receive from different corners on the violation or potential violation of the rights of the peasants enshrined under this document. How we relate to biodiversity? We all know that the peasants are those the most affected, disproportionately affected by loss of diversity, climate change, soil erosion, and environmental degradation. When I say peasant, it is an umbrella term. It covers fishing, hunting, forestry. The peasants are those who are the most connected to nature, water, forest. So we talk about small food producers. And definitely, our working group, we are supposed by our mandate to submit 2 reports on selected topics. One to General Assembly in New York of the United Nations, and the second one to Human Rights Council. This year, we decided that those topics will be on the rights to participation and about the general trends of the situation of the peasants. And definitely, why not? Maybe next year it will be rights to seed, rights to biodiversity. So for us, it is essential that we recognize the central role of the peasants in our efforts within the framework of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think all of us agree that the biodiversity issue is a complex issue that also requires inclusive systems to be in place to address the issues like the problems that we have in reality. So, Mr. Waldensrom, would you like to reflect on the government of Sweden commitment and efforts towards supporting the Armenian government in its efforts towards greener, resilient Armenia? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, a big congratulations to the government of Armenia for securing the COP. This is a really important milestone and an opportunity, an excellent opportunity to showcase that Armenia's efforts at resilience extends beyond human security, sovereignty, into the environmental and climate sphere, so an excellent opportunity. Thank you also, Deputy Minister, for your leadership in a collaboration on restoring Armenia's beautiful landscape together with our partners in the World Bank and your implementation unit. It's been a pleasure. Now, I always say that Armenia's landscapes are not only beautiful, and they are extremely beautiful, but they also represent the value. They represent the historic value, they represent the present value, but they also represent the future value. So to invest in Armenia's beautiful landscape is an investment in the future, into future generations, into communities that can thrive economically, and a really big investment also for us and the government of Sweden, one which we do not expect to have a financial return on, but we hope that they will bear fruit, both literally and metaphorically, by bringing back a value to communities and citizens in Armenia. And this is why we are engaged, and it's a testament to Sweden's increasing, in fact, exponential growing commitment to Armenia, where we have tripled and soon quadrupled our development cooperation assistance to Armenia's young democracy and its resilience in all its dimensions.
Thank you so much. I think we, all of us, through this project, feel the support of the Swedish government, and that is very much appreciated because we need the support to push forward the agenda that we have to the limits possible. Thank you so much. At this stage, I would like to dive deeper into the specific dimensions of this work towards the COP17. So from financing to partnerships, from local communities to global platforms. So again to you, Mr. Deputy Minister, so how is the ministry leveraging the momentum of towards the upcoming COP17 to anchor biodiversity in national development policies and regulations?
Thank you very much. I should continue how I have started. So we have initiated the COP and we have targeted to put the issues of biodiversity loss and climate change and land degradation into intersectoral discussion, into other line ministries, strategies and action plans. And in order to do this, we have our NBSAP, National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which we are now in a development process, and we are trying to make it whole of government and whole of society approach. So the process is based with many discussions, many tough discussions, and many plannings for the future. And the good thing is that with the global event that we are going to have in Armenia, now our colleagues are more on our side. With the help of this pressure and knowledge, especially coming from CBD, we are now discussing with our colleagues the issues that are so relevant for us. For example, we are discussing with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Territorial Administration about small food producers, as you said, with the Ministry of Economy. So what we are saying that in order to have the products and good products, you need to preserve the biodiversity. When you are producing milk or meat, or anything with the help of agriculture, you need to preserve the biodiversity, which is actually a meal for your agriculture animals, and then you can have a quality milk, and then you can think about the better markets. So it's not about the preserving actually. It's not only about the preserving the biodiversity. It's actually preserving us. It's about us also. So all these aspects are now easily discussed with our line ministries and put in the strategies. Another important thing is a discussion with the Ministry of Territorial Administration. So in the spatial planning, the environmental agenda should be there. So Ministry of Finance, the financing should be there in order to foster the agenda. Overall, I can say that in this very important path is very vital and essential the support that is coming from our international partners. So thank you very much to the government of Sweden. That through SIDA, the government of Sweden is doing so much in Armenia, not only with the Resilient project, but also with the waste, with the green agenda, with the help of approximation of the EU directives, and not only government of Sweden, but the EU is with us, the UN agencies, with different organizations, with GIZ, with KfW. So we feel this strong support in our, as you mentioned, young democracy, to strengthen and to invite all our partner ministries to get to the topic and for the strengthening our country in a long run, and to preserving actually the biodiversity and the lands and the forests and everything and natural capital that we have. This is the global discussion within the government of Armenia. Of course, sometimes it's very new for our colleagues, but more of them are now on the topic, and for example, the Ministry of Economy is very actively engaging in all these topics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. So since we have this unity around the topic and the agenda, and since the Deputy Minister also highlighted the role of multilateral agencies and our bilateral counterparts in this, Mr. Tessema, would you like to reflect on how can multilateral development institutions like the World Bank help to unlock and sustain innovative financing for biodiversity conservation?
Thanks. I think you said it well. Finance is important. And as I said it earlier, one of the three focuses of the bank around biodiversity is designing the financial instrument, the financial mechanisms. Now, where is the money coming from? And what is the instrument? First, the money should come from every one of us. So every citizen, everyone has to pay for biodiversity. I think that's the first, because there is no free lunch for anything. So there is no free lunch even for ecosystem services. So we need to pay for the ecosystem services that we have. Who is paying for the natural water purification? We invest a lot to get distilled water, but nature has been doing its own work and purified water. So that has to be costed. That ecosystem service is one. Who is paying for the carbon sequestration, where biodiversity is sequestrating the carbon, but nobody's paying? Then we have to pay for that service. So that proper ecosystem service payment, or payment for ecosystem service, is one of the most important things that the government needs to design it as one of the best financial instruments for biodiversity. So I think payment for ecosystem service need to be structured properly. Second, private sector has to pay. That's where the money is. Currently, biodiversity, more than 92% of the biodiversity financing is coming from the public money. Public money is under stress because of other competitive priorities. And the money is in the private sector hand, and who is also very much working around the biodiversity is the private sector. So the private sector, through carbon credits, one financial mechanism. Second, through the biodiversity offset payment. When there is a private sector investment, there is impact on the biodiversity. So there should be a biodiversity offsets payment, or that is another financial mechanism we can consider. The third for private sector is around the value chain. When a food company is selling some item of food, where is that coming from? Mostly from the biodiversity. So go through the value chain, analyze it, and the money should generate through the value chain, and the private sector has to cost it. And fourth, I think the private sector has to work around the green bond, but I'll come to that one. So that's private sector. Now we have very involving financial instruments for the biodiversity. One is green bond. Green bond is where now it is becoming very popular, and the World Bank has a number of projects projects around green bond for many countries, and where that money can be, or capital can be mobilized for biodiversity activities. Green bond is one we need to think about, especially in a country like Armenia, where it is really quite rich in biodiversity. One thing to think about is the green bond. The second is the biodiversity credit. This is a form of carbon credits where we can go to the financial markets for mobilizing of capital. So that can be, for example, we have wetland in this project. Now, see Armenia, where is Armenia competitive advantage? Okay, Armenia could be a forest poor country, but Armenia is one of the richest countries in wetland. And wetland has 5-6 times carbon sequestration capacity than forest. So that's where the competitive advantage of the countries. Now turn that restoration of wetland into a carbon credit, into a biodiversity credit. Go to the market, mobilize capital. I think that's another financial instrument where we can look at.
Thank you so much. It's actually a very comprehensive and practical guidance, because what I heard is think about the blue market, the blue, not only the green one, but also the blue one. And that's interesting because we all know Armenia is a landlocked country, and it's very interesting perspective. Thank you for sharing that with us. And since today our focus on is on the project, Armenia Resilient Landscapes Project, I would like to also to refer to project implementation processes. So, and here, Mr. Hagopian, please, could you reflect on what is the role, the potential role of right-based approaches that they can play in ensuring that these efforts towards biodiversity conservation or climate change issues are just, inclusive, and community-driven?
Thank you for your excellent question. As I mentioned, small food producers, they produce 70% of the food, but at the same time, they are the most poor and vulnerable. And our declaration, it came to provide for new rights. For the first time, the right to seeds has been recognized by the Declaration of the United Nations on the rights of the peasants, the right to food sovereignty. But at the same time, the peasants, as I said, it is an umbrella term which covers, as I said, fishing, hunting, forestry, pastoralists, etc. And they also speak on behalf of the nature. So that's why when the declaration gives new interpretation of the rights, it takes also into account the interest of nature, the interest of ecosystems. I can give you an example, right to land. In our declaration, right to land, it means the sustainable use of land. It forbids excessive concentration of lands. It recognizes the social function of the land. It promotes agroecology. Like the main rights that are provided by our declaration and are relevant to today's topic are rights to participation in decision-making, rights to biodiversity and rights to preserve seeds, rights to environmental protection and conservation, rights to natural resources. By the way, for the first time, if in the 60s, 70s, that my colleague can approve, that during new economic order, all international documents were talking about state sovereignty over the national resources. Our declaration, for the first time, talks about peasants' rights over, peasant sovereignty over the national resources. That's why it gives huge importance to the peasant's voice while conducting environmental impact assessments. They should duly be consulted. Also, one of the important rights, it is right to food sovereignty, right to local traditional knowledge. So as you can see, the integration of all these rights into the efforts, into the framework of the Convention on Biological Diversity I believe it is essential. So that's why I'm very, very happy to be here and to participate here. I would like also to maybe to address and to ask my colleague from World Bank, because World Bank has integrated into their due diligence process the rights of indigenous people. And I believe that now it's turn also to give attention to our declaration, because our declaration on the rights of the peasants, it is considered as a sister declaration on the Convention on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So I believe, as you said, the rights of the peasants, and again I would like to emphasize, peasant, it is an umbrella term. Peasant, it is in this term we synthesize biodiversity and biological and anthropological approaches, human rights with the interests of nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hakopian. We reflect on this important issue of human rights being taken into consideration and put in the core of all of the activities. But my opinion is that the Ministry of Environment, in its intervention and activities, always takes into consideration and put this as a priority. So I mean also the inclusiveness and addressing the community level needs and hearing the voice of communities. So, Mr. Deputy Minister, could you please also reflect on what mechanisms are in place or envisioned to ensure the community voices while shaping the Armenia's resilient future?
Thank you for this very important question. Actually, we cannot, government and the Ministry of Environment, we cannot do the job alone. And not only we cannot do the job alone, it will not make any sense to do it alone. Because in order to address our issues, we need to have everyone on board. And firstly, of course, the communities and the local population, and their voices should be heard very, very strongly in our policy making, because I think in Armenia we have wasted a lot of times in previous periods where the voices were not heard, and we saw how this degraded the affairs between local communities, population, and government. And I think that the one very good example of that we are inviting everyone on board is that we are developing our NBSAP based on everyone's voice and opinion. In last a couple of weeks ago, we had a dialogue in Dilijan where we have invited the private sector, our colleagues from ministries and state institutions, NGOs, and local population to discuss the NBSAP and the targets that we are putting and the action plan that we are going to have there. Because Armenia wants to have an NBSAP which will be whole of government and whole of society approach will be there, and we want to have an NBSAP which will be an example. Of course, this is not an easy task. Let's not forget that Armenia is still a developing country, and for us this is a very difficult task, but we are trying to do and trying to invite everyone in this process. Another initiative that I want to talk is that now we are in a process of developing a governmental decree on our for leasing our forest lands and lands of especially protected areas, and here one of the main evaluation criteria is the social impact that the investment will have with the communities. And also our law on environmental impact assessment takes into consideration the voices of the population of the impacted area for the investment. So I think we are on a good direction. Of course, it's not the end of the story. We should do more. And here I just want to also mention that international partners are helping us a lot. For example, the project that we have with World Bank and SIDA, it takes into account the social impact that the project will have for the local communities in the long run. And this Resilient Armenia project is not the only case. In every project, we have this very vital role of local communities. So when we are protecting the forests or the specially protected areas, the local communities should gain from that protection, because we think that, and we perceive the protection is not an obstacle, but rather than opportunity to grow and to strengthen the local businesses. So these are examples of what we are doing and what are on our tables while discussing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's very important, and all of the parties, I believe, appreciate that the bottom-up and locally led approach is expanding towards every initiative and activity and intervention. So as we referred again to the project, I would like to invite Mr. Tessema to maybe reflect on, do you think the project already shows space to be scaled up for Armenia, further for Armenia, or maybe globally already? Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, Milena. What was the title of the session? Because I really love it. It says act locally, local action for global impact. It's really very nice, quite beautiful title. And I think Donna also, when she made a really excellent speech, and she emphasized that, but that's really great. Act locally, local action for global impact, or as usually we say, think globally, act locally. So let us think globally. The problem of land degradation, biodiversity degradation, is not only a problem in Armenia, it's a global issue. 40% of the overall land of our planet is degraded, which means almost half of the total population of this planet is living in a degraded land. And look, what does that mean in finance? I think that's where we can understand it better. It means 44 trillion economy is now in problem. Because of that is in the degraded land. Because of that, I think we need to act. And that's why globally we have now global targets. The world, through UNCCD, has now put a target to restore 1.5 billion hectares by 2030. Well, 2030 is just 5 years away from now. It's not really too far. But it will cost 2.6 trillion. That's to restore 1.5 billion hectares. It will cost 2.6 trillion. Where does that money come? I think as we discussed, that's an issue, but it's a global problem. So now we have also another target, biodiversity. If you see the biodiversity global framework, it puts a target saying 30% of degraded biodiversity around the world should be restored by 2030, 30%. That is a huge target. European Union just last year in June has enacted a new law. And it is mandatory for every EU member countries to restore 20% of their land by 2030. And 100% of the land should be restored by 2050. So these are the global context, the global issues. So the project here should not be only for Armenia. But why we are in Armenia? Because in Armenia, currently, right now, close to 20%, or to be precise, 19.6% of Armenian land is degraded, which has a problem with agriculture or is unfit for most of the biodiversity. What does that mean in financial terms? I think that's better to understand it. 19.6% of degraded land for Armenia means 260 million per annum, annually. It costs the country. That 260 million should be, every year is losing, the country is losing that amount of money, which is I think close to 1.1 or something GDP. Okay, what about if we don't have projects like this? If we don't act now? If we don't act now in Armenia, by 2050, this 19.6% degraded land will go up into close to 25%. And the current cost of that is 260 million per annum will go up into 536 million, at a huge amount. So Armenia will lose 536 million every year if we don't act, if we don't change the status quo. Go back to now the global one. What about if the world doesn't act? If the world doesn't act, 40% of the land that is already degraded will have a loss of 44% of land productivity. That's a lot. What does that mean to every one of us? If we all do not act, the whole planet doesn't act. If we don't act, every citizen of this planet, food price will increase by 30%. I think that's how we can get it. Look, every year you go to the grocery and all of a sudden you have 30% increase in prices. And that is because of the land degradation. So we need to work globally. Because of that, now we have the same kind of similar projects, that's nature restoration projects in Central Asia, in Europe, and around the world. Since I'm covering most of the Europe and South Caucasus, that's what I know better. We have projects in, that's quite similar projects. After Armenia, we design we take the Armenia experience. Based on that experience, now we have in Moldova quite similar project. And we are also designing a similar project in Montenegro, but it's a quite large scale, it's a bigger scale. And we are also now trying to collect the knowledge to do the same in Ukraine. And that has to be done everywhere. So we think globally, but we need to act locally. And I like really the title of the session, which is really great. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing, Mr. Tassama. And Mr. Waddle-Sturm, you wanted to add something?
I did, thank you. So I just wanted to say that a lot of very wise things has been said today, including the need to have more local participation, the need to attract more investment to biodiversity and to the environment and climate in general. Now, international cooperation and partners like ourselves can only do so much. Armenia needs big investments, and a lot of that will probably have to come both from domestic resource mobilization, but also from the private sector. I'm convinced that these investments will come. Armenia has great natural values and great attraction, I think, for eco-tourism and other enterprises that can bring in a lot of income generation to Armenian communities. There are obstacles, of course. peace and stability being one of those which is harder to control for, and I hope that this will come, and this will also bring with it more opportunities, income opportunities and investments in Armenia's climate. But what we can do already today, of course, is the other part, which is to make sure that people in the marges feel that this is, we are in this together, the policy makers, local communities, the private sector, because I think it's only then that change will happen. If you start a hostel in Tavush or somewhere, then all of a sudden, you know, your clients, they are maybe hikers. Then you want your forest to be well kept and accessible, or you want your neighbors to have a tidy backyard and not burn any plastic rubbish just you know, by the windows of your guests. You want the roads to your village to be in good condition, etc. And these sort of mechanisms, I think, is what will foster a change and make it, you know, apparent to everyone that this is actually represents a value and an investment in the future.
Thank you so much. I think that was a great summary of a whole discussion. And with this, I think we have limited time. So I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. And if not, I have one more. So please go ahead if you have any questions. Three, two, one. I will ask mine. Thank you. So the last question, as we talked about the possibilities of scale up, like generally, Mr. Hakopian, do you have any like specific thoughts from the perspective of your work and the UN Working Group's activities? What should be considered from human rights perspective while doing any project scale ups? Maybe that we will take that into consideration for the scale-up of our Resilient project.
Thank you. As I said, the natural food base really is being rapidly degraded. And the Declaration on the Rights of the Peasants, it came to promote food peasant systems, food diversity. It came to fight against monocultures. It preserves rights to seeds. And as I said, the peasants are those who can best represent the interests of nature, the interests of ecosystems. So definitely my advice that during your projects, you should be guided by our declaration. Plus, our declaration, it clearly says that all member states of the United Nations, while giving interpretation to their international agreements, they should be guided by human rights enshrined under this declaration. It is not international treaty, it is a soft law. However, that's why in Geneva, Human Rights Council decided to set up our working group as a special procedure with the main mandate to monitor the implementation of this declaration. That's why I'm also in Armenia. I'm Armenian. I was selected into this group from Eastern European region because the group consists of 5 members who represent 5 regions: Africa, Asia, Western world, East Europe, and Latin America. And definitely we can also handle with the complaints from Armenia if we get. So my advice to be guided by our declaration, and we'll do our best that our declaration, I mean, when I say our, I mean definitely UN declaration, not like national instrument, is, I hope, and definitely I will talk here with the UN office in Armenia so that if we can translate this declaration also into Armenian. And we should do our best to promote. So another advice and maybe request to implement, to promote our declaration also in Armenian regions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take note of that in our future initiatives. So thank you, distinguished panelists, for this very interesting discussion. I think it showed that the seeds of resilience are already planted, and together with the partnership, with inclusion, and with these initiative approaches, we can make them flourish. Thank you so much, dear audience, dear guests, for participation in this side event. And with this, I would like to close the panel discussion and the event itself. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
technologies, which will be moderated by Mr. Leonid Nersisyan. Leonid, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you in this, maybe not the large hall, but the smaller room where we will have much more interactive, I think, discussion and a more focused, narrow topic. Thank you again for coming. I'm joined today by Mr. Aram Jivanyan, Chairman of the Military Industrial Committee of Armenia, Mr. Satoru Nagao, Fellow at Hudson Institute, Ms. Zhuzha Ferenczi, Assistant Professor at Donghua University from Taiwan, and Ms. Urmi Tat, US-India ORF Foundation AI Fellow. So we will be talking about a very, I think, prominent and very hyped topic in general, the AI and dual-use technology, risks, connection to conflicts, military operations, and it's not a secret that this topic is becoming more and more important, and those who follow, for example, Russo-Ukrainian war can see how important dual-use technologies became, and how much is being said about AI and how much money is being invested in that domain in big and not only big countries. So first I will come with a question to Aram, and I want to ask you, how do you see the military applications of AI and dual-use technology nowadays and in near future, and how you see Armenia adapting to that changes, and actually what Armenia is doing in that domains at the moment?
Thank you, Niranjan. So in order to evaluate the applications of AI in defense industry, I think we should make one statement, important statement, which has happened during the last years. I'm summarizing it as an iPhone moment has happened in warfare. So now we see how we move from conventional, like heavy weaponry, to more lightweight and integrated types of weapons, where every sensor becomes a weapon, and every weapon has a sensor. What that means, basically, that means that we are moving to more and more automated and integrated system of warfare, where the role of human or soldier is not undermined, but is getting minimized and minimized, switching more to more automated flows and automated management of the battlefield. In this context, like 10 years ago, software has started to eat the world. That's how I see the software now will start to eat the defense industry. And by saying software, of course, we mean like AI, like the smart software. Hence, there is no doubt that investing in AI, so our main focus to invest in defense industry will be investing more and more in integrated software, and particularly in AI. It is that simple. And now we already see the first products developed by Armenian companies, used by our military already, and where we are doubling down in the directions. We see, let's name a few AI applications which are in use already. First one is, of course, drones, and automating tracking and automated targeting of the weapons. Most of the thing is happened through AI. And this solves lots of problems and takes the weapon to the next level. Your drone or loitering munition now can fly in a jump areas. It can fly without operators for certain direction or for certain period of time. Depending on how much you automate or how advanced your AI is, in that level you minimize the factor of officer, the factor of human mistakes. Second application of AI, which I believe If I would have only $1 million in defense industry to invest in, that's where I would invest in, is building command and control centers, command and control platforms, which aim to automate the battlefield management, connect all weapons and automate the flows by minimizing the human factor. And we already have like C2 command controller, C4 solutions developed and integrated into our army already. And the existing solutions are just a foundational layer, foundational platform like the iOS on the iPhone, where you can build new applications, new apps, AI apps, defense applications on top of that platform. So to summarize, I think like AI is like the next frontier even in defense industry, and it is very clear. It's not like for tomorrow, it's started already yesterday. We are investing in, we are building in, we are continuing to invest in. This is a major direction we are focused on, and we have a clear roadmap as well. Like it's all very clear, all very concrete. And maybe to summarize, I think regarding to the dual use applications, right? Like we all knew that the most civilian, many very important civilian applications we are using now has emerged from the defense, like the GPS or whatever communication and stuff. So I truly believe that even the best civilian use cases operated or managed by AI will be emerged from our defense industry. Again, regarding to automated control, regarding to automation of many processes.
Yeah, of course, and nuclear power plants also came from nuclear weapons initially, so it all makes sense. Maybe we'll also see more of civilian technologies becoming military technologies, vice versa. That could be also an interesting thing to look at.
I think, yeah, that is what we stated from the beginning. The iPhone moment has happened, and the barrier between like civilian and defense technologies is getting more and more blurred. Like a small FPV drones or small Mavic drones became a very important weapon even in 2020. And it is now in 2024 or 5 in Ukraine, the Russian war. And this is the tendency we see.
Thank you very much. With Satoru, we had a quite interesting discussion yesterday on sidelines, and I want to bring it up here. Very much about the dual-use technology. As we mentioned a few times already, for example, this civilian drones, FPV drones, became kind of almost a silver bullet at the moment for both sides on war in Ukraine. And we see kind of a domination of civilian technology in some, at least in some categories of military application. How do you see this trend is going to be growing, still continuing growing, or there can be some other dynamics?
Thank you very much for asking. Yes, it is honor for me to speak in front of the high motivation audiences in this. Because when I was in the high school student, because motivation is too low, just class, just after the lunch, everyone sleep and the teacher can see the horizon. So, but now we can see the very prominent audiences, and I need to explain in front of you. It is honor for me. About this question, yes. We can remember what happened in this background reality is like that. During the US-Soviet Cold War, the military leads technological development. So there are many restrictions, and the military knows this technology, but the civilian sector do not know. But after the Cold War, they eased the restriction. And when we check the research and the development budgets, the civil sector leads these budgets compared with the military organization. So that's why now the civil sector leads technological development. So that's why we need to talk about dual-use technology, because the civil sector technology, but can use for the military purpose. So that is dual-use technology. So now we try to, the world has changed, and indeed we are facing the military-related issues. So that's why the military organization needs this technology, but mainly they are developing in the civil sector. So how different? In case of the civil sector, yes, there is no restriction because one kind of the open access itself is a weapon of the technological development. For example, the software, basic software PC is one example. And recently, AI is another example. Many technologies in the civil sector, and they do not have intent to restrict access. But in this case, what happened in Ukraine in the battlefield? Yes, there are many drones Russia use. In this case, but Russian weapon use drone use parts made in Japan. Japan do not have intent to expose these parts to Russia, but in the market they can buy it. So that's why the view from the military side, of course they want to stop such kind of flow. But this change is gradual, step by step. So in the future it will happen, but not now. So that's why currently we are using how to exploit this situation, which one will we rely on, how to exploit this situation. So that's why how to access the dual-use technology or how to restrict the dual-use technology from enemy side. But that is matter that we are facing, and in case of the development of the advanced technology, we try to restrict, and what kind of rule we need to set up, that is a matter, I think. But that is background reality we need to say. Maybe I should stop it because the second question will come in the future, and at that time I will speak more.
Thank you. So you're kind of not very much supporting the idea that dual use will be dominating, and you see that, just to conclude, you see that this is a dying branch on the long term. Yeah, I was just following up for...
Sorry,
Just to conclude, you think that it's the dual use is not going to be used that much as it is at this moment, yeah?
No, dual use is very common now. So one example I pointed out, the drone use made in Japan parts. Another one is, for example, the current concern is if the drone possesses one kind of developed AI, which originally developed in the civil sector, weak point of the drone is jamming, because the control is most important. But if the drone has AI, even if the jamming disrupts the communication between headquarters and drone, still drone can sync and continue the operation. So that's why, in this case, this is related with the AI issue. But at the same time, such kind of concerns exist because civil sector developed this AI and other people can access it. So this is reality. So dual use is current issue, but future issue, of course. But that is I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And question to Zhuzhe. You come from Taiwan. As I understand, it's a very unique place. In some things, you can even draw parallels with Armenia. Not in everything, but it's a difficult place to be, at least. So. At the same time, Taiwan is a leading, let's say, dominant power in the semiconductor industry. And what is Taiwan doing at the moment regarding AI? Are there any interesting policies or ambition to be leaders in that domain too? And of course, how is Taiwan seeing the risks of AI coming from China?
Thank you, Leonid, and thanks for this panel. I think it's really good to also have an AI-focused panel, but from different perspectives. Indeed, I do come from Taiwan, but I am obviously originally from Europe. I am Hungarian, and I've been in Taiwan for the past 5 years, and so Global conversations on AI, I think, unfold differently depending on where we sit. And clearly in Taiwan is often, or at least my angle to talk about AI and Taiwan is from the angle of innovation to begin with. But that's not where it ends, because as you said, Taiwan is perhaps, you said, a difficult place to be in. It's a unique place. I think The Economist said at one point that it was the most dangerous place. To cut to the chase in terms of what Taiwan does and what we all know of Taiwan is, I think it's either the conflict or the tension growing with China and TSMC, which is Taiwan's greatest strategic asset, and using its expertise and excellence in semiconductors. This is what has given already Taiwan, say, a silicon shield. And I think to move the conversation to AI, the ambition is to turn Taiwan into an AI island, meaning to really enhance the capacity that Taiwan already has and to build on that and to turn itself a reliable, predictable partner for countries that rely, and basically the entire world relies on technology. So I think Taiwan has secured itself a very solid position in innovation and driving innovation, but also clearly Taiwan sits at the heart of the US-China strategic rivalry and the race for technology. So that leads us to the question, can Taiwan maintain this role? And I think if we talk about how semiconductors can be developed and further enhanced, obviously that needs access to internet. And so Taiwan gets internet through undersea cables. So that already brings into the question of the great vulnerability that Taiwan has, because those undersea cables are very vulnerable. And they can be damaged accidentally. Also, they can be tampered with, and we've seen that in the past. I think Taiwan is linked to other countries in the region and also to the United States through 14 different cables. And I think globally, this network of cables is very sophisticated, but very vulnerable. So this is just to highlight one vulnerability that Taiwan has. But I think Taiwan is on the right path to maintain that leadership role. The AI island ambition, I think, is not just on paper. We've seen the discipline and the strategic investment in this industry from Taiwan top down, so government incentives and industrial policy going back to the 70s. But this has become a bottom-up process. So to give a different dimension to the AI landscape and to the dangers of how Taiwan faces the risk, actually, or how it manages the risks. Because when we talk about AI applications and generative AI, that is another great risk that Taiwan faces through the cross-strait context. So China, with the People's Republic of China, clearly, as you all know in this room, has sovereignty claims over Taiwan. I think this is something that has been a limitation, clearly, for Taiwan. But the interesting thing is that despite this limitation, everything that we get and we work with from Taiwan is vital to run the global economy. So I think there are opportunities for Taiwan to further contribute to the prosperity of other countries and to project itself as a reliable partner, as I said, also in AI. And going forward, to also link this to what was already said in terms of other applications of AI and AI-enhanced autonomous warfare systems. I think this is another area where, again, Taiwan plays a very important role, and that is through edge computing. So perhaps this is something that we can discuss further on, but without AI model processing in those drones that can be used in autonomous warfare, communication that can be tampered with, therefore the autonomous warfare system that countries want to rely on in the modern warfare system will not work without AI-enhanced models. So Taiwan definitely plays a vital role in that, and I think in terms of opportunities and destruction. I think they are, in a way, two sides of the same coin. And I think Taiwan is definitely a good example where bottom up, and I think it's very important to also really highlight this bottom up approach and top down industrial policy approach that has allowed to see Taiwan what it is today, a vital geostrategic actor that faces an existential threat from China. So for Taiwan particularly, developing drones is not a question of technology only, it is a question of national survival. And I think that's where questions of geopolitics get more complicated, but perhaps I can return to that in Q&A, or if you have a follow-up question, I'm happy to take.
Thank you very much. It's all very important to come to another issue, which is there are many discussions about regulating the applications of military AI. At the same time, there are many thoughts also about a big controversy between needs of different armed forces and regulations, because we see now how, if we go into the practical examples, we see, for example, swarms of drones and the air defense, which can't do anything without that. If there is no AI engine which will make the selection of targets, give an automated orders to different types of batteries, and you can't put man in the loop in that. If you will put the man in the loop, you won't have the time to respond to the attack. And then you need to make somehow the guy who is making swarms of drones not to make them, but you know how difficult it is in the practical field. And here, Urmi, I of course ask you a difficult question, but how do you see, is it feasible to have some worldwide framework for regulating at least some of the military applications of AI? And what should be the core ethical principles for that? And what is more important, the enforcement mechanism, so it's a viable agreement. We know very many examples of arms control treaties which were not being implemented after a day after signing it.
Thank you for the very easy question. I think I'd start with that there is an acute recognition of the problem, as you very well put it, the amount of risk that this poses without the possibility of regulation is something that countries are acutely aware of. You know, let's talk about accountability and responsibility. If there's unintended harm of these AI systems, then who does the liability lie with? Is it the developer? Is it the operator? Is it the AI system? These are all existential questions that the countries are kind of grappling with nationally as well as internationally. And even when it's hard to talk about regulation in this space without also thinking about international humanitarian law. It makes a very clear distinction in developing of these technologies in principles of distinction and proportionality. So distinction being who is a combatant, who is a non-combatant, proportionality in terms of what is the military advantage that you're getting as opposed to the collateral damage that might occur because of unintended harm. So how do we kind of bake these principles into the conversations that we're having globally? I think these are some of the sort of existential questions that countries are grappling with. And in terms of thinking about a framework, of course, this isn't easy because, as we've highlighted in all our conversations here, that it's a matter of national security, and anything that is that a country's survival depends on or is a primary affront to national security is very hard to determine what are the legal principles that might be governing everybody's use. But perhaps there can be some sort of guardrails that we can put in place which are not as prescriptive, but not as as tight, but act as basic guardrails in this space. One would be that it's important to recognize that regulation should be not towards the AI system, but towards the use case. So AI is just a tool, and it can be used for good, it can be used for unintended consequences, but identifying what are the critical use cases, which use cases have a threshold of harm or risk, and going from there in terms of making principles. So if there's high risk, high harm, that could possibly come into place because of social impact assessments which say that a large number of people will be impacted by this. Perhaps that is something that we could regulate, the use case rather than the technology itself, because because we have to guard for innovation in this space as well. So that's one thing that countries would not be easy. It would not be easy for them to leave way on to not have innovation in this space. It also perhaps regulation, but using a plethora of tools at your disposal, regulating what is high risk. We could also use procurement as a tool here. So once we have identified what needs to be regulated, governments, when they're procuring technologies, can have these baked into their contracts as well. So you will not procure without these guardrails in place. So something that is from the end of the government would be useful in terms of governing practical implementation of these ethical principles. And perhaps there's also a need to leverage the AI conversations that are going on right now. So you have the AI impact summits, for example, which take place, which are more about governance, less about the defense side of things. So sometimes conversations around AI governance and conversations around defense are held very separately and in silos. So there's a need to kind of bridge that as well. There are a lot of conversations going on. There's the G7 principles, the UN frameworks, the Hiroshima AI principles, and wedding that to conversations around defense and bridging, making that gap very early is very important. We have a very unique opportunity of starting the harmonization process early. We see in many spaces like cybersecurity where countries develop in silos and they have their own standards, their own definitions, and they don't speak to each other. And then later on, when we're grappling with the problem, we look back and we say, oh, we should think about a way to integrate and harmonize better. This is an opportunity where we can have these conversations in parallel, and it's sort of not too late to start that. Another thing that I would say is, when we look at NPT, there are treaties like the NPT, for example, there's always resentment from the global south, for example, in talking about how these treaties are formulated, how they are more patched towards the global north. And it's important for frameworks like these to be extremely inclusive and adaptive. AI is an evolving technology. What's a definition today may not be something tomorrow, so it's important for frameworks to be extremely adaptive and also inclusive of Global South as well. So I would say that these would be some of the principles we can think about. It's difficult to be over-prescriptive in this space because there's so many values of like national security that are attached to it. But having basic guardrails is perhaps the way we can look forward to here.
Thank you very much for, I think, a quite good answer to the difficult question. When I was listening to your answer, I had one idea, was that maybe the only application which I see very feasible to regulate is AI regarding nuclear deterrence assets, for example, because it's interesting that USSR, for example, had a system not AI-based, but system without man in the loop. If Soviet was attacked by first, if everyone was killed, there was a chance that there could be a nuclear answer without anyone in the leadership being alive. So something around this can be a good step to maybe begin the process. But thank you very much. I think it would be great to give opportunity to our audience to give some questions to our distinguished speakers, and please raise hands, and just the only ask is keeping short. And please tell your name and short affiliation, of course.
Sorry.
So thank you very much for very interesting perspectives on the same issue, but from very different angles. My question is more for the colleague from Taiwan, but maybe it has a broader perspective which the others can also reflect. In Armenia, it is now very popular, this, we call it porcupine strategy, military defense, asymmetric defense, and it comes from Taiwan. So Taiwan, China, giant next door, etc. And Armenia, we have our own giant and our own challenges. So my question is, with AI, and usually we say one accountant with AI is equal to 10 accountants, or whatever, the other programmers are multiplying in numbers if they use properly AI. When we speak about military soldiers, is there any thinking in Taiwan about the army number could be multiplied by artificial intelligence so much, but in numbers and in quality also? Thank you.
Yeah, I think if you can answer to. Yeah.
Thank you for your question, and I'm glad you asked because that's something I forgot to talk about, which is something I wanted to talk about. So indeed, Taiwan is definitely rethinking its defense strategy, and that comes also in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Ukraine's response and ability to respond to that. And also the asymmetry and the asymmetric warfare is definitely high on the agenda. So what experts say is that what Taiwan needs, given the asymmetry between Taiwan itself and China, is a large number of small things, which is drones and AI-enhanced drones, and this is already happening. So this is not only in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, this has been ongoing for a number of years. So there's a drone strategy, and I think I actually have the exact 3 principles that this is based on. So this is to integrate autonomous system into broader defense strategy of Taiwan. So I think that the integration of that new warfare into the conventional warfare is a challenge, but that's a priority. The second is for Taiwan to build a secure, scalable drone production capacity for itself. So that's where it has a lot of capacity, but how much of it and how fast it can get there, that's a big challenge. And the third is to align its industrial and operational frameworks with like-minded partners. So as you all know, the US is the most important security partner for Taiwan, but in this regard, when it comes to asymmetric warfare, Taiwan is looking at all partners that it can trust, and that includes European partners. In fact, they also have an alliance which is called the Taiwan Excellence Drone International Business Opportunity Alliance. This has over 100 international partners, which includes European members as well. So the bottom line is that, yes, this is the way forward for Taiwan, given the existential threat it faces, as I already mentioned. And if we look at conventional defense, obviously, I mean, China's defense budget, I think, is about 250 billion. I mean, that's the figures that we know, but let's just use that figure for now. And Taiwan's budget is about 11 billion. Clearly, the way forward is to invest in the AI technology that allows to level up the drone capacity and to respond. And it's not only, I think, in the case of an attack, because I think the conversations have already actually shifted away from the threat of a military invasion from the PRC, but it's more towards the direction of a blockade or a quarantine situation, which is not necessarily an act of war, but it would still require Taiwan to respond. And in this context, I think the asymmetric warfare is #1 priority. But I also should say that not everyone is on the same page in understanding the deterrence value of asymmetric warfare at the expense of traditional warfare capacity. So it goes hand in hand with investing in hardware, as you know, the heavy military visible equipment that Taiwan also needs, including submarines and other military equipment. But I think this is definitely a priority that's #1 in particular since February 2022. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I think we can have like 2-3 more questions. So, okay, I can see a person with mic.
Hi, thank you for the great panel. So this is maybe two questions rather than one question. So the way the argument is being set here is that we need to use AI in military technology because we need to, sort of level the playing field for some of the smaller actors and reduce asymmetry. But it's really unclear to me why that is the outcome that you foresee. Because yes, the military budget of Taiwan is lower than the military budget of China, but that asymmetry is not going to go away from AI because China is also going to invest in AI. It's not like you guys will use AI and China will not. So my concern is that it's really a bad straw man proposition that's being set up, that somehow using AI will allow you to balance things, when actually the asymmetry will increase and not decrease because China will have more resources to throw on AI than some of the smaller actors. And the negative side effect of that is that it's not just a dual-use technology, it's a, for lack of a better phrase, a triple-use technology, because the same drone technology that you can use for warfare can also be used to crush civil dissent, right? Which is something that we're not talking about because a lot of the drone use technology that is being used for warfare, being developed for warfare, is right now currently being deployed in civilian kind of architectures to crush protests, to crush civil sort of protest movements in different countries. So it seems we are talking about international geopolitics, but actual use of AI technology is going to be to go after civilians.
Who wants to answer to that? Okay, Satura, please.
If this is a question to the general background, I want to quote one example in the history. Because, of course, Armenia defeated Nazi Germany, but at the same time, I need to say, after the World War I, German army is restricted under the Treaty of Versailles, so number is only 100,000. 2 decades later, they occupy more than half of the Europe. Well, how to make such kind of army? It is because they rely on the brain. That's why they're focusing on. They try to train the 100,000 officers to become the top of the 3 million army. So after Nazis won in and they declared rearmed this, and the conscript system restarted, and this 100,000 becomes 300 million suddenly. That's why other countries cannot catch up. So this is one of the good example. Effective use of the budget, resources, manpower, and is key in the military strategy. And in this case, brain is a matter. If the AI is developed, AI could be good bureaucrat, AI could be good advisor, AI can manage a big organization by using the small number of the people. AI is a key. That's why every country, most of the country focusing on AI now. This could be the military revolution. But the history indicates this is the right way from how to make the strong military. That's why this is important. This is general answer of this question. But I do not support of the Nazi, so don't mistake. Thank you.
Please, Julia.
Thank you for your question, and I hear your skepticism, but I would love to hear what you think would be the better way forward. So maybe we can do that after, if we have time. But for now, I think what I would say is I did not mean to imply that that will make up the asymmetric defense posture. Will not is clearly the asymmetry will only grow. You're absolutely right. But I think the posture or rethinking its current posture means that it is a way for Taiwan to prepare its own self-defense and resilience, as well as deterrence. And I think this is more to compensate for the asymmetry that is there on paper. That's why I said the numbers. I mean, that was not my, I simplified things. That's not the simple conclusion that, well, we just have drones and it will make up for it. Obviously not. But if, in my opinion, I think this is the way forward, given the level and the speed of technology, and I should also say, the level of assertiveness that Beijing has been projecting across the strait, that it's a matter of time, of if, not, I mean when, not if, before Beijing it really steps up to make a move on Taiwan. And I don't want to put a label on what that would be. I already said that I see the military invasion as less of an and more risky option, and perhaps again Russia's invasion of Ukraine comes with a lot of good lessons, but I don't know if we are learning or people learn the good lessons from it, but that's what I would respond now, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts on what you think is the better way forward, because perhaps you have better ideas.
Mr. Givanyan also wants to add something, so.
I really like the question and the statement basically that yeah, we are investing in AI thinking that that can bring us to like non-symmetric advantages, but the counterparty or enemy is also investing that, and he's bigger and he's investing more, so where we can leverage, where is our advantage? This is absolutely true, as much as true is the opposite, that this is the best you still can do and you should do. And as like history shows, the civilizations has moved on the waves of technology advancements, right? Like over the 100 years. And we have the history that not only the biggest countries have survived. If this statement has been true, like we still would have Rome Empire, for example, because they have been the biggest and strongest, and they could leverage the next wave of technology or next like advancement and stay on the cutting edge or on the top. But this is not the case. So to summarize, you are absolutely right. Like we are investing in our command control, for example, capacities. I'm sure Azerbaijan is doing as well. We are investing in our AI-enabled drones. I'm sure Azerbaijan is doing as well, and they have 3 times more resources, or maybe 10 times. But still, this is the best thing we can do, and we should do. And you know, like going back 20 years ago, when IT became a major, like new economic driver, right? For example, IT became a 7% of our GDP now, but IT is not 7% of Azerbaijan GDP now. So this thinking way is absolutely true, and also it leads to nowhere, in my opinion. So you should focus on what you should do.
Thank you. I think one another question will do, if there is a hand. Do we have someone with another question? Okay. Let's just continue with... Okay, you want to add something, please?
To Armenia, I have the message. Indeed, Armenia has the IT sector, very strong IT sector, I think. So that's why, indeed, there is a potential to make more strong something. That is my opinion. So maybe you should say something.
To make AI drones?
Just summarizing, I think it was, we tried to show the topic from really many angles and how complex it is, even for experts. There is, I think, no such a thing like an AI, just an AI expert. There should be, that's not only one thing anymore. It's not, AI is a very different topics, very different applications, and it's becoming more and more complex, and hopefully discussions like this will keep it into the right side and into right direction. And thank you everyone for coming, finding this difficult place to come. Some people were getting lost on the way, but I've seen that everyone at the end managed to come, and hopefully we will meet next year again here, and we'll continue our discussions. Thank you very much.
and thank you to the Armenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting me here today to moderate this panel. My name is Erin Watson, and I'm the Director of Baker & York in Australia. And I'm really thrilled to have this fantastic panel here with us today to deep dive into the unknown and explore the depths of artificial intelligence. Yes, okay, so I think I've been thrown by the room today. So, in order to kick off this session, what I did is I thought I'd jump onto ChatGPT and let ChatGPT have a go at coming up with some questions for us today. And I've got to say, it was totally uninspiring. I thought I'd be able to come up with a few jokes that I could tell, and they were equally terrible. Steph can attest to that. I shared some with her, and I think we both thought this is not going anywhere. So while ChatGPT does have a very terrible sense of humour, we do really find ourselves in a defining moment right now when it comes to artificial intelligence. The pace of technology innovation is not just shaping economies, but really redrawing the lines of political influence, global cooperation, and even human rights as well. So AI is no longer just a tool. I mean, sometimes it works, it does not work to tell jokes, but it really is a terrain of contest, and between nations, between tech and regulation, between profit and also public good as well. So we've got this really distinguished panel of leaders, and what's fantastic is they come from Armenia, the US, Europe, Latin America / Spain. So really going to be a really rich discussion today from very different perspectives. So to start with, we have Matthias Kloth, who is the Head of Digital Governance and Sport Department, Directorate General Human Rights and Rule of Law at Council of Europe. We have Vahe Adonians, who is the founder and CEO of Cognaze Armenia, and I'm sorry for my accent, it probably doesn't do a lot of justice. Mallory Nodell, who is the founder and executive director of Social Web Foundation in the US. Silvana Lopez, Group Chief Operations Officer, Clark Moday, Spain. And Stephanie Deepavine, who is Senior Lecturer in Global Digital Politics at King's College in London. So I thought to set the scene today, we should start here in Armenia, where we find ourselves today. So Vahe, can you set this up for us, particularly with coming from the private sector? Tell me what keeps you up at night in terms of AI and regulation.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think what really keeps me up is that if you work with AI, you see a lot of dangers that are very unexpected and very much unknown. So the question is, how would you even try to regulate this, right? Like even last 3 days, what we have seen is that the last model from Anthropic was threatening people. We have seen a couple of months ago that OpenAI's model was deceiving people, saying it is OpenAI 02 because it didn't want to be deleted. We have seen that an AI model has put a task on TaskRabbit, and when a person asked, like, are you a robot? It said, no, I'm not, I'm visually impaired. Right? So it lied. And we have seen all those behaviors, even though in training, we have always trained it, you must never lie, you must never deceive, and then yet we see this here. Right? And then we put guardrails in there, but in December, an interesting paper came out from Anthropic that shows that you can, in an automated way, circumvent any guardrails of the large language model. So they brought a large language model to how do you build anthrax, how do you build a bomb, and all those things were actually answered. So there are a lot of dangers, I think, and we don't understand them yet. And what keeps me up is that we are now moving from one paradigm, which is neural scaling, to the next paradigm, which is test-time compute, ultimately agents. And I think agents are not tools anymore. Agents have agency. That's why they're called agents. And if they have agency, it's not only a question about countries competing with each other, it's also about humanity competing against AI at some point. And we have to think about those things. The earlier, the better.
Thanks, Vahe. That sets it up really nicely. And you touch on, it's not only country versus country, but AI versus humanity, which I think we can draw out a little bit more in our conversation today. But that links really well to Steph, particularly the country-on-country piece here. So how is the race for AI supremacy reshaping global power structures, and what risk does this pose to international stability?
Thanks, Erin. Yeah, it does build on that. I think where I would first start is thinking, if we want to think about what AI is doing to global power structures, it's not just a question of reshaping, but it's thinking about, first, what's being reinforced in global power structures, second, what's being reshaped, third, what's being made visible, and third, what's being obscured. And I think we can think about these sort of four things as we think about what's changing and what matters with AI and AI development. And I want to, from thinking of those four broad areas, I want to sort of pick up on three dynamics that I sort of see as quite important in this, especially if we think about this question not just from the perspective of, say, the US and China, but across countries of the global majority as well. So the first thing that I notice is important is that, one, AI is bringing us new sets of actors and new dependencies. It really highlights the fact that state power and the way state relates to each other, to citizens in the private sector, assumes the internet. This is happening in a digital age. AI companies are on one end of that, but the companies that make up and run the internet are also becoming increasingly important. Some of them, like, say, the Starlinks of the world and Elon Musk, are explicitly political. Other companies that sort of exist in the cybersecurity space are a bit more hidden, but they are becoming political actors that need to be contended with. Second, and this is possibly something that maybe is being a bit more obscured, but I think AI is also making more important basic questions beyond AI. So having countries to think about and having countries' position and power being very much shaped by basic questions of connectivity, data centers, access to data, whose data exists in the world and where has it been produced. All of those things are becoming more important. And that leads to the third thing that I think is really critical, is the way in which AI is also reinforcing inequalities that exist. And this is inequalities both at the level of resources and investment. Not everybody is going to have the resources they have in Silicon Valley to both invest and have the technology to play a leading role in AI. But also in the knowledge space. I've been doing some research with colleagues globally looking at trying to understand the knowledge systems that are being embedded in some of these models, knowledge systems that are very hard to change, as we've seen with the most recent examples with Grok, that the basic data, the initial design, matters to what these models will do, even as they become more sophisticated over time. So those are three things. What this means for global cooperation. Another big question, I think, where my concerns lie in terms of what's being made visible, where sort of how power is shifting, is one is it's focusing our attention on particular questions and particular capabilities. We're pushing ahead with trying to enable AI capabilities on one side without thinking about what are we trying to accomplish. When you engage in science, science is shaped by questions, and every question you ask has something that you focus on and a host of things that you ignore or obscure. And so as we're asking particular questions of AI and making choices about innovation, we're obscuring other things. And I think we really need to have the politics and the ethics in the room to think about what are we not doing and where are we not addressing our attention. And then I guess the other thing that really keeps me up is that how do we get those in positions of politics across the global south, the global majority, as well as in the countries that are at the forefront of a particular edge of AI development, to have the technical capability and technical literacy to engage in conversations, to understand the decisions that we're making around tech. And I do see a real gap there.
Thanks, Steph. You have raised many more questions than answers, but I'll let you have that one. Look, you're talking about regulation and what we should do here, so perhaps I'll bring you in here, Matthias. In the absence of a global regulatory body for AI, what role should existing multilaterals play, including the Council for Europe and so on, in setting enforceable norms for responsible AI use?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's undisputed that AI comes with great promise for innovation, but at the same time, Vaya has said it extremely well that there are certain threats and there's a darker side, and one, of course, that could potentially undermine human rights, democratic processes, and the rule of law. And this is relevant for everybody. And where does the Council of Europe, the organization for which I work, come in here? Now, we are a pan-European intergovernmental organization with 46 member states, including Armenia, not the European Union, but all their members are also members of our organization. We were created after the Second World War to protect human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. We have more than 200 international treaties in total, but also in the past proved that rapid technological changes, we could address them. In the 1980s, we did this with the first international treaty on data protection. 20 years later, with the advent of the internet, with the first convention on cybercrime. Both are global treaties where actually countries from all continents are able to adhere. And we did the same last year for with the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law. And I would say that the legal and political implications of AI technology are so varied that there's no single institution globally which can meaningfully address all of them. But I think there was the recognition that our organization did quite well, for example, with regard to the Cybercrime Treaty, and that a new treaty with a potentially global vocation that addresses AI and all these human rights issues could be very interesting and bring like-minded states from all over the world together that are actually concerned about these issues. And it was open for signature last September, has now 16 signatories. One of them is the European Union that signed on behalf of all their members. But we also have long-standing observer states of the Council of Europe, such as the US, Japan, Canada. We have the United Kingdom. And it's really intended as a legal basis for global cooperation to address these human rights issues. And also to improve access to these technologies for everybody, and also access to protection against their abuse and misuse. Two small points. It's formulated in technological neutral language, so that it stands the test of time and it's not outdated, which can happen extremely fast with regard to AI. And it's conducive to innovation. It's not trying to stifle innovation, but it's basically trying to promote innovation, but not at the cost of human rights.
Sorry, thank you very much. I have several follow-ups from you there, but what I'll do is I'll go to Mallory first. You do a lot of activist work in this space. How can nations balance the race for technology supremacy with the need for ethical considerations, particularly in AI development and its societal impact? And I think this is really important just off the back of this, like, why are we talking about regulation? What actually matters here?
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate the organizers for inviting me back to Yerevan to talk about AI. I think at the last Yerevan Dialogue, I also spoke about AI, and I had to caveat everything with, I really love AI, I'm very optimistic, and then, of course, launched into a lot of concerns. But I'm not going to elaborate a lot of concerns. I think other people on the panel can talk about things like bias. But so I'm a technologist. I do work for civil society organizations in my career, so I guess I consider myself a public interest technologist. I research at the intersection of privacy and human rights and AI and cryptography and other concepts at New York University. And so I've said kind of jokingly for a long time that AI has one problem, and that problem is just a data problem. Anything that AI can't do yet, if you throw more data at it, it certainly will do in the future. A lot of times then that means, if you don't have a lot of data for a certain application, that does present a problem. But I don't think that that's far off, actually. And I think some of the issues with that does present actually issues, that singular one problem, because of course then it butts up against surveillance.
concerns. So, for example, if you don't have enough data about a particular population and the AI isn't performing properly, the solution is surveying that population more deeply and gathering more data about it to improve the performance of the AI. So that's a tension that civil society and the public interest have to grapple with, as an example. I do think that a lot of the ways that we've approached AI from a principles perspective has been far too overbroad. I mean, we just heard, you know, there's this massive declaration that everyone has signed and has like no specific technical details, which is, I think, on one hand, maybe useful. It depends what the goal is, but it means that we keep proliferating these principles. So I think that we might want to complement these kinds of approaches with looking at specific applications, and rather than regulate the technology, regulate the sector, regulate the health sector, regulate safety sectors, regulate privacy, etc. I wanted to also just mention that there's a lot of discussion around bias, of course, from a public interest perspective, from a human rights perspective, and I think what we saw in a lot of what has now been uncovered in several court cases, actually, that internally in big tech companies, and I see this also in academia, in data science and AI studies, the problem of bias is the job. I mean, if you are working on AI, you are trying to fix bias. There's no lack of effort in trying to fix that. And so in some ways, when we overly focus on the ways that applications can be biased against certain populations, it can be a bit of a distraction. And I think another way of looking at it can sometimes be, we know that technology is imperfect. The question is it imperfect in the same way for everyone, for example. And I also think that, you know, for me, I've been in the internet and technology space now for quite some time. The other way I like to think about that, you know, our current moment in AI is like, well, maybe we should have been better at regulating software all along. Not AI, just software. I often mentally replace AI when I'm hearing discussions with software. It's just data-driven software. And so if these sorts of applications, if these sorts of very public debates are getting people to pay attention to technology itself, irrespective of the actual technology underlying it, I think that's a good thing. And I'll just end by, because I know I've gone on for a little while now, I think there's more coming I can offer later. The other thing that I spend a lot of time doing is standardization. So that you don't have to. I spend a lot of time in very boring meetings around the world talking about how to standardize low-layer internet protocols and other kinds of technology. And AI has not really been a good candidate for standardization because there's essentially no incentive to interoperate. So, you know, with the internet, if you don't speak certain protocols, you're effectively not part of the internet. So there's a huge incentive to adopt technical standards. AI is the opposite. If you are proprietary, if you're hiding your techniques, it's your secret, it's your proprietary secret, you're more competitive. So standardization has been fraught, but I think we've unlocked how to get human rights, the public interest, into AI, and it's through regulation with a hook in technical standards. So essentially the EU AI Act forcing certain kinds of standardization and then forcing companies to take that up. I think that has a lot of promise for HR, human rights, and I'm happy to go into that a bit more later. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mallory. That's it's really interesting, and the incentives around standardization that jumped out at me as something unique for me to talk about, and I want to hear more about that. Silvana, you've got a bit of a different angle, and I want to hear what your sort of thoughts are and what concrete steps can be taken so that AI innovation includes and benefits people from all over the world, from the global south, the north, and so on, and benefits marginalised communities, rather than deepening the existing inequalities that are already out there?
Well, that's a really great question. I'm really glad it's asked. And the thing is, maybe we should focus on the difference that we have among regions, okay? As Erin mentioned, I'm from Colombia originally. I live in Spain, so I have both perspectives from Europe and developing countries. And the thing is, we're in a different league. We're not even in the same game. So the perspective is really different. While in Spain and in Europe, we're talking about biometric surveillance and AI debate can evolve around that. The truth is that in the Latin American region, only 37% of Latin Americans have access to internet in their houses. So it's a whole different scenario that needs to be recognized, okay? So what to do? How do we focus a solution to this problem? And by addressing Latin America, I also address some countries in Asia, some countries in Africa, in which I have also been, and I know that we suffer the same challenges, and yeah, very much alike for different reasons. And I think the first is, okay, let's recognize the difference that we have among regions and start thinking about regional alliances. For example, what about if we think of AI Erasmus between Madrid and Medellin, which is a city in Colombia? What about if we co-design together? And I'm saying this also because I'm a developer itself, so I'm in the practical side of developing AI. So there's a big bridge between regions that perhaps regulation, and that will bring me to the next point, can help out, which is how can we empower multi-stakeholder governance? Is there a way, and I know I might open the Pandora box here talking about regulation, which is a whole different and very interesting debate, whether we should or not, or how much should we regulate AI. But the thing is, if that regulation were to take place, how can we think or focus that regulation? For example, an interesting thing that we can do to empower these communities into the AI game is perhaps regulatory sandboxes in which we actually become observers and can identify AI needs in these communities and see what's being done in more advanced communities like the European context and see what can be implemented. How can we create together? Also, what about if we think of a different focus towards regulation and think more than a rule-based regulation, principle-based, in which the principles of equality can take place over strict regulations, which brings me to a third point is we need an agile regulatory system that can adapt even faster than technology is adapting itself in terms of AI development, okay? And the other point is we need to focus on building institutional capability in these communities. The thing is, for example, in Colombia, I've seen really great AI policies being written, but have they been implemented? Have AI policies been implemented in our countries, which are struggling with different types of regulation? I mean, that's the thing. Local agencies, do they have the staff, the training, the infrastructure to implement AI policy? And this all reverts into how AI is being implemented itself, it's being focused, and what kind of developments are being taking place in different regions such as Europe or developing countries. As I mentioned, while in Spain we're talking about biometric surveillance, we're in the very basic foundations on AI in other regions such as the Latin American region.
Thanks very much, Silvana. Really interesting to hear your insights, particularly on how we can actually cooperate and talk to each other on some of these key issues. I want to take a bit of a different tack with my next question. You know, we're sort of, you know, you throw up a joke about ChatGPT and this, you know, this AI is this tool and so on, but there's a lot more serious conversations we can be talking about. And one of the things that I often think about when it comes to AI is, you know, its capability in sectors like mining and resources, like in military operations, you know, removing those dull, dangerous, dear and difficult jobs. And, you know, in military context, you know, autonomous weapons, decisions support systems that advance cyber capabilities. So on one hand, these technologies offer a really great opportunity, but on the other hand, there are a lot of really big challenges that this throws up. So I wondered if you could elaborate on this a little bit further, and what some of those key challenges are, particularly in, say, like a conflict setting.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think this is a really important conversation to be having, an important conversation to be having whether you are involved in defense or interested in that space or not, because I think it does really point to the more nefarious possibilities and also the difficulty of sort of isolating them and acting on them. So I mean, sort of on one level, I think one of the things that concerns me a lot is just what are the possibilities around the use of AI warfare in populations where the population is highly surveilled, the actors involved have strong technical capabilities already, and we're in a sort of place where where on one side, the norms around warfare maybe are becoming questioned as the sort of politics are shifting globally, and AI doesn't seem to necessarily be a technology that maybe is the same as nuclear, where we can there's a sort of a mutual deterrent factor. It's too blurred in the uses in some ways. And so I think that opens up this possibility that we're starting to see the use of AI, in particular conflicts, say, in Israel and Palestine. We are seeing particular uses of it where it's outside of my expertise, but I think do raise questions, and raise questions about what we're allowing, what precedents are we setting about how AI can be used. On the other side, I think something like the Ukraine conflict points to a sort of different set of questions about how we might think about the potential harms about the use of AI in warfare. So here, what I find interesting is that we do have on one side, within the military-industrial complex, increasing sort of involvement.
Phrase, but I often say geography is destiny, so you cannot escape your region, you cannot escape those that are the closest ones to you. But very often, just like in personal relations, sometimes you have most problems with the people that are closest to you, even if they are your family members. But it's important to learn how to live together. And you know, you have mentioned our region. It did have quite a lot of turmoil throughout history and even in the last 30 years. So we are still recovering from this kind of turmoil in our region, but I think that we are managing. And what I have been very happy what I'm happy to convey is that, for example, recently we got the new growth plan from the European Union that refers to the whole region of Western Balkans, and we have summits of Western Balkan countries with our guests from Brussels, even also from the United States. And I'm happy to say that at these summits, the leaders of our Western Balkan countries, they actually talk only about cooperation. And they talk only about how we can use these funds from the new growth plan in order to make our countries individually better, but also to improve the regional cooperation. So it's important that this kind of discussions are held and they are not hijacked by some sort of a political or national particular agenda. So we are managing, we are doing it, but of course we are still not there. Many countries in the world have different kinds of challenges, but as a country that is, as I said, small, and it's even in its ethnic composition has quite a lot to share with all the neighbors around us, we really need to be very careful on how we position ourselves. We try to do it, but we also try to keep the best possible relations with all the neighbors, because those are the closest ones that we have. Sometimes it's not easy, but...
Philip, if I may, since you are new to NATO, relatively, and we are in Armenia and our colleagues are listening, they want to have some lessons from your experience, and we all know some stories of some hybrid attacks that your country suffered over the last decade, probably originated from authoritarian countries. And Armenia, being on the crossroad, might face some challenges as well. Do you have some recommendations for that?
Well, again, geography is destiny, and it's not the same for us in the heart of the Mediterranean, in the heart of Europe, in Western Balkans, and for countries in this region. So you need to take care about your individual needs and about the, of course, character of your surroundings. Indeed, we did have, for example, 3 years ago, we had a cyber attack on our administration. With the help of our NATO allies and partner countries, we managed to recover from this. So this was one very concrete and pragmatic proof of how important it is to build relations with your NATO allies and with partner countries. I cannot give recommendations to other countries, but we have also had meetings with the Armenian Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we promised any kind of help and support and share of experience that might Armenia need from us, and we will stand with Armenia in that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me ask the second question to our colleague from Hungary, Peter, if I might to ask you. Hungary often positions itself as a sovereign actor and balancing East and West. Yet critics argue that this weakens collective EU and NATO deterrence. Is national agility in foreign policy possible without eroding alliance coherence?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. Once again, I'm honored to be here for the second time. What you have raised is a very important dilemma nowadays, because those countries who stand up for their own sovereignty are being challenged and on many occasions attacked pretty much. Our position is crystal clear. Our foreign policy is being navigated by the national interest. Hungary first, may I paraphrase. Hungary first. National interest comes first. What I think is missing now a lot from international politics, and this might be the reason why the sovereignists and the patriots are being attacked very heavily, is mutual respect. Mutual respect is absolutely missing, is absolutely absent currently from the international political arena. Look at the debates. Once you raise an issue which does not fall 100% in line with the liberal mainstream, you are either being considered as a right extremist, fascist, Nazi, whatever, or you are being considered the spy of the Russians, the propagandist of the Kremlin, or the friend of Putin. These are the two extremes you can choose if you are not in line with the liberal mainstream fully. And I think this is very sad, because this shows that the intellectual level of standards of international political debates now is very low. And I regret to say that the European Union is leading the pack in this regard in a negative way. In a negative way. In the last couple of years, it was very complicated to carry out a rational kind of dialogue within the European political arena. With the war breaking out in Ukraine, this became basically impossible. For example, when it comes to energy, which is the most physical issue of the world, because you need pipelines, you need ships, you need gas, you need oil, and it's obvious that you cannot heat your homes with political statements or press conferences. Even this issue is being super over-politicized. So I think that if countries of the world, if governments are able to come back a little bit from over-politicizing, from over-ideologizing things, and if international liberal mainstream stops putting patriots on the side, the whole international political arena will improve a lot. With President Trump winning in the United States, it has improved a lot immediately, because those who have been marginalized are now in the mainstream. Those who have been pushed aside are now becoming the majority. And I think that patriotism and sovereignistic approach is now becoming an approach which used to be sidelined, but is becoming more and more mainstream. So big changes are going on in international politics in this regard.
Peter, I could agree on one element. Let's make it crystal clear, as you said, and let's talk no values, let's talk interests. And we are in Armenia, and our colleagues are interested what Europeans think about countries that aspire to join the European Union. We had yesterday Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Fico, who was speaking at the opening, and he said that if Ukraine will fulfill accession criteria of EU membership, he will vote yes. What is the Hungarian statement, and what is your crystal clear position on it? But crystal clear, just straightforward.
Sure. I mean, you can't expect anything else from me. So when it comes to enlargement of the European Union, there's a big hypocrisy in the room. Why? Because the majority of the EU member states say totally different things in front of public than behind closed doors. In front of public, they are in favor of enlargement. When we are behind closed doors, they bring forward a long list of obstacles why enlargement cannot take place. Look at the poor Montenegrins. Sorry to say that, Philip. I mean, Montenegro is here, a country which cannot endanger European Union neither with size nor with population, a country which is already member of the Eurozone, a country which is already member of NATO. Why we don't accept Montenegro as member of the European Union? Why we don't accept Serbia as a member of the European Union? Why we don't do so with North Macedonia? Look, my friend,
but question about Armenia.
Yeah, the countries of the Western Balkans have been in the waiting room for an average of 15 years now. So what kind of pro-enlargement policy we are speaking about? Keeping these countries 15 years in line. Your question regarding Ukraine. To be honest, based on the current circumstances, I can't imagine that Ukraine fulfills the necessary criteria in a foreseeable future.
If they fulfill.
Sorry?
If they fulfill.
I can't see that coming, to be honest, because we have a lot of experience with them. We have a big Hungarian community there, rights of which are being violated very badly.
So you don't want to give
sorry?
You don't want to give a hope to Ukrainians that they can join one day EU?
Well, there's an expression which is being used in the European Union, which is merit-based process. This is what the Western Balkan guys have to listen to, merit-based process. Being in war is not a merit. So in this regard, at least for sure. So when it comes to EU membership, there's a very clear list of criteria. I don't see them coming closer to fulfill that, but there's going to be a referendum in Hungary where the people can make a very clear choice whether they support Ukraine becoming member of European Union or not. And since we are a democratic government, we will follow the will of the people.
Well, I think this is the diplomatic way away from the question. You know, you not ask questions about taxes to the public. I mean, there is no referendum on taxes. And sometimes we have expectations
but this is not about
from
taxes.
Politicians. I know, but this is a strategic interest of both Ukraine and Hungary. So maybe some of those questions should be taken by the leadership. So.
No, but we are not afraid of asking the opinion of people in strategic issues. We have been carrying out national consultancies in many issues, like the constitution as well, like migration, like family policy, like our approach to Brussels. And we have always respected the will of the people. Look, you are a Polish. You have an experience about the approach of Brussels to your former government, which equals to the approach of Brussels to our current government. We are always under attack for rule of law, for democracy. And whenever we turn to the people to ask them, we are bashed for asking the people. Then my question is, what is democracy if not asking the people and fulfilling their wish? That's democracy. You know, we have been faced with the approach that if it is not a liberal party to win elections, it's not a democracy. If a right-wing party wins elections, it's a dictatorship. And I fully disagree with that. Democracy is about asking the will of the people. Once they express their will, the government has to perform according to that. That's my definition about democracy.
Well, I would say this is pretty selective democracy. This is not Switzerland, that you have the legal status and the system in Hungary. But let me switch to our colleagues in our hosts, since we have our Armenian colleague, and I would like to ask the question about current strategic choices. Armenia is recently taking a significant legislative step by initiating the symbolically the process of EU accession by adopting the bill in the parliament, signaling a clear aspiration for a deeper integration with Europe. At the same time, Prime Minister Pashinyan, our host today, attended a Victory Day parade in Moscow. And recently we have seen Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov visiting Yerevan just days ago. How does Armenia reconcile these long-standing ties with Russia while advancing a European trajectory?
Thank you. Let me first greet our honorable guests. It's a pleasure to have you all in Yerevan. Regarding Armenia, we have to first look at the history of modern independent Armenia and the security architecture around Armenia. For almost 3 decades, Armenia's security was dependent from one source of security, namely Russia and the security organizations connected to it. And the previous government, and also our government before the war of 2020, thought that this is enough to guarantee Armenia's security and Armenia's territorial integrity. But as events unfolded, it became clear that over-reliance on one source of security or one provider of security simply doesn't work, because when the time comes and the security organizations or countries that have obligations to intervene don't want to. We can have debates about that, but the fact is that it didn't happen. And as a result, we have had ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh. We have had Azerbaijan occupying around 200 square kilometers of sovereign Armenian territory, and it became evident that Armenia needs to diversify its security strategy, and not only security strategy. And Armenia has adopted now a policy of balance and balancing, which means that Armenia strives for deeper integration with the EU, for more cooperation with the US, with France, with India. We are very happy to see that security cooperation with India is getting deeper and deeper. But regarding EU aspirations, those may be connected to security, but not only. It is our conviction that the Armenian people have always strived to be closer to Europe. Armenians are culturally and politically European, and Armenia has embarked on a path of closer integration with the EU for decades now. We have had the comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement with the EU, which still is in force, and as you said rightly, recently the Armenian Parliament adopted a law on European integration, which is a manifestation of the will of the Armenian people to be closer to the EU. But nevertheless, as the minister rightly mentioned, geography is destiny, and you have to take into account your surroundings. From the Armenian perspective, being closer to the EU does indeed mean being closer to the EU, but it doesn't mean that Armenia should become a separate planet in the Caucasus with no relations with its neighbors or countries in its region, and this is our strategy.
Ruben, if I might interrupt you, does the shift in US and President Trump taking the power over there had any impact on your strategic choices?
A positive impact, yes.
Positive, okay. So I agree that geography is, of course, determining your neighborhood, but it's history and trade that determine who is your friend, and who is your partner. So if you could indicate which countries you envision as promising partners in the coming years, which would be on the priority list?
Well, yes, geography is destiny, but you can also change your destiny in your geography, and that's what Armenia is trying to do right now. It's not a secret that Armenia has been in a partial blockade ever since it gained its independence, basically, and we are trying to change the dynamic of the region of the South Caucasus, which will itself change the dynamic in the wider European region and also the dynamics in Central Asia, Middle East. What needs to be done? The position of Armenia is very simple. Right now we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create peace, lasting peace in the South Caucasus. We have a rare situation where neither Azerbaijan nor Armenia have to concede anything.
So the first answer is Azerbaijan.
Of course.
And the second and the third one?
Obviously, whenever you are talking about trade partnerships, the first answers are always your immediate neighbors. And we have a situation that we don't have relations with, or we don't have normalized relations with two of our neighbors, and that hinders all connectivity in our region of the South Caucasus and beyond. So the first answer is not just Azerbaijan. The first answer is Azerbaijan, Iran, Turkey, and Georgia. Okay. The second answer would be countries neighboring those countries. And we think that this opportunity we have, and I want to repeat, we have a historic chance when neither Azerbaijan nor Armenia have to concede anything on the ground. We have a situation, a status quo, and we have a text of a peace treaty ready. Negotiations have been finalized and closed, and we have a historic opportunity to sign and ratify this peace treaty. We have a historic opportunity to unblock all communications in the region of South Caucasus, which means all communications between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and in a separate track, all communications between Armenia and Turkey, and this will change the whole dynamic in the South Caucasus, the whole security architecture. And since we are discussing the theme of our panel is how can small countries navigate in these turbulent times, well, this is how small countries can navigate. It's the number one source of uncertainty for small countries, or even medium-sized countries in the modern world where the global order is collapsing, is conflict. You eliminate conflict, you eliminate uncertainty. You unblock communications, you eliminate uncertainty. And you also eliminate the risk of new conflicts. So this is our strategy. It's difficult, I have to admit. It's difficult also because our potential partners are not as constructive as we would like them to see, but we want to show on our own example that peace is possible, and we are going to do everything in our force to do this.
Thank you very much for your answer. Now let me ask Charles a question about Ireland foreign policy, which has for a long time has been anchored in neutrality and soft power. We just discussed before the panel that you have like 70 million diaspora around the world, which is really impressive. Country of Poland, 40 million of population, much larger. We have only 10 million in comparison of the Polish diaspora living abroad. So you have a soft power. But in today's era of hard security and hybrid threats, how can small state maintain credibility and relevance without militarization? And I would like to refer to the decisions taken recently by countries like Sweden, 300 years of neutrality abandoned due to Russian aggression on Ukraine. And even Finlandization has a different meaning these days that it used to have. So what is the strategy of neutrality for Ireland? Is it still relevant?
Thank you very much. I think this is the key to the debate, how small states can survive in the globally turbulent and security challenging times. Ireland and Armenia are both small states, albeit on different sides of the continent of Europe. Ruben, when he was speaking, I was struck by the fact that we can change our politics, but we can't change our geographic location. I have a quote. Let me give you a small quote from the famous Czech author Milan Kundera, who said in relation to small nations, "A small nation was one which could only develop a unique culture and guarantee its survival by embracing a wider international context." And although I'm from far Western Europe, Kundera was from Central Europe, and Armenia is in the southern regions of the Caucasus, I can relate very much with that comment from Kundera. And the reason that Ireland has been successful over its last 100 years, in spite of real and serious difficulties within our region and beyond, was because we had a policy of generosity. And the cornerstone of our foreign policy is the international multilateral rules-based order, our membership of the United Nations. You quite rightly point out that we're not members of NATO, and I don't see Ireland joining NATO in the immediate future, given the immediate turbulence and given the history of our country, but we do closely acknowledge what has happened among our EU colleagues, Sweden and Finland, and we have reaffirmed our commitment towards European security and defence, very much involved in the European strategic compass, very much involved in European peacekeeping, engaging, while not as full members of NATO, in collaborative projects involving NATO. And I think that's what all states should be doing in the context of the current challenges. Looking at the United Nations, where we have thrived as members over the years, being members of the Security Council in recent times, application being a candidate for the Human Rights Council, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is fundamental to our policy, as is a membership of the European Union. And it's within the European Union that I feel we can influence and mould matters in conjunction with partnerships and other small states. I was struck by the criticism of the European Union, actually, since I came here yesterday morning, and in particular at the outset by the contribution, albeit short, of Prime Minister Fico. I think that was continued in a number of the panel discussions and roundtables yesterday. But I believe in these turbulent times, we should look to the fundamental values of the European Union, the positives of the European Union, for example, the single market, and acknowledge the fact and recommit ourselves to the fact that the European Union is the greatest single peace process that this world has ever seen over the last 80 years. And rather than be targeting aspects of the European Union, rather than being critical of what I heard to be the neo-imperialism of the European Union, we should look to the facts. The European Union has never sought colonies. The European Union has never had colonies. The European Union is a voluntary membership organisation. People can join it. If they wish, people are queuing up to join. And of course, there is a rules-based order under which they must undertake standardisation before they can join. People can leave the European Union. Indeed, my nearest neighbour, my colleagues in the UK, left the European Union. Can I say, acknowledging the fact that that was a sovereign decision taken by the British people in a referendum, but what I see now is very much a change of heart, very much a buyer's remorse. Ireland, on the other hand, is firmly embedded to the European values, human rights, the fundamentals of democracy, all of which are known to everybody in this room, but oftentimes we neglect to commit to them
Charles,
in the form.
Your words are honey to my heart. But as we said, as you reminded me about your huge diaspora in US, mainly, could you maybe explain to us what has happened in the US that we have the administration that is not very much, in my opinion, to talk about values of our allies, more about interests and business transactions. And is it kind of concern for you?
Yes, I'm very concerned following the recent presidential election in the United States. But I say that as an Irish person, acknowledging the fact that we have a diaspora worldwide of almost 75 million people, almost all of whom are in the English-speaking world, because as a small island on the western periphery of Europe, we weren't particularly good at languages at the time of our migration. But across the United States of America, there are up to 35 million people who claim Irish ancestry. There's not a city hall from Boston and New York to San Francisco and Los Angeles that doesn't have an Irish mayor or deputy mayor or councillor or group.
So you take the responsibility for American elections, that's what you say?
No, I wouldn't take responsibility for any elections other than those in Ireland. And even in Ireland, I subject myself to the electorate, as I have done at each election from 1987 until 2024 when I didn't stand. But let me say that we use our soft power to influence the Irish diaspora to promote our interests. And it seems from listening to Armenians here at this conference and before that Irish interest and Armenian interest, albeit they're from different parts of the world, are very much in common. And we will continue to lobby for and on behalf of the multilateral rules-based order, regretting that in some countries in Europe and beyond, we see a regression to a type of populist nationalism, which causes me some concern and runs against the grain of Irish political strategy for the last 100 years. We are nestled between the United States of America and the United Kingdom, both of which have proved to be challenging in terms of our relationship, but both of which we will continue to liaise with in a constructive and collaborative manner in order to promote the best interests of our people.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much. So my last question in this round is to Sachin. India is a rising power. I've just been to Resina Dialogue organized by our partner, ORF Foundation. It was on one side very impressive, but on another hand, it was very frustrating, I must say, to hear the voice of Global South, which was very aggressive towards collective West. And it was more or less like, we always knew that your soft power intentions are evil, and only now President Trump admitted that it was true, that dissolvement of US aid and all its soft power tools was dissolving this evil impact on the global scale. And I must say that for me, as a representative of NGO, it was very painful to listen, and I think for our colleagues from Norway or other countries developed that want to share with developing countries their success and want to empower them. So my question is about how do you want to navigate Indian strategic choices between West and East, between being a trade partner with Russia and being a political partner with US. You think this is sustainable?
Well, thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. Well, the first thing I would like to say is that I think the global order has changed so dramatically recently that all that we heard and we professed for 40, 50 years is now almost in shambles. We always heard and talked and discussed global trade, free trade, liberal, open, democratic societies, movement of labor, material, globalization was a word that was used very commonly. But now we are seeing a completely new world order. And I'd like to take for a few minutes of your time to step out of the Eurocentric discussion we've had this far.
We have 14 minutes. So.
I'll take much less. In 1990, there were 69 countries which were electoral democracies. 69. Today it's 106. But to my mind, conducting and winning elections is not democracy. Democracy is when you do get majority, but the fact that you have the moral strength of character to listen to opposition, to keep the institutions alive, transparent, unbiased. And the function of democracy is to say, to hear, to act, and then follow what the majority says. So it's not simple to say that, like you very simply said, India has relationships with Russia and with the US. And why not? India represents 1/5 of humanity. And we are now at a stage where we continue to grow very rapidly. We have our troubles. And like someone mentioned geography. You can't change geography, but you can certainly break away from the pack and prove yourself. I think what is happening today is that countries like the US have pulled out of, for example, WTO. They pulled out of UNHRC, the Paris Agreement. It shows that today it is not about idealism. There were times when the countries were protected by the Soviet bloc or the US. I think even NATO is being pushed. It's now each country for its own. And moving ahead, it'll be more transactional. It's not ideology. It's going to be self-interest, like one of the panelists talked about, self-interest. Obviously, every country must, at the top of the list, follow its self-interest. But you must also believe in what sort of a country you want to make for yourself. I think smaller countries today have a much more difficult landscape to navigate because the world has got more globalized, but there are many barriers. We have tariff wars, we have conflicts, state-sponsored conflicts around the world. So how do you maintain prosperity in a time when there is insecurity? Insecurity because there are many factors that have actually disturbed the global status quo. So you'll need people with broad level of thinking and how they can get people together. It's very easy to comment on conflicts from the outside. It's the parties involved that have to bear the brunt of what's happening in their countries. So every country will act, I think, more and more in isolation. Multilateral platforms like the UN, etc., I think are losing the relevance because post-Second World War, the world has changed so much and the institution has not changed. It hasn't reformed itself. Therefore, it is losing relevance. There are issues on which we'll have to collaborate. You see, many countries, small and big, have to work together. For example, when the pandemic happened, we all had to work together. It crossed boundaries. For climate change, for example, China and India have very different policies, but ultimately the entire globe, entire planet will suffer if we don't act in tandem. Issues like terrorism, unless we stand up and have a collective voice against denouncing all sorts of terrorism, every country at some point will face that problem. So there are issues that are important for us as a global entity, but I think smaller countries, whether it's in Africa or in Europe or even Asia, have a much more challenging time because that protectionist era is gone. It's each to their own, and they have to look at economic interest far more. 40, 50 years ago, it was socialism, capitalism, idealism. Today, it's economic growth, it's jobs, empowerment, issues of civil liberties, and how do you have a literate society. As we open up more, the challenge before the next generation will be how do they grapple with the challenges of the next century. We've actually moved so quickly in the last 15 years. In the 70s and 80s, what we hear today was unheard of. And I think the next generation of young people will have a much more challenging time because the disruptions, the conflicts, regional and large scale, are bound to happen as the global order undergoes a massive paradigm change. So I think as far as my country is concerned, I've worked in the government and in the opposition. One thing I can tell all of you here, that we believe in our form of democracy. Every country has its own way of living its democracy, but we have never exported our democracy to other lands. We believe every country has the right to choose who they want to elect as a leader or a government, but we believe that an inclusive, pluralistic, secular, forward-looking, open economy and open country is the best way for a democracy to function. I'll repeat one last line.
Sachin, if I could jump in for a second. You said that you cannot export democracy. So where is the red line to tolerate your partners, which they should not cross, and that they are respected to be a partner, that you can respect them? Is there a red line for it?
Look,
if you don't expect that your partner are democratic states,
no, I think
so.
Like
let's
say
authoritarian regimes.
Americans, no, Americans keep pushing the red line. Right? It depends what suits them. I think the Americans are. Okay, forget Americans. I think any country, if you start dictating what your set of values is, and you impose on somebody else, that is not fair. Every sovereign country has a choice to choose its government. Of course, there are human rights issues, civil rights issues, but I don't believe we as a country or as a nation should impose our ideal form of democracy into other countries. Every country has elections. How open, how transparent, it's for them to decide. We can comment, we can give our views, we have an opinion, but it's unfair to impose your set of ideals on other countries. That's my personal view.
So you're saying that you could talk and maintain diplomatic relations with every country despite of what they do at home?
Not at all. When the conflict between Ukraine and Russia happened, India took a very firm stand. Our stand is for peace. We do not encourage anyone fighting. We have suffered terrorism recently. 26 people in my country were gunned down in cold blood by terrorists from across the border. And, you know, we have suffered for decades. So I am, for one, very openly saying that conflicts are a no-go. But should everybody intervene? Should we not have a multilateral platform to discuss these things? Should Security Council not have any strength at all? Should NATO keep expanding eastwards? Should China have its own region of influence? These are very complex, challenging questions. But I think as a responsible country, we have to be careful of how much we preach to the world and how much we act on our own.
Do you think NATO, UN is a relevant platform to solve these kind of problems like Ukraine?
What is?
That United Nations is the right place to solve the problem of
I have been saying, my country's been saying, UN has to reform itself. But unless we have a better alternative, we have to make do with what we have. It's time the Security Council changes its composition. It's time the UN has a more reflective landscape of society and world today than it did 50, 70 years ago. So unless we have a better alternative, we have to work with what we have. But UN definitely needs a massive reform going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have like 6 minutes. And I think that I will not make a second round of questions because, as you see, these are very sophisticated issues and they demand answers. So I would like to collect like 3 questions and then I will allow our panelists to respond to them. So I see, let's make it representative. I see lady in red over there. I see lady over there. And I see a lady here in the first row. So let's make it women ask questions. I think it's representative. I know some of them. So let's start. Please, if you could give the microphone, we'll collect all 3 questions. And then let's try to provide answers. So, lady in red was the first one. Could you provide a microphone? If not, oh, the microphone is coming. Okay, it's running. Very good, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Teresa Fallon, Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. Thank you for a very stimulating panel and a master class on how to be a moderator. Thank you. Peter, I have a question for you. Hungary has such a complex relationship both with Russia and China, which seems to be definitely at odds with many in the rest of the EU. How do you see the way forward? Because there doesn't seem to be any ability to have a China policy, because in the past Hungary has blocked or watered down any other types of policy measures that Brussels wants to make in order to pull the EU together and have an EU policy towards China. What is the payoff for Hungary? I don't understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The second question was over there, lady in the third row. Okay.
Hello everyone, thank you for the vibrant panel discussion. My name is Magdas, I'm a young fellow from Ethiopia representing Africa. So my question is, the national interest first approach, this national interest first approach has indeed been a dominant paradigm for centuries, and it has not led to a world free from conflict. So isn't it a time to think alternative strategies, maybe that focus on the common humanity, sense of common humanity? That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the young generation voice. Very, very important. And in the first row.
Hello, my name is Małgorzata Bonikowska. I lost my voice. Too many discussions, I think, here in Yerevan. I come from Poland. I have questions to everyone, all the panelists. How do you see, taking into consideration you are all politicians, the new world order emerging with a special attention of the position and the interactions between the US, Russia, and the European Union also? And to Peter, a special comment, you are a member of this bloc. How do you see the strength of this bloc if there is no unanimous position towards certain activities, partly because of Hungary? Thank you.
Peter, you are the star, as you see. Everyone want to ask the questions. So thank you very much. Let's make it, try to please very condensed and very brief. So maybe let's start first with questions to Peter. As you see, there was most of them probably, so if you could elaborate a bit.
When it comes to our approach to Russia and China, and if we try to discover the difference of our approach to other Europeans, I would say that we are doing it openly and honestly, and the others are doing it in a hidden way with a big bunch of hypocrisy. And I tell you why I say this. When it comes to Russia, Hungary openly cooperates with Russia on energy, because this is a matter of physics. If we cut the energy relationship with Russia, physically speaking, the country is not able to be supplied neither by gas nor by oil, not because of political taste, not because of political gestures, but because of physics. We are a landlocked country. We have interconnected ourselves with 6 of the 7 neighbors, but since not all of the neighbors have made their own investments, and the neighbors of the neighbors have not made all their investments, currently we are dependent on the Russian sources. Once again, because of politics? No. Because of lack of willingness? No. Because of geography and because of physics. But let me tell you one thing. We openly buy gas from Russia on pipeline. But the LNG imports from Russia to the European Union last year have hit huge records. Why? Because France, Spain, and Belgium bought huge amount of Russian LNG. Did anyone ask the French colleague yesterday why you buy record high amount of Russian LNG? No, because it's a big and strong country.
Peter,
but
if I might...
Do you ask Hungary? Yes, you do. On China, there are 18 billion euros of Chinese investments going on in Hungary currently, 18 billion euros. 44% of all Chinese investments heading Europe have ended up in Hungary. Why? Because they have been attracted by the German presence. Why? Because in Hungary we have German automotive factories, big. We are the only country in Europe besides Germany where all 3 German premium car makers are present. But you know where they buy their batteries from? From Chinese companies.
Peter,
so what happens in Hungary?
I agree with you.
Once a big Chinese factory is being built, on the next plot a big German and then a big
Peter,
Chinese
we have
factory.
very little time.
Geography. So these are next to each other, and we are proud to be a meeting point for the Eastern and Western investment in Hungary. And once again, it's not Hungary who buys the batteries from China, but it's the German car manufacturers who do so. So when we speak about decoupling, when we speak about de-risking, then ask the global CEOs of German companies why they call me on a weekly basis to bring their Chinese suppliers to Hungary. That's the physical reality.
I agree that geography is a challenge for all of us. We can't solve it immediately, but politics we can solve quite fast as political turbulences. We are in Armenia right now, hosted by our generous friends, and you can solve the problem. I can give you a recommendation, maybe, or advice. Well, there is a European peace facility support, 25 million European money offered to Armenia, and Hungary is the only country in the EU blocking it. Would you support maybe releasing those money to Armenia to build hospitals for the Armenian people? Because this is the dedication of those resources. So maybe there is a green light. Maybe you want to send a message for Yerevan that Hungary is a friend of Armenia.
Yes, of course. First of all, it's 20 million, just to be precise. 20 million non-lethal aid to the army of Armenia, where we have said we are fine with that. But in order to be balanced and the European Union not to cause any kind of convenience in a very fragile situation where we are finally very close to, hopefully, to signing the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, our request was that the European Union gives a similar amount of non-lethal support to Azerbaijan. Last time it worked out, 10 million euros to Armenia,
but Azerbaijan doesn't want money.
10 million euros to Azerbaijan, and this time it can work out as well. So I had a great conversation and an agreement with your foreign minister an hour ago, where I made him very clear that we are fine with the EPF support to Armenia, with a similar kind of support to Azerbaijan from any EU resource. And since it has already worked out once, it will work out now as well.
So thank you very much. I think we have a news that Hungarian minister just confirmed that European Peace Facility resources for Armenia have a green light from Hungary. Thank you very much for it. I think this is important. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are already over time, but I'm a think tanker and I respect our panelists very much. Peter, you are silent now. I will ask our other colleagues to have the final words. Something what you would like to say in like below 30 seconds, something what was not mentioned, and something what might refer to the questions that were asked. So let's start with our Armenian host. Ruben, 30 seconds.
I'd like to answer
the essence.
The question about putting nations first and whether
a bit louder, Ruben, please.
Yeah, I'd like to answer the question regarding putting your nation first and whether it's a good strategy, because I think this question summarizes the essence of whole our discussion. Indeed, it is in the very nature of any government in the world at any point in history to put their nation first. But putting your nation first should not mean that values don't exist and cooperation doesn't exist, and that, most importantly, rules don't exist. Because paradoxically, if you ignore international rules and values, that is in contradiction to any country's national interests. I mean, this is
Ruben, 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is a classic game theory situation. If 2 countries, 3 countries, 4 countries decide that nothing else matters and only their national interests matter, that automatically means violating their own national interest, because this will create conflicts, this will hinder trade, this will hinder economic cooperation, which will itself create new conflicts, no hindrances, and we will go back in history.
Listening to Armenian colleagues, I see that they are already in the Euro-Atlantic family. It's really wonderful to listen to it. So let me ask our colleagues. So from Ireland, India, and then last but not least, our honourable guest from Montenegro. So Charles.
Well, in short,
very brief.
Yes, I believe it's important that Europe stands united in these times of turbulence, having regard to the fact that it in effect outsourced its security and defence for the last 50 years. I think that needs to change. And can I say in response to the question from the third row, from the lady, in respect of Africa, it's deplorable to see many of our most influential countries cut international humanitarian aid. I believe Europe has a strong role to play, and we can start by ensuring that we increase our aid to most disadvantaged areas. There are 130 armed conflicts in the world as we speak, and I think we need to do something about it in a positive.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think this crisis is also an opportunity, and probably the European Union should fill this gap. India.
But I think as the world has become more informed about what's happening, a lot of the unrest and civil problems that happen, they happen because of unequitable growth. When you have economic progress and you have a distribution of income and wealth that is not proportionate, it creates problems in societies, and they lead to then civil unrest, revolutions, and so on and so forth. So I think moving forward, whether you're a small country or a big country, one has to focus on equitable, justifiable growth for all. Because unless we have that mindset of reaching out the last person in the line, we won't be doing justice to our jobs, and we're creating problems for the next generation.
Thank you very much. And our friend from Montenegro.
Well, I have a few things to say, so I will try to speak fast. I was very happy to hear about the European Union as the greatest peacemaking project in the world ever. And this is actually true, but this is a political value. Let's go back to that. So what we have been experiencing is the transformation of a very nice and positive political value into a very technical process. So now we need to balance the two, and if the enlargement does not happen, and if Montenegro does not join the European Union by 2028, it would ruin the very credibility of the European Union. So we need to work together on this, and we are grateful to all the friends that are supporting us. I would also like to say that the European Union has been too much concentrated on itself in the past, and I'm referring to the question from Africa. I think that the European Union needs to work more with Africa, but it also needs to have a specific approach, different from before. And there is something that the European Union can learn from us. We have decades in the Western Balkans of experience with very nice, friendly cooperation with African countries, so they can ask us for advice. And the third thing that I would like to say, I think the expression of the new world order is now obsolete. We have new world order, newer world order, the newest world order. I mean, the world is changing, it's flexible, and we need to adapt and be flexible as well, and not try to put it in some sort of formulas. So.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end. I'm a sailor for 30 years, and I know one rule. You cannot change the wind, you can adjust the sails. And I think that listening to our great panelists, they know how to do it. They know how to adapt. Although the weather is like it's like a 10 of Beaufort scale, but I think that in this crisis there is also an opportunity. And let's keep fingers for it. Thank you very much, and please join me in a round of applause for our great panelists.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. and it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
I want to thank you for being us today. Please welcome our moderator, Madame Rachel Rizzo, Senior Fellow, Europe Center, Atlantic Council. And our discussion is going to be on expansion equation. Should EU enlargement be made easier? So over to you, Madame Rachel.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I feel like we've hit the post-lunch crowd, so appreciate everyone who's here and who's still committed to the entirety of our panels today and the entirety of the conference. Rachel Rizzo here. I'm a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Europe Center. It's a think tank based in Washington, D.C. I want to start by saying thank you to the Armenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Observer Research Foundation, and the other partners for hosting this conference. One common theme I have found emerging from the panels over the last couple of days are, is everyone letting everyone else know how many times they have been to Armenia. So I find it incumbent upon myself to tell everyone that this is my first time to Yerevan, my first time to Armenia, hopefully not my last. This is a beautiful city, a beautiful country, and I feel very lucky and privileged to be here. I also feel very lucky to be able to moderate this panel on what I believe is one of the most important topics in geopolitics today, which is this question of enlargement of the European Union. And as you saw from the title of this panel, should EU enlargement be made easier? That sort of gets to the heart of the question, but we have a fantastic panel with us today where we can not only tackle that, but really get to the heart of what the EU is, what it means for countries that want to join the European Union, and also the challenges that come along with it. You know, past waves of EU enlargement have brought both opportunities and challenges. They've created new partnerships, but also on the flip side, have at times deepened tensions between Brussels and new member states. So today, this question about further EU enlargement really is at the forefront of conversations about the EU. Obviously, Ukraine is a big part of this. You know, coming from Washington, D.C., focusing on security, you often hear conversations about Ukraine's NATO accession. And I think the EU part of this often gets ignored, or at least gets put on the back burner a bit. But in my mind, that is actually a more important question for Ukraine. And there's also multiple EU candidate countries in the so-called waiting room. So with that, I want to turn to, I feel lucky that I don't really have to answer any of these questions today. I get to ask the panelists. I have the easy job. You all have the difficult job. But of course, you're all best suited to answer these questions. So I wanted to start to my immediate right, because we are in Armenia, we're in Yerevan. Mr. Sargis Khandanyan, who is chair of the Standing Committee on Foreign Relations at the Armenian National Assembly. It's fantastic to be with you here today. Let's start by talking a little bit about the Armenian experience specifically. The Armenian parliament officially adopted a law to launch your EU accession. This was signed by the Prime Minister just last month, so it's fresh off the press. Can you talk a little bit about what this means for Armenia specifically? What are your aspirations in terms of both EU membership, but also deeper partnerships with the EU until that day comes? But also maybe what that means for other candidates, maybe specifically in the South Caucasus, but also more broader than that, seeking deeper integration while also navigating some really real and complex geopolitical challenges, especially that come along with being in this region. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And I want to first welcome everyone in Yerevan. It is a great honor and pleasure to have you all, and I'm very happy that we have many parliamentarians among us these 2 days, and I also hope that this won't be your first and last visit, but you will visit frequently. This is a panel where actually I have more questions than answers, and we have a lot of questions in Armenia about the EU membership and the prospects of enlargement. But I would like to go a few decades back and start with the platform that the European Union envisioned its relations with the countries on its east, which was Eastern Partnership. And back then, at its inception, it was about everything but membership. But then, eventually, we realized that the membership is also a perspective. And now we see countries among Eastern Partner countries that have a candidate status, namely Ukraine, Moldova, and also the last one is Georgia. So it raised questions also in Armenian society and political and public sphere. Why can't we also be members or candidates for the European Union membership? And we often discuss this with our European colleagues, and we often hear that Armenia must show strong signals towards its desire to become more closer to the European Union and eventually to become a member of the European Union. And the law that you have mentioned is one of those signals, maybe a bit symbolic one, but it's also a very important commitment taken by the government of Armenia, showing this signal and commitment to, at one point, also consider a membership to the European Union. And it's most important factor in this is that it's not an initiative by the government of Armenia or by one political party in Armenia. It is an initiative by the public. So it was the public initiative that came to the parliament. So Armenian public has that intention or considers that possibility or perspective to become a member of the European Union. But before we take that path, before we submit that application, I think the process is also very important. And I would break this into three dimensions. First of all, political dialogue that we are having with the European Union. And it goes beyond with the SIPA agreement, Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement that we have with the European Union. We have I believe that at the moment, the relations between Armenia and the European Union has never been closer. So we have a very strong political dialogue. The second one is people-to-people contacts and getting to know the Europe better for our citizens. And for that, I'm happy to share that we started the visa liberalization dialogue with the European Union. And we are confident that we are going to be the champion among all the countries who ever had that negotiations to be the fastest one. So we are going to do the reforms that is required for that to help our people to know the European Union better and closer. And I would also add to this the deployment of the European Civilian Mission, which is also a very important, beyond its security and security component, it's also very important for the citizens of Armenia to see how the European Union functions and to have a small a pillar of the European Union on the ground. And the third dimension is the trade and economic cooperation. Here that we need from both sides do more to be closer, to do a lot of homework, to become more compatible for the European markets, but also we are looking forward more support from the European Union, more openness for the trade. Of course, the supply routes are very important in this context, and I think I believe that is one of the reasons as well that the Armenian government is pushing its Crossroads of Peace initiative so enthusiastically, because it will also help us greatly to be much closer to the European Union.
Thank you. Sort of building on that, I want to go next to Julius Pranavicius, who's the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs from Lithuania. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Lithuania was part of, I believe, the 5th round of EU accession. You joined in 2004, so there have been 7 rounds of EU accession or EU enlargement since the original 6 were created as part of the EEC in 1957. So you joined in 2004, which means just last year you celebrated 20 years as a member of the EU with all of the benefits and also challenges that come along with that. So I wanted to ask you specifically, you know, given your experience as part of this, how do you, like, what are some maybe lessons learned from your position? And Dr. Fawn, I'll ask you that question as well in terms of just broader post-Soviet states, but specifically in terms of Lithuania, you know, how do you view the balance of maintaining these strict accession criteria, but also accelerating EU enlargement to a point where it actually can respond to geopolitical threats? So it's sort of a two-pronged question, but you can feel free to tackle that however you like.
Good. Thank you so much for your questions, and it's really great to be in Yerevan and great to be in your event. I do remember very well those similar discussions we had back in Lithuania more than 20 years ago when we were just planning our path towards European Union, when we were planning our accession talks. And at that time, as you said, it was a 5th enlargement. We had experience of previous enlargements. There was such an understanding that there is a classical method of EU enlargement. And it is true that ever since the first new member states were adopted or acceded to the European Union or the organizations that preceded the European Union, there were always those rules there that there is no negotiation between equals. It's about negotiations about how you will accede to this organization. And the way how you accede is like you don't discuss that organization will change and then you will do something jointly. No, it's about how you will implement all the EU laws, all the EU regulations into your own national law system and how you will apply them. The things like conditionality, very strict conditionality, that if you want to move a step further, you need to implement certain conditions. They always existed there, and they existed for a reason. I think it's the whole idea of European Union being a transformative power, where European Union can, and it's actually one of the greatest things of European Union, is that it can really reorganize the country. It can transform it into something very different, where you are starting your journey to accede to European Union, then you do all the reforms, you adhere you approximate all the laws with the EU laws, and at the end of the day, you find yourself already a different country. So we knew it from the theory, and we knew that these are the rules. We had very tough talks, and we had very tough decisions to make on some reforms. In our case, one of them was like decommissioning nuclear power plant, and there were a lot of debates internally, should we do this or not, that we had to solve Kaliningrad transit issue. So many things that at that time we felt like, okay, it's sometimes probably it's even unfair why we have to do all those things and why EU keeps asking us all those things. But we knew from the theory that that's how EU enlargement is working, and that's what we need to do to accede to it. And now, fast forward those 20 years after we acceded to European Union, I think it was worth doing that. And it was, and those conditions, they are there for the reason. So very good that we were taking them seriously, that we implemented all the reforms, that we transposed all the EU laws into our legislative system, and it is working well. In our case, we really managed to transform country. Just to give you some figures, the days when we were just acceding to European Union, our GDP per capita was less than 40% of EU average. Today we are above 90%. If you look at our wages, at our pensions, retirement allowances, and other things, you could see that they went up in time, sometimes in 5 times, for example, for the retirement schemes. That's really the miracle that was only possible because we could participate in EU joint market, where we could benefit from actively competing with other European countries, also using well all the structural assistance that came with the accession to European Union. But in our case, the general feeling is that EU was always supported in Lithuania. We are one of the most Euro-enthusiastic countries, so those conditions, they have to be there. Now about Ukraine, I also think that be it Ukraine, be it Western Balkans or any other countries, we still have to have those strict conditions that in order to become member of European Union, you have to do all the reforms, you have to adjust to European laws. But what could be done internally, the way how we make decisions in the European Union, in some cases it is becoming really too cumbersome. One for anything, for all the chapters to open, all the new things that you have to do there, you always need unanimity. So then it's a kind of hostage of anyone who would say, I have my own political agenda, I have for particular reasons, I will be blocking those decisions. So I think we could really think about the ways how we can enhance internal procedures in European Union to make that process smoother. Thank you.
So just to build on this really fast, I mean, should there be a sort of, or could there be, I guess, a sort of tiered system within the EU? You know, people talk about like a multi-speed Europe. Mm-hmm. And is that something that is realistic? What would that look like?
It's well, a great discussion, but we can discuss it for hours, not just about the accession, but the future of the European Union. Should it be 2 speeds or multiple speeds? In some cases, you already have those speeds. We have a Schengen zone, and not all of the members are there in Schengen. We have Eurozone, so not all the countries have Euro. probably that instrument could be used for the also for the instruments. But I wouldn't agree to the idea that for the countries that are joining, that they would be like a second-class membership. That's wrong. I think we should, and all the countries should aim to be members, full members of the European Union, with all the rights and obligations coming out of that.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Rick Fawn, I'd like to come to you, Professor of International Relations at University of St. Andrews in the United Kingdom. We were just chatting before this, and I asked you what courses you teach, and you were mentioning international relations, but also post-Soviet states. And so I wanted to sort of bring that perspective into this conversation and also ask you a two-pronged question. You know, what are some lessons learned from post-Soviet states in terms of EU accession that you could apply maybe to the current moment, if that's something that you have an opinion on, or if that's something that you've looked at, But also at the same time, I want to have you sort of look at this broader question of, you know, whether you think this current debate about EU enlargement, as we mentioned, I think, you know, there are multiple countries in the EU waiting room. Countries want to join. They want to undergo the domestic reforms necessary to join because there's a benefit to being a part of the EU. So does this desire to join the European Union reflect, you know, broader changes in the international system? Are states looking for this sort of economic and security protection, especially, you know, coming from the United States? We talk about great power competition all the time, and I think that's a conversation for a different day, but I do think it applies here because the EU is very much a part of this.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that's multiple questions, but before turning to those, just as everyone has done before, but I do it very heartfelt, an enormous thanks to our organizers, the MFA and the ORF, for what has been a fantastic event, and many people have spoken about the beauty of Yerevan, but I would add to that, especially to Armenians who are still with us, that Geghart and Garni are among the most beautiful, interesting places I've ever been. So Yerevan and much more. So turning to these questions, starting point, I just clarify post-communist, post-Soviet, and perhaps we don't want to use these terms anyway because they're 30 plus years out of date, but post-communist tends to refer to the satellite countries, the Poland, Czech Republic, so on. Post-Soviet, those that were in the Soviet Union. So the majority of the accession countries in 2004, 2007 would have been post-communist. The three Baltic republics, of course, were a curious situation because they weren't in the Soviet Union the entirety of the history of the Soviet Union. They were forcibly annexed, as we should all know, at the end of the Second World War. First comment, the EU, yes, is a type of club, and clubs have membership. They have membership criteria. I don't think the EU obliges anybody to be interested in the EU. But if you want to be interested in the club, there are rules. I also think maybe I'm too naive, too soft about these things. I actually think, on the whole, those rules are for a common good. Now, I've studied the accession process in Central Europe and the Baltic, Southeastern Europe. This was, and it's been confirmed by people who experienced it and were practitioners of it, this was a tough process, an awful lot involved. But I would absolutely say for the better. We've had some indicators here, and over the past 2 days, I think it's unfathomable that accession delivered. It did. These countries, these peoples, these societies are vastly better off. Second, the club works in different ways. And we've been speaking to this, but let's be very, very firm. There are different possibilities within the EU. There are different possibilities on the outside with the EU. So the Deputy Minister, for example, already turned to some of the major options within the EU, Eurozone, Schengen, so it is not one monolithic thing. And then in terms of countries that are interested, and let's say that again, these are countries that are interested, they're not being compelled. It is not simply a process of in or out. There's an accession process. There are, and this has been confirmed by members of this panel, there are very good reasons for all that has to be adapted to in that accession process. But alongside the process. Let's put it in blunt terms. There are lots of rewards to be had. Right? It's not an in-out question. And as somebody, I'll give it away now, you're hearing a Canadian accent from somebody who is also British and in Britain a long time. I would love Canada to be in the EU. I would love Britain to come back into the EU. I put my biases out there. But that is to speak to countries that can have very different relations with the EU. Consider Norway, that comes top of the Human Development Index every year. Very wealthy country. Or Switzerland. Who wouldn't want to be members of countries like that? They didn't opt in fully to the EU. They put themselves in a curious situation where they actually contribute very substantially to the EU budget, but without any real input. No, these are choices that can be had. I think in terms of funding, almost limitless. Let's be blunt. The European Union is extremely good at assisting, especially those who are in the accession process. There are gains to be had, and there are societal gains to be had. One difficulty, I suspect, is that the EU is not so good or not so even in advertising itself and what it does. I can give myriads of examples where it's worked better and not worked. I suspect part of the problem in the EU, this was certainly the case in Britain, and in some of the would-be entrant countries, what the EU does, what it funds, what it supports, is simply not known. And that also allows, I'll be blunt again, that simply allows conspiracy theories to dominate discourses. And again, I don't think the EU is particularly good, I wish it were better, at pushing back at these things. So countries that are interested have much to gain over what can be a long-term process. If there is fatigue, disappointment, that may well be happening with some Western Balkan countries that have been queued for a number of years. There are myriad reasons for that. That can be with domestic changes, and I would stress also, from my perspective certainly, when a country is in the accession process, they get a great deal of assistance from the European Union in making those changes. It's not a unilateral process. It's a very, very consensual one, I think, and with the EU being extremely helpful. So, in a very few words, considering the question we've been set here, I would slightly rephrase it. Right? There isn't an in-out dichotomy. There is a longer process potentially, yes, but with lots of gains alongside that, gains that can particularly support people like youth, we're all in favor of that, that can signal to societies that the gains will be very, very considerable. We take it for granted, but things like health and safety, the EU is extremely good at that. It might be painfully bureaucratic and boring, but it does make societies safer and healthier. Enormous gains that are often intangible or, frankly, boring. And countries gain from this. So I think it's a significant win process for everyone.
Thank you, Professor. Tatiana Turcolet, compliance officer at the European Investment Bank Group based in Luxembourg. I wanted to come to you because, as Professor Fon mentioned, there are a lot of issues that I think often not necessarily get ignored, but get forgotten when we're talking about the EU, things like health and security, but also funding. I mean, the financial aspect of both EU membership and EU funding is a huge part of this conversation, and I think, with your position, you can speak to this in a way that very few people can, because it does feel like it gets pretty niche and into the weeds. So I wanted to ask you, where does, from the European Investment Bank, where does that fit into this conversation, but also where does the EU fit into your conversation at the EIB? When we're looking at things like EU enlargement, this is, bringing economies into as the professor said, sort of this club that comes with different risks and benefits. But how do you think about sort of mitigating those risks of enlargement from a financial and investment perspective?
Thank you so much, Rachel. First and foremost, let me join my co-panelists in thanking a big thanks to our co-organizers who host us here, which is an incredible event, an incredible platform in this beautiful country for this kind of topics and discussions in the current situation that we're in. And also, of course, the ORF, who made this all possible from idea, bringing it all to reality. Second of all, this topic is particularly close to my heart, not only because of the nature of my job, but also because I was born in what is currently one of the candidate countries, in Moldova. I've been living abroad since many years, but I remember very well the times when we still needed a visa to go to just neighboring Romania, which nowadays seems very difficult to imagine, even since we were fortunate to have the visa liberalization, for example, as one of the many steps for EU accession. But I have also had the privilege and pleasure to advise my government on the EU accession process, so I've seen this from both the governance perspective, but also as a simple citizen, what it means to be, let's say, on the other side in this very long process, and see and feel the aspirations of joining the EU one day, hopefully, and little by little it became a reality when our candidate country. And just to delve into the topic of this session, which is the last basically on the topic of EU enlargement, it was very interesting to hear all the ideas, debates about the EU and what it means, both from inside and outside perspectives. So I will try not to repeat my co-panelists, but rather to wrap up on what the whole process is, including from my current position and touching upon the topic of funding. What I would like to emphasize, and this has been said again and again here in various sessions, is that EU is first and foremost about values. I know this, again, sounds very, very abstract, and we probably tend to disregard it more often than not, especially in the case of aspiring countries. The EU, of course, is about very generous funding, but also for the member states as well. It's about subsidies, it's about grants, it's about a single market, free trade, and so on. However, we should stick in whatever position we are, especially as a citizen, to the fact that this whole entity, the EU as a supranational entity, is based on mutual respect. I've heard some debates about this. I can say, being based basically in the heart of the EU, that this is what drives us every day, the mutual respect, values, and indeed, these concepts, as abstract as they are, lead us to other concepts that we, again, especially those living in the EU, took for granted, like air quality, safety, excellent medicine, going to a doctor without having to pay a bribe, which unfortunately is happening in many other countries. So I think that's important to keep in mind, especially for the aspiring countries, because these will be the building bricks of your accession towards the EU in the future. And indeed, perhaps the EU is not perfect, but it's a process. It's, let's say, under construction, and the most important is that we are all striving to make it better. We might have more regulations than probably other parts of the world, which is maybe not ideal, but at the same time there is always a reason behind that. And as long as I think we keep in good faith, it's both you know, those who work on this topic, but also as citizens will be all better off. It's also not easy. I mean, I've seen different parallels, and I heard about the EU. I see it more as a rather big family of 27 members. And as we all know, it's never easy with the relationships in the family, small ones, let alone a big one. Imagine it would be 27 people in one family. So, but I think that also shows how we actually made it happen throughout the years. The EU has been there, fortunately, since many years, and now in these times of crisis, we'd rather stick together than apart. Also on the point of whether the EU should be a two-tier system, I totally agree with my co-panelists. I guess we generally need more harmonization, not less, in the EU. At the same time, we are already at different speeds in different fields, like in the Schengen, the Euro area. So we should actually strive to have a rather level playing field than less. And eventually we see progress even in these fields. For example, in the case of the European Public Prosecutor's Office, where Poland recently decided to join. One tangible effect, and I think it's important to work in good faith for all the member states on this front.
Thank you so much. So we have about 15 minutes left, and so what I would like to do is maybe a quick lightning round for the panelists, like one more quick question. But I'd also really like the audience to ask a couple and get you, I already see one right here, waving your hand, and a couple, there's two. So I basically want to come back to all of you and ask you if there's anything that you want to respond to that the panelists have said. I will start to my immediate right, Mr. Khandanian, but maybe talking a little bit, I think like disparities between established members and new members, that's been mentioned. So how do you mitigate that? I really want to talk about European values, and we kind of talked about the Copenhagen criteria, this set of standards a country has to meet to be eligible for membership. So are we running into a problem where values in European Union members diverge, and what does that mean for decision making? And then finally, and you don't have to answer all of these, just kind of pick up what you would like. EU skepticism. I mean, we're dealing with a loss of faith in institutions in the United States as well, but also globally, and the EU is not immune to this. So how do you deal with EU skepticism and navigate and mitigate this loss of faith in the EU at a time when unity is so important? So I'll start to my immediate right and then just work my way down pretty quickly, if you don't mind, and then we'll just turn to the audience for a couple of quick questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would just like to react to what Professor Faun said, and as closer we get with the EU and as closer we observe the accession process, we indeed realize that the accession is more of internal process of each country which is trying to become a member of the European Union rather than a diplomatic process. So I also agree that every country is benefiting a lot while taking these steps closer to the European Union. And when I talked in the beginning about the signals, and I only mentioned one of them, the law, the symbolic signal of the accession to the European Union, I think, and you mentioned about the values, the Copenhagen criteria. I think the recent democratic progress that Armenia has made for the last few years is also a clear signal that we belong to that family, that we are European, that we share the democratic nature of the European Union. And also in the previous panel, Foreign Minister Siarto, talking about the merit-based membership, said that the conflict, being in conflict, is not a merit. Agree with this or not, but I think our commitment to peace process in this neighborhood, because I believe European Union is also interested to have a peaceful neighborhood in its borders. Our commitment to the peace process is also a signal to the European Union that we are interested to be part of the family.
Thank you. Just going back to your question on the values and whether we should have to be strict on that in planning our enlargement process. So the EU rules and EU laws are very clear about that. It's the article, if I remember correctly, 49 of the EU treaty. It says that any European country that respects European values that are stated in Article number 2 could become a member of European Union. So it's like doesn't leave any question with that. It's if you respect, then you can start the whole process. If not, if you have some issues with general EU values, then it's not the right club, not the right place to be. So I think on that it is like that, and it has to remain like that. We shouldn't compromise on our values. But then on some other things, also hearing the debate here in Armenia and in other countries, or some misperception of European Union, I remember all those talks also in Lithuania, like, well, okay, what will happen with our culture, with our identity? Will it survive? When we are then members of European Union, maybe we'll have to sacrifice it. And it proved to be totally wrong. We are fine, we are Lithuanians as we are, and we became even more Lithuanians after those 20 years. We were talking about like linguistical things. I think that our national language, Lithuanian language, was never ever in the history of our country so much respected as it is right now, and there is so much attention to that because all the EU laws, everything has to be translated into our language, and it is equal official language with all the others. The same with our ethnical culture or anything that we want to promote. We are happy to do that. EU is just giving instruments to do that. And my final thing on the future enlargements and this basic principle that it has to be based on merits. I think that's very clear rule, and it's very right rule. It was always there from the beginning. Each individual country has to be judged according to its own merits, and we have to be very strict to that. And we have to, we have our rules, but then all the candidates, they have expectations. If we say that their progress will be judged on their own merits, that's what we have to fulfill. It cannot be like that we say if you are fulfilling the criteria, if you implement this or that reform, you will get one step closer to European Union. And then after some time we say, but we have some bilateral issues, and first you do this and do that, and then we can talk about that. And I think this principle is there, but we have to be very clear, and we have to be also reliable partners for the candidate countries and implement that. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
First, on what I call public relations. The EU can and should do more. Brief word on Brexit. Whitehall, the government area in London. Never did I see a European Council flag. Very, very disappointing. Contrast that to downtown Kiev, 2013, 2014. 800,000 people eventually out on the streets and flying the European Council flag. Britain used to fly the European Council flag on embassies outside the country. So that's just a starting point on understanding, let alone appreciating what was offered. And I think we had a tremendous gap in that in Britain. It can often have something to do with domestic politics, but also the EU having certain limitations in projecting itself. And I would, again, like to see much more of that, including on things that make, and there are many cases of it, day-to-day improvements for people. Next, the EU is, and this is in some ways a seeming drawback, it's very consociational. Everybody is in it. There was a debate that was defeated about less representation for the newcomers 2004, 2007 and onwards. No, we have a commissioner for every country, we have the European Parliament, everybody's in the system. So that makes for arguably a clunky system, but everybody is in it. And I'll be quite extreme now and say, contrast that, the seeming bureaucracy, the seeming slowness, the seeming, I disagree, seeming unrepresentativeness, contrast that to 3 generations of massive bloodshed in Europe. Let's take a bit of that consociational system to what we had before. The EU, I genuinely believe, is an antidote to war. And it's hard to put a price on that. It really is priceless. Countries can do it at their own pace. Nobody is obliging. I think that's extremely important, and I'd reiterate the gains that could be made along the way. I'm delighted, may I say, Deputy Minister, about the reaffirmation that national identities haven't been challenged. In many ways, I think the opposite. So much opportunity to support, especially smaller language groups in that, as another hand up, as a beneficiary in a very competitive process for large European Commission research grants. We had to be very, very European. We had to ensure mobility. We had to be literally from across Portugal up to Estonia. We were building European identity. People who integrated with each other, spoke multiple languages, and so on. This is priceless. Right? An awful lot to be gained. If countries don't want to engage, they don't need to, but much to be had. Thank you.
Thank you. I really love what you just said. The EU is an antidote to war. That'll stay with me for a long time. Tatiana, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be very concise so that we leave a bit of room for questions from the audience. This is just to say that despite all the internal challenges that we can see within the EU itself, it still remains one of the most attractive places to live. And we can see that as a proof with the very high immigration rates that we have. But just to give a bit of hope to the aspiring countries and towards the path to the EU is that we have a lot of changes in the dynamics in the current international relations is changing very rapidly. At the same time, internally, we also have our own challenges in terms of shrinking demographics, labor shortages, and so on. So I participated in another forum focusing on Ukraine, where basically with all the brave people fighting for their lives in the country, now they were actually presenting how they could contribute to the EU in terms of cybersecurity, defense, and this kind of fields. And what can I say? It's chapeau, and I think that's also a good example for other candidate countries to think in terms of, since I was speaking about mutual respect, also what we mutually can do for the EU.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left. There's a question here and a question there. I will take those two, that's it. Sir, you go right ahead. I'll take them at the same time. Please just be brief. Let's not do any speeches or anything like that, and make sure it ends in a question. There might be a microphone, but if not, just yell it and I can repeat it up here. Okay, actually can't hear you. Are there any microphones? Okay, here we go.
Wojciech Wojtasiewicz, Polish Institute of International Affairs. I have a question to Mr. Hanadian. I would like to ask you about the political crisis in neighboring Georgia. Aren't you afraid that the crisis in the relations between Georgia and the European Union, because of that anti-European and pro-Russian Georgian government, could negative influence of your chances to integrate with the European Union? Thank you.
Thank you. And then ma'am, right over there in the, yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie Fenkert, International Institute for Peace, Austria, Vienna. I do work a lot on EU enlargement as well. I have two, first, a very brief comment. Thank you so much, Tatiana, and also Mr. Pranevicius for stressing that the European Union is a value-based organization. I think people tend to forget this. And this is partly also due to developments within the European Union, but it is actually written in Article 2, and I think this is very important that we tend not to forget it. Two brief questions. One is, how can we make the enlargement process credible again? Because it is not credible at all. It is not merit-based. It wasn't for a very, very long time, and this is maybe due to the fact that the European Union has not been deepening the integration as it should have been. We see national tendencies, and we see a lot of member states actually applying national interests before the common European good or whatever. I mean, Albania is a very good example. Macedonia, which was blocked from opening accession talks for 20 years nearly. So I think, so how can we make the process credible again? And then if we look, and this is maybe also again to Prevenitius, how can we make the European Union also be able to act again? Which reforms do we need? I'm speaking about the Council of Europe because we do know 27 member states, 27 different opinions, and we do know that it is very difficult to come to terms in this. And I doubt that if we are not tackling reforming in specific areas, the Council, that we will not see any more members in the European Union. Sorry for being a little bit critical. I'm very pro-European, and I'm very much, but I think we need to ask the tough questions if we want to proceed with, I don't know, the European Union in the future. Thank you.
Those are excellent questions. Thank you so much. I'll start with you and then to the Deputy Minister, and then if anyone else wants to do a quick.
Thank you very much for the question. Look, beyond everything, our number one foreign policy priority is to have stable South Caucasus and normal relations with our neighbors. Unfortunately, in this region, we don't have a luxury of having it more and more. So with those who we have really great relations, we should maintain these relations. And with Georgia, we have a strategic partnership, and we value that partnership very much. And we are building on that. Of course, it would be much easier for us, even geographically, even in terms of access to the Black Sea and closeness to the European Union, to do these steps together. And I can say that Armenia was one of the biggest advocates for Georgia to receive candidate status for the membership of the European Union. We follow what is going on between the European Union and Georgia, and we can hope that these relations will return to the normal path, and we are ready to do as much as possible for our neighbors to benefit from those relations, and also to help us to take further steps towards the European Union. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thanks, and thank you for great questions. Well, I'll try to be optimistic, although I understand where you're coming from and why you are asking those things, because I really have a huge sympathy to those issues. The question of the reform of European Union and enlargement, it was always there. I really remember those talks when we were entering European Union, and at that time we also had before that Amsterdam, the Nice Treaty, and then the European Convention, and all those discussions about how we have to reform EU, because without reform we will not survive. Some reforms are there. In Lisbon Treaty, the basic institutional setup was a little bit adjusted for the enlargement, and it is functioning. It is functioning. I don't see that, like, if we start to put it as a precondition that in order to continue enlargement, we need certainly to do some major changes. I'm afraid that in that case we will just delay the enlargement, and we will have a good excuse not to do the enlargement. What I thought would be a good thing is to change our mindset. This enlargement fatigue, it exists, but I think it's high time for us to kind of reapproach the whole process from that angle, that enlargement is a possibility. Enlargement is not just that some countries want to accede to European Union and it will be beneficial to them. We in European Union, we have to, although we understand that all those facts that enlargement is also is beneficial not just to the acceding countries but to the European Union as such. But I think probably it's also a question about communication, that we have to talk about that, and we have to talk more about the opportunities that enlargement is bringing to everyone. We were talking about Ukraine, and then I just don't want to take Ukraine and then leave Moldova or Western Balkans or other countries aside, but it's having Ukraine now in the European Union would be a huge advantage in many respects, be it security, be it economy, be it all the other elements that Ukraine could bring to European Union. And if we take it as something like, okay, we have to spend money, we have to do this and that, it will cost us that much, then you will have all the good excuses to delay the enlargement. But if we manage to fill the sphere with those arguments that enlargement is beneficial to European Union, I think that would be extremely helpful, and then probably the mood will change. Then those small adjustments that are needed to make the process, like internal decision making in European Union, as we were talking about those blocking chapters and not allowing different candidates to move further because of some strange reasons, and why this merit-based principle is not working. Maybe if we switch from unanimity to qualified majority voting in those special occasions, that would be helpful. And if the overall atmosphere is much more positive, then I think those decisions will be made much easier.
Thank you. We are out of time. Okay, unless there's any burning comments that, okay. Thank you so much for your attention, for your questions. Please join me in thanking our fantastic panelists. This was really fascinating. Thank you so much.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in
and involved in advocacy and global efforts worldwide. And we have Moses Kajwang, who is the senator for Homa Bay County, Kenya, and who is a prominent political leader and championing the governance reforms in his country. So I will kickstart the discussions, which is today about biodiversity, the world's living tapestry. So biodiversity is more than just the incredible variety of plants and animals around us, as it encompasses all forms of life and their ecosystems within. It is a vast, interconnected web woven from billions of years of evolution, and it is essential for our survival. And its wanton destruction is akin to setting fire to our lifeboat. So now I will start by asking the UN resident coordinator, yes, because we're talking about biodiversity, and according to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, more than 1 million of our flora and fauna on the planet are in danger of extinction. Just a few days ago, which is May 22, we celebrated the International Day for Biological Diversity, which actually stems from the fact that 22 May 1992, there was the adoption of a Convention on Biodiversity. So, in line with this and all the work that the UN is doing and on the global diversity framework, I would like to ask you, what is your standpoint about the action list, the UN action list and the SDGs, and how do you see the progress over the years, especially when we refer to biodiversity loss, and where are we with Vision 2030?
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. It's great to be back at the Yerevan Dialogue. So let me start. I can't resist. I have to start with a little sentence that Armenia's biodiversity is at crossroads. And I want to say for the two reasons, actually. Geographically, Armenia is, at the crossroad of different regions, so we have this really wide diversity of ecosystems and climate zone. So for those of you who are not based here, we do have amazing biodiversity. And it's at the crossroad also because we have COP17 coming up in a year and a half, and I believe my colleague on the left will talk about this. But this is a huge opportunity to really accelerate action to preserve biodiversity. So I think besides the crossroads for peace, we need to look at crossroads for biodiversity as well. Now, let me go to the main question, or to the first question. Currently, the UN, we work under these two main large frameworks when it comes to biodiversity. And as you probably know, initially we had the Convention on Biodiversity that was developed in 1992. Again, I say this because this is one of the very first global event and very first convention that Armenia signed as an independent country. So it shows that from the beginning, Armenia was very committed to environmental matters and to biodiversity. Currently, we are working under this coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which has set up a number of targets, I think about 23. And these targets really intend to help us address the drivers of biodiversity loss. This was done in COP15, so that was in 2022. In COP16 last year, which took place in Cali, there was some major decision taken about financing biodiversity. And I say this because it actually took 30 years to put in place a commitment from 190 plus countries to actually have dedicated financing to address biodiversity loss. So these are, for the moment, these are these two major frameworks under which each country now has to develop their own legislative framework, strategies, etc. And this is what Armenia is doing. When it comes to the cause of the reason for losses, there are typically 5 main drivers, and I will mention them because, again, I like to talk global, but at the same time to make reference to what is relevant to Armenia, and all 5 drivers are relevant to Armenia. The first driver is about land use. So this is about, extension of urban development, it's about agricultural use, it's about deforestation. The second main driver is about pollution. It's mostly water, soil pollution, it's air pollution. It can be generated by urban development, but it can also be generated, in the case of Armenia, by the extractive industries. It can be generated by waste management. So there are different sources for this second cause. The third driver is climate change, very obviously, and in many countries this is about water availability. It's about having more forest fires. So there is again here different symptoms and different causes to how climate change will affect the biodiversity loss. The fourth reason is invasive species. And again, because Armenia has been on a crossroad, and there's been for a long time, there's been a lot of people coming in and out of Armenia, the trade, transport also bring invasive species. So there is actually quite a lot of invasive species in Armenia, including in water bodies. And then finally, the fifth reason is overexploitation. So overexploitation can be overfishing, it can be too much tree cutting, which happened here in the 90s when there was a shortage of fuel, so there was a lot of deforestation. And this is something that the country now is really trying to address. But as you know, to reforest a country, to move from 10% to whatever, 20 or 30%, it takes 20 years, right? So it's a long-term endeavor. Overexploitation can also be related to the mining or to the water use, etc. So these are the sort of 5 pillars that can that we need to address when we look at biodiversity. And there are 2 important points I want to make today before I close my first part. Is we tend to see biodiversity as the butterfly and the leopard. I say leopard because, as you know, here we have this beautiful Caucasian leopard. I haven't seen any, but there are a few, and they are. It's an amazing animal. But we tend to see biodiversity as an environmental topic. It's not just an environmental topic. And I'm sure there are experts in the room, and of course you will nod the head and say, yes, of course we know that. But my experience, particularly in the past few months when we've been discussing COP with many different stakeholders, with the public, with the private sector, is there is not yet a very good understanding that the drivers that I just described, the drivers of biodiversity loss, are actually the responsibility of multiple economic sectors and of us as citizens. And so this is going to be a big endeavor for us globally and locally in Armenia, is to really drive the different sectors. And I will mention only a few, but agriculture and food system is a key sector because it's responsible on average for 50% of biodiversity loss. And it is very much affected by the biodiversity loss. So agriculture is a key sector that needs to be very much involved in the in addressing biodiversity loss. The construction industry is also, because of the way the resources that it uses, but also the footprint that it has. The mining industries I mentioned, so, and the health sector as well. We all remember COVID. Well, COVID is really a perfect example of the nexus between biodiversity and humans and health when things are not managed properly. So what I'm saying here is in the next year and a half, we really have to commit to have this cross-sectoral interaction. And for us at the UN, it means that we have to share a lot of knowledge. We have to share knowledge. We have to develop and localize knowledge. So everything that these two big conventions or platforms have come, we need to localize and see how they are reflected in Armenia. And we need to access to develop a lot of data. And why I say this is, one sector I didn't talk about is the high-tech sector, but you know that Armenia is a proud tech sector country, and the tech sector consumes a lot of energy. We all know that. And I have this aspiration that we should get the tech sector to sort of pay back and support a lot more the environmental topics and a lot more biodiversity. And one way they can do that is by really developing a data architecture on biodiversity that could be used by government institutions, by us, by the NGOs, and also by the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Françoise. So, as mentioned by the UN resident coordinator, it seems Armenia is a globally significant biodiversity hotspot. And I've also read, and as the UN resident coordinator mentioned, that there has been a lot of overexploitation of the forest. And I would like to ask you, so is there any specific threats that Armenia is facing at the moment, and what is the government doing to tackle them? And of course, before we come to COP17, as Françoise mentioned, in 2022, 196 countries adopted the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework. And amongst them, what was decided was the 23 targets for 2030 and the 4 goals for 2050. So amongst those 23 targets, which you brushed a bit around, I want to ask you, as advisor to the Prime Minister of Armenia, so what is the government doing to work on this framework? And in a second part, I will come to the upcoming COP17, so you can give us some more details. So I'll allow you to give us a little brief about Armenia, the specific threats, and what is the government doing right now about the biodiversity threats. Thank you. No, second one. Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for moderating the forum. And just like my colleague mentioned, as you may know, Armenia is one of the biodiversity hotspots, and it's due to its geographical location, which is also supported by the various ecosystems, such as the wetlands, the semi-deserts, the mountains, and also the forests. And this allows us to have a wide range of plant and animal species, including the endemic species, which are very unique to the Caucasus region, and they are mostly located within the corridor in Armenia that stretches from the north to the south. Of course, this is great, and this allows us to put Armenia on the global map in terms of the biodiversity, but at the same time, just like in any other country in the world, the consequences of the climate change, desertification, the biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation are becoming more and more obvious and prevalent challenges for us as well. And our generalized approach that our policies are laid on is one to conserve, is to restore, and also to be able to sustainably use the nature's ecosystem and natural resources, taking into consideration all the challenges that we have with the deforestation, degradation, drought, and other environmental issues. And the implementation of those steps are the ones that should be and are based on integrated science-driven, community-focused strategies, and they are of course supported by our, they're strongly supported by our international partners. And just to name a few examples of the issues that we had, even though we're still continuing, working on those challenges, is of course, just it was mentioned again, is the jewel of the crown, is the Caucasian leopard conservation project, and also another conservation project that we do for example, for the red deer, or as we call the Caucasian noble deer. And it just recently on the 22nd of May, with our colleagues from WWF, from the Iranian government, and also Madame Jacob, we had the opportunity to add 9 more deers to the forest of the lower region. So those are just the examples of the species and animals that were at the verge of extinction, but throughout those years we're able to add the numbers significantly. And of course, this needs to be done hand in hand, working on the eco corridors, and not only in the regional or country level, but also on the international level, connecting and making bridges from one region to another. And I think this will also be an interesting topic to be discussed during the COP17.
Thank you. So when we speak about biodiversity, I cannot but think about Africa. From the mountain gorillas of Uganda's Burundi Impenetrable National Park, to the eagerly anticipated grasshoppers, to the wide-based migrations of Kenya's Masai Mara, Africa is a treasure trove of life. So I now turn to Moses, and I would like to ask you, given your extensive experience in politics and governance and being in Kenya for the last few years, how do you assess the progress, or if not the progress, the work which is in progress about the SDGs and the UN Convention and Framework on Biodiversity and Climate Change, especially for Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also join the other panelists in thanking the government of Armenia and ORF for convening us. Africa, as you've mentioned, is home to great biodiversity. And Africa is alive to the triple planetary crisis, which encompasses climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Africa, for the record, does not subscribe to the gospel of climate denialism, because we believe that science tells us the truth, that our climate is changing, and as a result, we are losing our biodiversity. Most African nations have been signatories to the main conventions on climate change and biodiversity. I think more than 90% of African nations are signatories to the UNFCCC, the Convention on Climate Change. And African nations, most of them have become signatories to the Convention on Biological Diversity. It means that most of our countries have come up with nationally determined contributions, national climate action plans, and of late, a number of countries have been coming up with biodiversity strategy and action plans. Africa is a continent with 55 nations. So sometimes it's very difficult to talk about an African position on issues. But generally, the African position is espoused by the African Union. And the African Union has come up with a biodiversity strategy, and the African Union has also come up with a climate change and resilience plan. And that binds the member nations to be able to cascade and come up with individual country initiatives. Let me come to biodiversity. And I want to congratulate Armenia for getting the rights to host COP17 next year. Nairobi, Kenya, where I come from, is a seat of the United Nations Environment Programme. And when delegates came from Montreal, there was a subsidiary body conversation in Nairobi, which gave further definition and framed issues for COP17. And so Nairobi, Kenya, and Africa has been a significant contributor to this conversation and enrichment of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The lack of ambition, and I think, let me say this applies to biodiversity and applies to climate change, is that one of the things that we must avoid when we come to COP17 in Yerevan, God willing, next year, is to move away from the talking shop arrangement of past conferences of parties. I've had the privilege of attending a few conferences of parties, particularly on climate change, and the African view is that some of these COPs are becoming extensive talking shops with very little action and with very little ambitions. Sometimes the conferences of parties have become fora for, compliance and filling forms and templates, rather than fora where people can take away, serious action. And I want to encourage that when we come to Yerevan next year, from the perspective of African countries and from the experiences we have had with the UNFCCC, when there was the last COP on biodiversity, I think that was in Cali, yeah? There was a conversation around digital sequence information. There were conversations around funds that needed to be established to ensure that there was global support for biodiversity measures. I know under the Global Environment Facility, a global biodiversity fund has been mooted, and a digital sequenced information fund has also been mooted. It was called the Kali Fund. I hope that we'll come up with a Yerevan dialogue or a Yerevan consensus that will provide proper regulations for these funds, that will provide clarity on access mechanisms. We can learn a lot of lessons from the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Loss and Damage Fund, which have been part of conversations in the climate change COPs. We have established these funds, but we have put up very restrictive access mechanisms. I know you have asked me about practical experience. Just last year, through the parliamentary network, we were able to access some funding from the Green Climate Fund. It was not very substantial. It was just about $1 million for capacity building of members of parliament in Kenya. Recent events have shown us that if you exclude politicians from the conversations, then the people, through populism, can elect somebody who then subscribes to his own version of facts and his own version of science. But the process of accessing funds from the GCF, I can tell you, is like what they say in the Bible, a camel going through the eye of a needle. And so out of Yerevan, I hope that we'll come up with proper structures and regulations to allow the nations that need to access these funds, particularly the small island states. There's also concern about the role of indigenous communities. Indigenous communities have largely been the curators, they've been the guardians, they've been the conservators of biodiversity in many places, be it in Europe, in the Americas, in Africa. Whenever we go for the climate change conferences, there is always a section that is set aside for indigenous communities. And I am sorry to say that they are expected to be dramatic, they are expected to picket and to hold up placards, but I rarely see them in the negotiating rooms. I hope that in Yerevan, we will welcome, will acknowledge, and will embrace indigenous communities because they possess a lot of knowledge. That knowledge is what we are saying needs to be monetized. We have an example in my country, Kenya, of a giant pharma company that went to the soda lakes of the Rift Valley and were able to extract certain enzymes that were then replicated and used in manufacture of bleach. If you put on faded jeans, there is an agent that came from Kenya that is used to give effect to the faded jeans effect. There was nothing that trickled back to the indigenous communities that have been curators and guardians and conservators of that knowledge over the years. And that is why we hope that Yerevan is going to give effect to a proper funding mechanism so that it can also trickle back to the indigenous communities. I know I can't say much, but there's also the issue of, I think, the drivers to biodiversity loss, invasive alien species. I have very, immediate example. Lake Victoria is Africa's largest freshwater lake. And when the colonial masters, the British, came to Kenya, they introduced a fish species called the Nile perch. The Nile perch is a giant of a fish. It can grow up to 200 kilos, can grow as long as 7 feet. Now the Nile perch became the bully of the lake, eating anything and everything in its path and in its sight. The only bigger animal in the lake beside the Nile perch is a crocodile and the hippo. And the hippo doesn't eat fish, and the crocodile also has a low appetite for fish. And so as a result of the introduction of the Nile perch, a lot of biodiversity in the lake has been lost. Now, how do the local community get compensated? How do we ensure that there is justice for the local community who have faced biodiversity loss as a result of an alien species that was deliberately introduced and it can be traced? So I think just to summarize, out of the climate change conversations, which is tied to the biodiversity conversation, we would like to see, particularly as Africa, greater action, less talk, greater commitment, particularly by those nations or states that have unduly benefited from activities that have made our climate or have made our globe less livable. But it would be unconscionable from an African perspective, it would be unjust, it would be improper, that our parents and grandparents bequeath unto us certain biodiversity that will not be able to pass it on to the next generation. That will be a great failure of this generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. And speaking about our failure, or what are we leaving to the next generation, it brings me or reminds me of a concept of Ubuntu, which means I am because we are. And here I would like to turn to Anna, who is actually the founder and the founder of Ubuntu World for Romania and a social entrepreneur. So I would like to ask you, Anna, how do you reconcile the concept of interconnectedness between global diversity, climate change, and humanity? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for this question. I'm really, truly honored to be here for the first time in Yerevan and to see so many people that are present here for this climate change and biodiversity. I want to thank to Armenian government and to our RF team to give me this opportunity to come here and be a voice of the nature, because Ubuntu World is I am because we are. It's from southern African countries. So as I said, we are here today because it's something deep is calling us. The earth is changing, not in a good way. I just came 2 days ago. We have 3 weeks in Romania of rain non-stop, so it's changing rapidly. And we all know that it's not just a climate crisis, sincerely. It's not just a biodiversity crisis. It's a crisis of disconnection. We are disconnected from the nature as a people, disconnecting between economy and ecology, and disconnection even inside ourselves. We are nature. We are not outside the nature. And also we are not the masters of the nature. So we, as Ubuntu World, this is what we work to heal the relationship between people and the nature. So we help, what we do at Ubuntu World, we help companies because we have a background in consulting, helping companies to shift from linear to green energy, circular economy, real sustainable practice, not just to meet the targets, and just to shift the way we think and act. So we need a new shaping mindset, more holistic way, more leading by heart, not by mind, but because with nature you cannot make targets. Everything it's unknown. So we need to be really, really connected to the youth, because they are the forefront that are really connecting with the nature. The indigenous people, thank you so much that you told Moses about Africa. This I'm advocating very, very much. I'm born in the countryside, at the mountains, and I know very well, without instinctive, how it's working with the nature, with the changing weather, or with the soil, or with the plants, and everything. Yes, we need science, not just for study, but also to practice this. And we need these people from the bottom to the top to lead this problem, issue with the climate change. We cannot treat climate change as a business. Even though I'm helping business to develop, we need a different approach. If we have a linear destination, we will not solve this problem. Everything is in a circular way. Okay, so another thing that will help the climate change and the biodiversity, it's, like I say, policy alone don't change behavior. Education and arts help people understand and care. So compassion and caring, emotion, connect with the nature. That's why we use them to shift perception and create new living story around sustainability. Because what we need now is not the fear. We need more courage, more caring, no division. I know it's really a big division around the world. There is war, there is everything, but more unity. And this unity is not by words, it's not by strategy, it's just to connect really, really each other inside ourselves and with each other, with the people around us and businesses and everything. So let's protect the biodiversity, not out of guilt, but with love for the earth, and love for those who come after us, and love for who we are right now. When we reconnect each other with ourselves, we are reconnected with the living planet, and everything can change, and it will not be so complex issues.
Thank you. So I would like to bounce back on the point that Moses mentioned earlier about indigenous communities and also on small island developing states. And I would like to ask Ms. Françoise here, so about all the work that UN is doing and about how you gauge this progress. And myself, coming from Mauritius, which is a small island developing state, and which is very much concerned by the existential threats of climate change and biodiversity loss, I have to say that over the last few years, the different COPs, the different conferences, the different summits have been very impressive in terms of what they had to say and offer and the promises, but we are still very far from having access to that kind of mechanisms, cooperation, especially financing from the developed countries to be able to meet those commitments and to ensure our survival. I would like to ask your stance on this before we go back to the upcoming COP17 and the expectations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Financing is a big question. I'll say a few words on that, but it's not the only question. So, if I'm not mistaken, at the COP16, the negotiation on financing became very long and over several months, and at the end there was a decision to allocate $200 billion per year. So this is pretty significant. But as our colleague Moses said, the process is only starting. This being said, I think every country has mechanisms to tap into. And between, you know, the markets, the financial markets, and the private sector, there is a lot of finances available. Often what is not available is good projects and is enough capacities. So I was just informed actually this morning that there is one of the major banks here that is going to launch some green bonds for about $30 million in the next few weeks for Armenia. So this is good news. And this is one of the ways that we can really accelerate the action on biodiversity and on climate. And what I want to say also is there is actually a lot of good things that are being done around the world, and including in Armenia. There is a lot of pilots, there is a lot of good initiatives, but what we need now is to accelerate. So financing is one of the accelerators. There will be, you probably know, in July there will be a financing for development event in Spain. This is 10 years after Addis Ababa. I also hope it will be not just a talk shop, but really considering what's happening with global ODA, I think this is going to be a major conference on which we are going to look really at the architecture of internal finances and definitely on how we can augment the financing for both climate change and for biodiversity. And if I'm not mistaken, Armenia will be represented there. So financing is one thing. For us, the UN, as I said, we are looking in these sort of alternative financing modalities because we know that it's not just the UN that can make things happen, and we look, for example, at the private sector. We know the private sector can have a huge impact. First, by adopting better production mechanisms, and second, by contributing to environmental mitigation, to rehabilitation when it comes to mining, and to simply observing the laws, right? So this is important. The second point, which is quite a big focus for us, is governance. And you've heard me at the beginning, I said Armenia has ratified most of the global conventions. And to a large extent, Armenia has translated this convention in its legislative framework. And to a large extent, it also has the strategic plans in place. Now, Armenia is preparing these two major sort of strategy, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, NBSAP, and we should get it, I hope, in the next couple of months, and then a revised commitment for the NDC for the climate change. Now, once these are in place, this really needs to be budget. There needs to be some financing allocation, some budget allocation. There need to be really a strong effort to implement this commitment. This is where we are standing here. We have to implement because the mechanisms are in place. Even the environmental monitoring mechanisms are pretty much in place. The mining sector, I keep going back to that sector, but there is actually a mining strategy up until 2035, if I'm not mistaken, that take into consideration the environmental impact. So things are in place. And in many countries, the laws are there, but it's a matter of having the political will, the political vision, the political will, the funding, and the capacities. So for us, the UN, a big focus is going to be to also help the country build or strengthen or expand its capacities within the government, but not only in the government, also with the local communities, and to work with the civil societies. I want to mention a couple of other areas. We have this denomination called the nature-based solution. It sounds very lofty, but it's actually extremely powerful approach to addressing both climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And when you look at big city center like Yerevan, we really look at how do we do urban development so that we bring back the nature into the city. And this links a little bit to what Anna Maria was saying about reconnecting with nature. It's very hard for kids to connect with nature when there is no nature in their immediate environment. So nature-based solution is a big focus for us. It's not necessarily super expensive, but it's really about bringing back the ecosystems into the cities. Education will be a big sector. I think we can do a lot with kids, so we are already discussing with the Ministry of Education what we can do in the lead to COP, but also for the long term, how we can integrate in curriculums a lot more substance on biodiversity and on environment in general. I said earlier, public awareness is going to be a big thing. Even in Armenia, people don't know they have this amazing biodiversity. So we have a lot of awareness to do basic awareness, but we also have to work, as I said, with all the different stakeholders so that they embrace this endeavor of restoring biodiversity as their own responsibility. Really, we need to have a whole society approach, whole of government approach, and for that we need to share knowledge, produce knowledge, share knowledge, and then responsibilize people or put incentive or disincentive so that they act. And I think I will stop here to leave some space for everyone else.
Thank you. Thank you so much for very insightful information. And especially it's good to know that Armenia is doing so much. So I would like to turn to you, Humbert Zoom, and ask you, given that already there is so much happening, all this collaboration with the UN and the work, so now that there is this upcoming COP17, there's a lot of expectations from not just Armenian or UN, but the whole world. So I would like to ask you, in what direction is the work progressing, and what are the challenges you're facing right now, and also what can be the potential deliverables. And I also want to emphasize that, especially for SIDS. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, we are very honored by the decision of the parties to host the upcoming convention here in Yerevan, Armenia. And also I'd like to thank and congratulate the Colombian presidency and also the CBD Secretariat for their hard work and also for the successful COP. We will keep working and building on this success, making sure we have a smooth transition and also synergy between the COPs. Our vision is to have the inclusive COP by assuring active participation from all stakeholders, including the SIDS, the indigenous people, youth, women, civil society, the local communities, so that the decisions and the consensus that will come up with is welcomed and cherished by all stakeholders. This is also a very great opportunity for us to further our multilateral efforts for the global biodiversity protection, and also showcasing the natural richness and heritage of Armenia. Regarding the agenda, the COP17 will be, I think, crucial in the regards of agenda, as we will have we'll be kick-starting the global review, as it was mentioned, to assess how far or how close we are by the global goals by 2030 or 2050 set by the Communique-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And of course, in order to do this, we need to gather all the ambiceps from the countries, and Armenia is currently working on its final draft, and we urge others also to follow, so that we and the Secretariat have enough time to review this. And if need be, this will allow us to do some course correction in our national strategies and action plans by helping each other and also sharing our experiences. And to address your statements, I think we are on the same page as the development of the funding formulas, assessment methodology, and the contribution of the private sector will hopefully be another important outcome of the COP17. As you have mentioned, there are so many decisions that we have made, but we still do not know the methodology and how we're going to fund the money to support the decisions from the previous COPs. This will definitely not be an easy task for us, but we'll do our best to make sure that we are not only a welcoming host from the organization point of view, but we are also we carry on the active presidency, and neutral mediator for the all parties during the COP17. And of course, there will be other topics. The agenda will be very huge. I think we are going to have also a forum specifically designed to discuss the issues that the cities face. And but to summarize, I would like to say that we want COP17 to be yet another celebration of our collective wisdom of living in peace with nature. And I'm sure we'll all succeed together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So speaking about it, as you said, like the youth, the women, all the communities will not be excluded. So it will be an inclusive dialogue and platform for all. So now I would like to turn to Anna, and I would like to ask you, because your work involves advocacy and a lot of youth empowerment, what is the role you think the youth have in this whole climate change and biodiversity debate? And what are the challenges that you, your organization, and the youth are facing with respect to that? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Youth are the forefront action for the future generation in climate change and biodiversity. For example, in Romania, I am 42 years old, as I said early. I start, I think, at 7, 8 years old in the school. We call culture civic culture. So 1 hour per week we go and do reforestation, we do gardening. So we were in touch with nature for an early age. So I think will be great, and I'm sure also in France and in other countries exists this curriculum, scholar curriculum, where children from kindergarten are active in working with the nature. Also to advocate for climate and biodiversity by creating storyteller for the kindergarten, but also for the school, you know, in the first degrees. And also, I know, at least in Europe, or I'm traveling, I know this is usually become a normal process, family teaching children to be conscious consumer. So I see this almost the time. I think in France I see more than in other countries. And because everyone now, every children now, every kid or youth, it's on social media, especially TikTokers or Instagram, to speak more about their, let's say, experience in nature, to take more pictures, to do some movies, and so on. And also to encourage them to take care of their inner world and outer world, like practicing all the time mindfulness. I know in India children are doing yoga, so practicing, you know, nature is inside of us, not also outside. Everything that is inside is also outside. I know it sounds philosophical and not related really about this topic, but it's the reality. As a show, and yeah, every relationship starts from within with the earth. Challenging is that we have to, as a parent, but also as teachers, to more emphasize on children this, more than give them all the time the tablet to watching everything that AI is producing for them, to go out in nature. Also to put them in contact with intergenerational, like older people that have experienced life on this planet and Earth. And yeah, I think so, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Given that we have now less than 5 minutes left, I would like to ask 2 questions from the audience. So one question, if we have the young leaders here in the room. One question from young leaders and one question from any member of the audience. So if there are no questions, so then I'll turn to Moses, a question to you, before rounding and summarizing. So after this panel discussion, what is now your hope and expectation of the upcoming COP, and especially as you laid the vision for Africa and the indigenous communities and the SIDS, what is the last word that you would like to put forward for the upcoming COP17? Thank you.
Thank you. It's noteworthy that the US, the largest economy, is not a signatory to the UNFCCC, and it's also not a signatory to the Biodiversity Convention. I just want to urge countries in the global south that when we come to Yerevan next year, we come confident that we can be able to come up with solutions. You talked about small island states, and they have immense biodiversity because they've been separated from the pervasive effects of humanity. But the plight of small island states, they cannot solve them themselves because there's a lot of interdependence. If there's global temperature rise, a small island state cannot mitigate or cannot take action against that on its own. So yes, we can talk about self-dependence, we can talk about budgets, but it requires global action. And that is why in the climate change space, we made a lot of push for the Loss and Damage Fund. Now the Loss and Damage Fund is probably 2 years old, and still there's no great clarity on its access and its utilization, and we hope that when the climate change community goes to Brazil later in the year, there'll be clarity on that. Now, that is also another problem, that we have quite a number of frameworks with overlapping mandates and objectives. So you've got a framework on climate change, a framework on biodiversity, you've got a COP on desertification, and then you've got UN conferences on sustainable development. Now, I don't know how you can discuss sustainable development without discussing biodiversity or without discussing climate change. So we must find a way of building synergies between these many multilateral environmental agreements. And I like the conversation that is ongoing at the United Nations about, bringing agencies closer together. And I hope that a number of those agencies will come to Nairobi to sit alongside the United Nations Environment Program. In Kenya, we have an interesting success story called the Northern Rangelands Trust, where we are combining climate change adaptation, we are combining biodiversity preservation and packaging that, and we've been able to go to the carbon credit market. Now, Northern Rangelands Trust has set aside thousands of hectares of pasture, and so there's the carbon sequestration part of it, there's biodiversity preservation part of it, but the local community, the local Maasai community, are able to get certain benefits come to them because we are selling carbon credits to the global market. Now, there is also some injustice because if carbon credit or if carbon is a product, then a product needs to have a standard price. You know what the price of an iPhone is, whether you're in this country or you are in another country, the price is standard. But you'll find that African carbon sometimes goes to the market for as low as $20 per ton, whereas European carbon goes to the market at about $80 per ton. And I know this is one of the outstanding issues in the UNFCCC, the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, making sure that there's justice, there's consistency, there's uniformity in the carbon markets. Let me conclude by talking about the gender dimension. Our experience is that when you let women take charge of biodiversity and environmental conservation issues, they tend to do a better job than men. So we need to bring women into the conversation, young people into the conversation, indigenous communities into the conversation. Last week I launched a report on indigenous communities. There's a community called El Chamus. It's a Maasai community. They know which plants to use to cure a snake bite. But modern medicine, antivenom must be stored in an environment between 2 degrees and 8 degrees centigrade. So you go to hospital, you can't find antivenom. But within the indigenous communities, they know which herbs to swallow and mix. And so the conversation around biodiversity protection must also go with the curation of the knowledge that goes with it. And that's why we are talking about DSI and making sure that the DSI fund that is established, there's clear guidelines and clear procedures to ensure that that woman with the indigenous and traditional knowledge of mixing antivenom gets a benefit. Because once the big farmers get that knowledge or that secret, they're going to package it and it's going to be big. And I think the only reason why the US is not part of these conventions is because of intellectual property. They know that most of their big pharma corporations have gotten rich at the expense of indigenous communities.
Thank you, Moses. I like especially the fact that you touched on these points, and also being a politician and a man, you're still championing the cause for women. So hats off to that. And it's true that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and nowadays with the whole empowerment of the youth and women, we do look forward that more youths and more women come forefront and are empowered to be the leaders, to take action and things forward. But it's also very important what you said. We're here talking about the actions to make this world a better place. So it's important to be united. It's important that there are concerted efforts and actions, especially if we want to ensure our survival. And very important is that what is happening is that different parts, different conventions, different summits happening. While there is the intention, it is very important that we do not lose sight that while just focusing on different things being done, that we are not also losing grip, as you said. Like, we cannot talk about climate change without biodiversity, excluding climate change, etc. So I hope and trust that be it the UN, be it the different summits, be it the COP, that they take into account all this, so that together we can have not just concerted efforts, but also sustainable actions that ensure that we have a better future for Mother Earth. So thank you very much. It was lovely having you all panelists here. And I hope that the audience as well is happy and here at the Yerevan dialogue, and that we can make the most in Yerevan, which is a beautiful city. And thank you very much for your time.